Section 13 of A Compilation of the Messages and Papers of the Presidents. Ulysses S. Grant, by James D. Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Special Messages. December the 6th, 1870. To the Senate and House of Representatives. In pursuance of the provisions of the second section of an act approved June the 20th, 1864, entitled, "An act making appropriations for the consular and diplomatic expenses of the Government for the year ending June the 30th, 1865, and for other purposes," I inform Congress that Louis W. Boyer, a consular clerk, was, on the 26th day of September last, removed from office for the following causes, namely, for disobedience of orders and continued absence from duty after orders to proceed to his post. U.S. Grant. Washington, December the 6th, 1870. To the Senate and House of Representatives: I herewith transmit to Congress a report, dated the 5th instant, with the accompanying papers, received from the Secretary of State in compliance with the requirements of the 18th section of the act entitled, "An Act to Regulate the Diplomatic and Consular Systems of the United States," approved August the 18th, 1856. U.S. Grant. Footnote 31. Report of fees collected, etc., by consular officers of the United States for 1868, and tariff of consular fees prescribed by the President October the 1st, 1870. Washington, December the 6th, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit to the Senate, for its consideration with a view to ratification, a convention for the surrender of criminals between the United States of America and the Republic of Guatemala, signed on the 11th day of October last, together with correspondence on the subject, a list of which is given. U.S. Grant. Washington, December the 6th, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit to the Senate, for its consideration with a view to ratification, a convention for the extradition of criminals fugitives from justice between the United States of America and the Republic of Nicaragua, signed at the city of Nicaragua on the 5th day of June last, together with correspondence upon the subject of which a list is annexed. U.S. Grant. Washington, December the 6th, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit to the Senate, for its consideration with a view to ratification, a treaty for the extradition of criminals fugitives from justice between the United States and the Republic of Peru, signed at Lima on the 12th day of September last. As this treaty contains some stipulations of an unusual character, the special attention of the Senate is called to them. U.S. Grant. Washington, December the 6th, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit to the Senate, for its consideration with a view to ratification, a treaty of friendship, commerce, and navigation between the United States of America and the Republic of Peru, signed at the city of Lima on the 6th day of September last, together with the correspondence in relation thereto, a list of which is annexed. U.S. Grant. Washington, December the 6th, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: Referring to my message of the 1st of February last, transmitting to the Senate for its consideration with a view to ratification a treaty between the United States and the United States of Colombia for the construction of an interoceanic canal across the Isthmus of Panama or Darien, signed at Bogota on the 26th of January last. I herewith submit correspondence upon the subject between the Secretary of State and the Minister of the United States at Bogota, a list of which is hereto appended. U.S. Grant. Washington, December the 8th, 1870. To the House of Representatives of the United States, in answer to its resolution of the 1st of July, 1870, I transmit to the House of Representatives a report from the Secretary of State. U.S. Grant. Footnote 32, stating that the correspondence relative to the arrest and detention of American fishing vessels in the Straits of Canso by armed vessels flying the British flag had been communicated to Congress with the President's annual message of the 5th instant. Washington, December the 8th, 1870. To the Senate of the United States, in answer to a resolution of the 5th instant, I transmit to the Senate a report from the Secretary of State. U.S. Grant. Footnote 33, stating that the correspondence with the United States minister at Paris relative to the Franco-Prussian War had been communicated with the President's annual message on the 5th instant. Washington, December the 12th, 1870. To the Senate of the United States. I submit to the Senate, for their consideration with a view to ratification, a convention relating to naturalization between the United States and the Austro-Hungarian Empire, signed at Vienna on the 20th of September, 1870, which is accompanied by the papers mentioned in the subjoined list. U.S. Grant. Washington, December the 13th, 1870. To the Senate of the United States, I transmit, in answer to the resolution of the Senate of June the 14th, 1870, a report from the Secretary of State and the papers by which it was accompanied. U.S. Grant. Footnote 34, relating to charges for messages made by the International Ocean Telegraph Company. Washington, December the 15th, 1870. To the House of Representatives. In answer to the resolution of the House of Representatives of the 9th of April, 1869, I herewith transmit a report from the Secretary of State. Footnote 35, stating that all the correspondence relative to the condition of affairs in Paraguay believed to be required by the public interest had been made public. Washington, December the 15th, 1870. To the House of Representatives. In answer to the resolution of the House of Representatives of the 20th of January last, I herewith transmit a report from the Secretary of State with accompanying documents. U.S. Grant. Footnote 36, stating that the claim for indemnity in the case of the ship Canada, wrecked on the coast of Brazil in 1865, had been referred to the British minister as arbiter, and submitting a summary of the case, correspondence connected with it, and a copy of the award of the arbiter. Executive Mansion, December the 19th, 1870. To the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States. I transmit herewith a report of the Secretary of the Treasury, made in compliance with Section 2 of the act approved July 1870, Making appropriations for the consular and diplomatic expenses of the Government for the year ending June the 30th, 1871, and for other purposes." U.S. Grant. Footnote 37. Transmitting reports of consular agents. WASHINGTON, December the 19th, 1870. To the House of Representatives: I transmit to the House of Representatives a report of the Secretary of State and the papers by which it was accompanied, in answer to its resolution of the 7th instant. U.S. Grant. Footnote 38. Relating to the seizure at Port Hood, Nova Scotia, by a Canadian revenue cutter, of the schooner Grenada, of Provincetown, Massachusetts. EXECUTIVE MANSION, January the 4th, 1871. To the House of Representatives: I transmit to the House of Representatives, in answer to their resolution of the 12th of December, 1870, a report from the Secretary of State with accompanying documents. U.S. Grant. Footnote 39. Correspondence relative to public documents or libraries in the care of legations of the United States. WASHINGTON, January the 9th, 1871. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit to the Senate, in answer to their resolution of the 5th instant, a report from the Secretary of State with accompanying documents. U.S. Grant. Footnote 40. The last correspondence with Mr. Motley, including telegraphic dispatches, etc., relative to his recall as minister to the Court of St. James. WASHINGTON, January the 9th, 1871. To the House of Representatives: I transmit to the House of Representatives, in answer to their resolution of the 5th instant, a report from the Secretary of State with the accompanying documents. U.S. Grant. Footnote 41. Correspondence, etc., in 1844 and 1845, relative to the resources and conditions of the Dominican Republic. WASHINGTON, D.C., January the 9th, 1871. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit, for consideration with a view to its ratification, a treaty of amity, commerce, and consular privileges between the United States and the Republic of Salvador, signed at the city of San Salvador on the 6th of December last. A copy of the official correspondence relating to the instrument is also herewith transmitted. U.S. Grant. EXECUTIVE MANSION, January the 11th, 1871. To the Senate of the United States: In view of a proclamation having been published in newspapers of the United States, purporting to emanate from Cabral, a chieftain who opposed the constitutional authorities of the Republic of San Domingo, I deem it but just to communicate to the Senate of the United States the views of that chieftain and his followers, as voluntarily communicated by him through the United States minister to the Republic of Haiti in June last. It will be observed by the letter of Minister Bisset that Cabral did not wish his views to be made public before the question of annexation was disposed of, in a way to work prejudice to his interest; but as the object which Cabral had already in view was to declare to the treaty-making powers of the United States his views and those of his followers upon the subject of annexation of the Republic of San Domingo, and as the Senate is a branch of that power, I deem it no breach of confidence to communicate this letter to the Senate. I ask, however, that it may be read in executive session, and that the request of Cabral be observed, so that in no case they shall be made public or used against him until the question of annexation is disposed of. U.S. GRANT. EXECUTIVE MANSION, January the 11th, 1871. To the House of Representatives: I transmit herewith, in reply to the resolution of the House of Representatives of the 5th instant, copies of the reports of Captain George B. McClellan upon the Dominican Republic made in the year 1854. U.S. GRANT. EXECUTIVE MANSION, January the 13th, 1871. To the Senate of the United States: in reply to the resolution of the Senate of the 16th of December, 1870, requesting to be furnished with information relative to the organization of disloyal persons in North Carolina, having in view resistance of the United States laws, denial of protection, and the enjoyment of rights and liberties secured under the United States, etc., I transmit herewith abstracts of reports and other papers on file in the War Department relative to outrages in North Carolina, and also, for the information of the Senate, those relative to outrages in the other Southern States. The original reports and papers are too voluminous to be copied in season to be used by the present Congress, but are easily accessible for reference, and copies of such papers can be furnished as the Senate may deem necessary. U.S. GRANT. Washington, January the 16th, 1871. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit to the Senate, in answer to their resolution of 4th instant, a report from the Secretary of State, with accompanying documents, relating to the proposed annexation of the Dominican portion of the island of San Domingo. U.S. GRANT. EXECUTIVE MANSION, January the 17th, 1871. To the Senate of the United States: in answer to their resolution of the 16th of December, 1870, I herewith transmit copies of certain reports received at the War Department relative to disloyal organizations in the State of North Carolina, intended to resist the laws or to deprive the citizens of the United States of the protection of law or the enjoyment of their rights under the Constitution of the United States. These reports are in addition to the abstracts of those sent to the Senate on the 13th instant. U.S. GRANT. EXECUTIVE MANSION, January the 24th, 1871. To the Senate of the United States: in answer to your resolution of the 21st of December, 1870, requesting the President, to furnish the Senate with the amount of money expended by the United States for freight and passage to the Pacific coast by the way of the Isthmus and Cape Horn during the 12 months now last past, I herewith transmit reports from the Secretary of the Treasury, of War, and of the Navy, to whom, respectively, the resolution was referred. Washington, January the 27th, 1871. To the Senate and House of Representatives: I transmit herewith, for the consideration of Congress, a report of the Secretary of State and the papers which accompanied it, concerning regulations for the consular courts of the United States in Japan. U.S. GRANT. Washington, January the 27th, 1871. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit, for consideration with a view to its ratification, a treaty of friendship, commerce, and navigation between the United States and the Oriental Republic of Uruguay, which was signed at Montevideo, it is presumed, in the course of last month, though the precise date has inadvertently been omitted. A copy of the correspondence relating to the instrument is also herewith transmitted. From this it will be seen that the treaty is substantially the same as one between the same parties which has already been approved by the Senate and ratified by the President of the United States, but the ratifications of which have never been exchanged. If the Senate should approve the new treaty, it is suggested that their resolution to that effect should include authority to insert the precise date when that shall have been ascertained. U.S. GRANT. EXECUTIVE MANSION, January the 30th, 1871. To the Senate and House of Representatives: I transmit herewith an official copy of the proceedings of the Council of Indian Tribes held at Ocmulgee in December last, which resulted in the adoption of a Declaration of Rights and a Constitution for their government, together with a copy of the report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs and the views of the Secretary of the Interior thereon. It would seem highly desirable that the civilized Indians of the country should be encouraged in establishing for themselves forms of territorial government compatible with the Constitution of the United States and with the previous customs toward communities lying outside of State limits. I concur in the views expressed by the Secretary of the Interior that it would not be advisable to receive the new territory with the Constitution precisely as it is now framed. As long as a territorial form of government is preserved, Congress should hold the power of approving or disapproving of all legislative action of the territory, and the Executive should, with "the advice and consent of the Senate," have the power to appoint the governor and judicial officers (and possibly some others) of the territory. This is the first indication of the aborigines desiring to adopt our form of government, and it is highly desirable that they become self-sustaining, self-relying, Christianized, and civilized. If successful in their first attempt at territorial government, we may hope for a gradual concentration of other Indians in the new territory. I therefore recommend as close an adherence to their wishes as is consistent with safety. It might be well to limit the appointment of all territorial officials appointed by the Executive to native citizens of the territory. If any exception is made to this rule, I would recommend that it should be limited to the judiciary. It is confidently hoped that the policy now being pursued toward the Indian will fit him for self-government and make him desire to settle among people of his own race, where he can enjoy the full privileges of civil and enlightened government. U.S. GRANT. EXECUTIVE MANSION, January the 7th, 1871. To the Senate and House of Representatives: The union of the States of Germany into a form of government similar in many respects to that of the American Union is an event that can not fail to touch deeply the sympathies of the people of the United States. This union has been brought about by the long continued persistent efforts of the people, with the deliberate approval of the governments and people of 24 of the German States, through their regularly constituted representatives. In it the American people see an attempt to reproduce in Europe some of the best features of our own Constitution, with such modifications as the history and condition of Germany seem to require. The local governments of the several members of the Union are preserved, while the power conferred upon the chief imparts strength for the purpose of self-defense, without authority to enter upon wars of conquest and ambition. The cherished aspiration for national unity which for ages has inspired the many millions of people speaking the same language, inhabiting a contiguous and compact territory, but unnaturally separated and divided by dynastic jealousies and the ambition of short-sighted rulers, has been attained, and Germany now contains a population of about 34,000,000, united, like our own, under one government for its relations with other powers, but retaining in its several members the right and power of control of their local interests, habits, and institutions. The bringing of great masses of thoughtful and free people under a single government must tend to make governments what alone they should be, the representatives of the will and the organization of the power of the people. The adoption in Europe and the American system of union, under the control and direction of a free people educated to self-restraint, cannot fail to extend popular institutions and to enlarge the peaceful influence of American ideas. The relations of the United States with Germany are intimate and cordial. The commercial intercourse between the two countries is extensive and is increasing from year to year, and the large number of citizens and residents in the United States of German extraction, and the continued flow of immigration thence to this country, have produced an intimacy of personal and political intercourse approaching, if not equal to, that with the country from which the founders of our government derived their origin. The extent of these interests and the greatness of the German Union seem to require that, in the classification of the representatives of this government to foreign powers, there should no longer be an apparent undervaluation of the importance of the German mission, such as is made in the difference between the compensation allowed by law to the minister of Germany and those to Great Britain and France. There would seem to be a great propriety in placing the representative of this government at Berlin on the same footing with that of its representatives at London and Paris. The union of the several states of Germany under one government and the increasing commercial and personal intercourse between the two countries will also add to the labors and responsibilities of the legation. I therefore recommend that the salaries of the minister and of the secretary of legation at Berlin be respectively increased to the same amounts as are allowed to those at London and Paris. U.S. Grant. EXECUTIVE MANSION, February the 7th, 1871. To the Senate of the United States. In answer to that part of your resolution of the 4th of January last, requesting copies of "instructions to the commander of our naval squadron in the waters of the island (of San Domingo), since the commencement of the late negotiations, with the reports and correspondence of such commander," I herewith transmit a report, with accompanying papers, received from the Secretary of the Navy. U.S. GRANT. EXECUTIVE MANSION, February the 8th, 1871. To the Senate and House of Representatives: I transmit herewith an extract of a paper addressed to the President, the Secretary of the Interior, and the Commissioner of Indian Affairs by the Committee of Friends on Indian Affairs, having charge of the northern superintendency, in relation to a desire of certain Indian tribes to sell a portion of the lands owned by them, with a view of locating on other lands that they may be able to purchase, together with the report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs thereon, and a letter of the Secretary of the Interior Department approving the report of the Commissioner. I submit the draft of a bill which has been prepared and which it is believed will effect the object desired by the committee, and request the consideration thereof by Congress. U.S. Grant. End of Section 13. Recording by Jim Clevenger, Little Rock, Arkansas. Section 14 of A Compilation of the Messages and Papers of the Presidents. Ulysses S. Grant, by James D. Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Washington, February the 9th, 1871. To the Senate. The British minister accredited to this government recently, in compliance with instructions from his government, submitted a proposal for the appointment of a "joint high commission," to be composed of members to be named by each government, to hold its session at Washington, and to treat and discuss the mode of settling the different questions which have arisen out of the fisheries, as well as those which affect the relations of the United States toward the British possessions in North America. I did not deem it expedient to agree to the proposal unless the consideration of the questions growing out of the acts committed by the vessels which have given rise to the claim known as the "Alabama claims," were to be within the subject of discussion and settlement by the commission. The British Government having assented to this, the commission is expected shortly to meet. I therefore nominate as such commissioners, jointly and separately, on the part of the United States: Hamilton Fish, Secretary of State; Robert C. Schenck, Envoy Extraordinary and Minister Plenipotentiary to Great Britain; Samuel Nelson, an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States; Ebenezer R. Hoar of Massachusetts; George H. Williams of Oregon. I communicate herewith the correspondence which has passed on this subject between the Secretary of State and the British minister. U.S. Grant. EXECUTIVE MANSION, February the 10th, 1871. To the Senate and House of Representatives: I submit herewith, for the information of Congress, the second annual report of the Board of Indian Commissioners to the Secretary of the Interior. U.S. Grant. EXECUTIVE MANSION, February the 13th, 1871. To the House of Representatives: I transmit herewith, in answer to the resolution of the House of the 6th instant, copies of the correspondence between the Governor of the State of California and the President of the United States in the month of October, 1868, relative to the use of the military forces of the national government in preserving the peace at the approaching State election. U.S. Grant. EXECUTIVE MANSION, February the 15th, 1871. To the Senate and House of Representatives: I have this day transmitted to the Senate the announcement that Senate Bill No. 218, "An act prescribing an oath of office to be taken by persons who participated in the late rebellion, but who are not disqualified from holding office by the 14th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States," unquote, has become a law in the manner prescribed by the Constitution without the signature of the President. If this were a bill for the repeal of the "test oath" required of persons "elected or appointed to office of honor or trust," it would meet my approval. The effect of the law, however, is to relieve from taking a prescribed oath all those persons whom it was intended to exclude from such offices, and to require it from all others. By this law, the soldier who fought and bled for his country is to swear to his loyalty before assuming official functions, while the general who commanded hosts for the overthrow of his government is admitted to place without it. I cannot affix my name to a law which discriminates against the upholder of his government. I believe, however, that it is not wise policy to keep from office by an oath those who are not disqualified by the Constitution and who are the choice of legal voters, but while relieving them from an oath which they cannot take, I recommend the release also of those to whom the oath has no application. U.S. GRANT. EXECUTIVE MANSION, February the 17th, 1871. To the Senate of the United States: in answer to your resolution of the 19th of December last, requesting the President "to furnish the Senate with the entire cost of transportation of mails and freights of every description to the Pacific coast, also to all intermediate points west of the Missouri River, from the annexation of California to July the 1st, 1864, and also the expenses of the War Department and Indian Bureau during the same period in guarding the overland route from the Missouri River to California against Indians and Mormons, and the cost of the Indian service on the same line, including in all cases freights and all other expenditures," I transmit herewith reports received from the Secretary of the Interior, the Secretary of War, and the Postmaster General. U.S. GRANT. WASHINGTON, February the 27th, 1871. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit to the Senate, for its consideration with a view to ratification, a convention between the United States and Great Britain, concluded at Washington on the 23d instant, supplemental to the convention between the two countries concluded May the 13th, 1870, concerning the citizenship of citizens or subjects of either country immigrating to the other. The conclusion of the supplemental convention now submitted was found to be expedient in view of the stipulation contained in Article II of the before named convention of May the 13th, 1870, that the two Governments should agree upon the manner in which the renunciation, within the period specified, by naturalized citizens and subjects of either country, of their naturalization should be effected. U.S. GRANT. WASHINGTON, March the 3d, 1871. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit to the Senate, in answer to their resolution of the 2d instant, a report of the Secretary of State with accompanying documents. U.S. GRANT. Footnote 42. Correspondence from the United States legation at Constantinople relative to restrictions on the passage of the Straits of the Dardanelles and the Bosphorus by the ships of other nations. Washington, March the 3d, 1871. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit to the Senate, in answer to their resolution of February the 1st, 1871, a report from the Secretary of State with accompanying documents. U.S. GRANT. Footnote 43. Dispatches, etc., from the United States Minister to the Court of Brazil relative to the Paraguayan War, the culture of cotton in Brazil, trade with Brazil, etc. Veto messages. Executive Mansion, January the 4th, 1871. To the House of Representatives: I herewith return, without my approval, House bill number 1395, entitled, "An Act for the Relief of Charles Cooper, Goshorn A. Jones, Jerome Rowley, William Hannigan, and John Hannigan," for the following reasons. The act directs the discontinuance of an action at law said to be now pending in the United States District Court for the Northern District of Ohio for the enforcement of the bond executed by such parties to the United States, whereas in fact no such suit is pending in the District Court, but such a suit is now pending in the Circuit Court of the United States for the Sixth Circuit and Northern District of Ohio. Neither the body of said act nor the proviso requires the obligors in said bond, who are released from all liability to the United States on account thereof, to abandon or release their pretended claim against the Government. Since these parties have gone to Congress to ask relief from liability for a large sum of money on account of the failure of the principals in the bond to execute their contract, it is but just and proper that they at the same time should abandon the claim heretofore asserted by them against the Government growing out of the same transaction. U.S. GRANT. EXECUTIVE MANSION, February the 7th, 1871. To the Senate of the United States: I hereby return, without my approval, Senate Resolution number 92, entitled, "A resolution for the relief of certain contractors for the construction of vessels of war and steam machinery," for the following reasons. The act of March the 2d, 1867 (14 U.S. Statutes at Large, page 424), directs the Secretary of the Navy to investigate the claims of all contractors for building vessels of war and steam machinery for the same under contracts made after the 1st day of May, 1861, and prior to the 1st day of January, 1864, and said investigation to be made upon the following basis: He shall ascertain the additional cost which was necessarily incurred by each contractor in the completion of his work by reason of any changes or alterations in the plans and specifications required, and delays in the prosecution of the work occasioned by the Government which were not provided for in the original contract. But no allowance for any advance in the price of labor or material shall be considered unless such advance occurred during the prolonged time for completing the work rendered necessary by the delay resulting from the action of the Government aforesaid, and then only when such advance could not have been avoided by the exercise of ordinary prudence and diligence on the part of the contractor. The present joint resolution transfers the investigation to the Court of Claims and repeals "so much of said act as provides against considering any allowance in favor of any such parties for any advance in the price of labor or material, unless such advance could have been avoided by the exercise of ordinary diligence and prudence on the part of the contractor." It seems to me that the provision thus repealed is a very reasonable one. It prevents the contractor from receiving any allowance for an advance in the price of labor and material when he could have avoided that advance by the exercise of ordinary prudence and diligence. The effect of the repeal will be to relieve contractors from the consequences of their own imprudence and negligence. I see no good reason for thus relieving contractors who have not exercised ordinary prudence and diligence in their business transactions. U.S. GRANT. EXECUTIVE MANSION, February the 28th, 1871. To the House of Representatives: I herewith return, without my approval, House bill number 2566, entitled, "An act for the relief of Henry Wilman, late a private in the 3d Regiment of Indiana Cavalry," for the following reasons. The records of the War Department show that Henry Wilman was mustered into the military service April the 4th, 1862, and that he was mounted on a private horse. It appears from evidence presented by himself that his horse died May the 18th, 1862, that he remounted himself on June the 8th, 1862, and so continued mounted until October the 1st, 1862, when his horse was killed by the enemy, and that he was not afterwards mounted upon a private horse. Upon presenting a claim against the United States for the legal value of the 2 horses lost by him in the public service, the claim, after investigation, was allowed; but it being discovered that he had erroneously been paid for the use and risk of a private horse from May the 18th to June the 8th, 1862, and from October the 1st, 1862, to April the 30th, 1864, during which periods he had no horse in the public service, the amount so overpaid was offset against his claim, leaving the latter fully liquidated and the claimant indebted to the United States in an amount not yet refunded. The person named in the act is not, in law or equity, entitled to the relief therein provided, and has no unsatisfied demands against the United States. U.S. GRANT. Proclamation by the President of the United States of America. A proclamation. Whereas satisfactory evidence was given to me on the 17th day of this month by the Government of Portugal, that the discriminating duties heretofore levied in the ports of Portugal on merchandise imported in vessels of the United States into said ports from other countries than those of which said merchandise was the growth, production, or manufacture, have been abolished. Now, therefore, I, Ulysses S. Grant, President of the United States of America, by virtue of the authority vested in me by an act of Congress of January the 7th, 1824, and by an act in addition thereto of May the 24th, 1828, do hereby declare and proclaim that the discriminating duties heretofore levied in ports of the United States upon merchandise imported in Portuguese vessels from countries other than those of which such merchandise is the growth, produce, or manufacture shall be, and are hereby suspended and discontinued, this suspension or discontinuance to take effect on and after the said 17th day of this month, and to continue so long as the reciprocal exemption of merchandise belonging to citizens of the United States from such discriminating duties shall be granted in the ports of Portugal, in testimony whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the United States to be affixed. Done at the city of Washington, this 25th day of February, A.D. 1871, and of the Independence of the United States of America the 95th. U.S. GRANT. By the President: Hamilton Fish, Secretary of State. Note: the 42d Congress, first session, met March the 4th, 1871, in accordance with the act of January the 22d, 1867. Special Messages. Washington, March the 17th, 1871. To the Senate of the United States. I transmit to the Senate, in compliance with its resolution of the 14th instant, a report from the Secretary of State, making known that official notice has been received at the Department of State of the ratification by the legislature of one and only one additional State, to wit, that of New Jersey, of the 15th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States since the 30th of March, 1870, the date of his certificate that three-fourths of the whole number of States in the United States had ratified that amendment, and that it had become valid to all intents and purposes as part of the Constitution of the United States. U.S. GRANT. Washington, D.C., March the 23rd, 1871. To the Senate and House of Representatives. A condition of affairs now exists in some of the States of the Union rendering life and property insecure, and the carrying of the mails and the collection of the revenue dangerous. The proof that such a condition of affairs exists in some localities is now before the Senate. That the power to correct these evils is beyond the control of the State authorities, I do not doubt. That the power of the Executive of the United States, acting within the limits of existing laws, is sufficient for present emergencies is not clear. Therefore, I urgently recommend such legislation as in the judgment of Congress shall effectually secure life, liberty, and property, and the enforcement of law in all parts of the United States. It may be expedient to provide that such law as shall be passed in pursuance of this recommendation shall expire at the end of the next session of Congress. There is no other subject upon which I would recommend legislation during the present session. U.S. GRANT. Washington, March the 28th, 1871. To the Senate of the United States. In answer to the resolution of the Senate of the 16th instant, I transmit a report from the Secretary of State and the papers which accompanied it. U.S. GRANT. Footnote 44. Reports, communications, etc., relative to the International Statistical Congress held at The Hague in 1869. Washington, March the 30th, 1871. To the Senate of the United States. I transmit, for consideration with a view to its ratification, a treaty of commerce and navigation between the United States and the Kingdom of Italy, signed at Florence on the 26th of last month. U.S. GRANT. EXECUTIVE MANSION, March the 31st, 1871. To the Senate of the United States. In answer to your resolution of the 17th instant, requesting, if not incompatible with the public service, the report recently made by a board of officers of the Engineer Department on the condition of the Mississippi River near Vicksburg, Mississippi, with such remarks, suggestions, or recommendations as may be made by the Chief Engineer of the Army," unquote, I herewith transmit a report dated 28th instant, with accompanying papers, received from the Secretary of War, U.S. Grant. EXECUTIVE MANSION, April the 5th, 1871. To the Senate and House of Representatives: I have the honor to submit herewith to the two Houses of Congress the report of the commissioners appointed in pursuance of joint resolution approved January the 12th, 1871. It will be observed that this report more than sustains all that I have heretofore said in regard to the productiveness and healthfulness of the Republic of San Domingo, of the unanimity of the people for annexation to the United States, and of their peaceable character. It is due to the public, as it certainly is to myself, that I should here give all the circumstances which first led to the negotiation of a treaty for the annexation of the Republic of San Domingo to the United States. When I accepted the arduous and responsible position which I now hold, I did not dream of instituting any steps for the acquisition of insular possessions. I believed, however, that our institutions were broad enough to extend over the entire continent as rapidly as other peoples might desire to bring themselves under our protection. I believed further that we should not permit any independent government within the limits of North America to pass from a condition of independence to one of ownership or protection under a European power. Soon after my inauguration as President, I was waited upon by an agent of President Baez with a proposition to annex the Republic of San Domingo to the United States. This gentleman represented the capacity of the island, the desire of the people, and their character and habits, about as they have been described by the commissioners whose report accompanies this message. He stated further that, being weak in numbers and poor in purse, they were not capable of developing their great resources, that the people had no incentive to industry on account of lack of protection for their accumulations, and that if not accepted by the United States, with institutions which they loved above those of any other nation, they would be compelled to seek protection elsewhere. To these statements I made no reply, and gave no indication of what I thought of the proposition. In the course of time I was waited upon by a second gentleman from San Domingo, who made the same representations, and who was received in like manner. In view of the facts which had been laid before me, and with an earnest desire to maintain the "Monroe Doctrine," I believed that I would be derelict in my duty if I did not take measures to ascertain the exact wish of the government and inhabitants of the Republic of San Domingo in regard to annexation, and communicate the information to the people of the United States. Under the attending circumstances, I felt that if I turned a deaf ear to this appeal, I might in the future be justly charged with a flagrant neglect of the public interests and an utter disregard of the welfare of a downtrodden race, praying for the blessings of a free and strong government and for protection in the enjoyment of the fruits of their own industry. Those opponents of annexation who have heretofore professed to be preeminently the friends of the rights of man, I believe would be my most violent assailants if I neglected so clear a duty. Accordingly, after having appointed a commissioner to visit the island, who declined on account of sickness, I selected a second gentleman in whose capacity, judgment, and integrity I had, and have yet, the most unbounded confidence. He visited San Domingo not to secure or hasten annexation, but unprejudiced and unbiased to learn all the facts about the government, the people, and the resources of that republic. He went certainly as well prepared to make an unfavorable report as a favorable one, if the facts warranted it. His report fully corroborated the views of previous commissioners, and upon its receipt I felt that a sense of duty and a due regard for our great national interests required me to negotiate a treaty for the acquisition of the Republic of San Domingo. As soon as it became publicly known that such a treaty had been negotiated, the attention of the country was occupied with allegations calculated to prejudice the merits of the case, and with aspersions upon those whose duty had been connected with it. Amid the public excitement thus created, the treaty failed to receive the requisite two-thirds vote of the Senate and was rejected. But whether the action of that body was based wholly upon the merits of the treaty, or might not have been in some degree influenced by such unfounded allegations, could not be known by the people, because the debates of the Senate in secret session are not published. Under these circumstances I deemed it due to the office which I hold, and due to the character of the agents who had been charged with the investigation, that such proceedings should be had as would enable the people to know the truth. A commission was therefore constituted, under authority of Congress, consisting of gentlemen selected with special reference to their high character and capacity for the laborious work entrusted to them, who were instructed to visit the spot and report upon the facts. Other eminent citizens were requested to accompany the commission in order that the people might have the benefit of their views. Students of science and correspondents of the press, without regard to political opinions, were invited to join the expedition, and their numbers were limited only by the capacity of the vessel. The mere rejection by the Senate of a treaty negotiated by the President only indicates a difference of opinion between two coordinate departments of the government, without touching the character or wounding the pride of either. But when such rejection takes place simultaneously with charges openly made of corruption on the part of the President or those employed by him, the case is different. Indeed, in such case the honor of the nation demands investigation. This has been accomplished by the report of the commissioners herewith transmitted, and which fully vindicates the purity of the motives and actions of those who represented the United States in the negotiation. And now my task is finished, and with it ends all personal solicitude upon the subject. My duty being done, yours begins, and I gladly hand over the whole matter to the judgment of the American people and of their representatives in Congress assembled. The facts will now be spread before the country, and a decision rendered by that tribunal whose convictions so seldom err, and against whose will I have no policy to enforce. My opinion remains unchanged. Indeed, it is confirmed by the report that the interests of our country and of San Domingo alike invite the annexation of that republic. In view of the difference of opinion upon this subject, I suggest that no action be taken at the present session beyond the printing and general dissemination of the report. Before the next session of Congress the people will have considered the subject and formed an intelligent opinion concerning it, to which opinion, deliberately made up, It will be the duty of every department of the Government to give heed, and no one will more cheerfully conform to it than myself. It is not only the theory of our Constitution that the will of the people constitutionally expressed is the supreme law, but I have ever believed that "all men are wiser than any one man," and if the people, upon a full presentation of the facts, shall decide that the annexation of the Republic is not desirable, every department of the Government ought to acquiesce in that decision. In again submitting to Congress a subject upon which public sentiment has been divided, and which has been made the occasion of acrimonious debates in Congress, as well as of unjust aspirations elsewhere, I may, I trust, be indulged in a single remark. No man could hope to perform duties so delicate and responsible as pertain to the Presidential office without sometimes incurring the hostility of those who deem their opinions and wishes treated with insufficient consideration; and he who undertakes to conduct the affairs of a great government as a faithful public servant, if sustained by the approval of his own conscience, may rely with confidence upon the candor and intelligence of a free people whose best interest he has striven to subserve, and can bear with patience the censure of disappointed men. U.S. GRANT. End of Section 14. Recording by Jim Clevenger, Little Rock, Arkansas. Section 15 of A Compilation of the Messages and Papers of the Presidents, Ulysses S. Grant, by James D. Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Washington, April the 5th, 1871. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit confidentially, for the information and consideration of the Senate, a copy of a dispatch of the 25th of February last, relative to the annexation of the Hawaiian Islands, addressed to the Department of State by Henry A. Pierce, Minister, resident of the United States at Honolulu. Although I do not deem it advisable to express any opinion or to make any recommendation in regard to the subject at this juncture, the views of the Senate, if it should be deemed proper to express them, would be very acceptable with reference to any future course which there might be a disposition to adopt. U.S. GRANT. Washington, April the 11th, 1871. To the House of Representatives: I transmit to the House of Representatives, in answer to their resolution of March the 31st, 1871, a report from the Secretary of State, with accompanying documents. U.S. GRANT. Footnote 45. Dispatches from the United States minister at Florence, relative to the occupation of Rome by the King of Italy. The following messages were sent to the special session of the Senate convened by proclamation of April the 20th, 1871. Washington, May the 10th, 1871. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit to the Senate, for consideration with a view to ratification, a treaty between the United States and Great Britain for the settlement of pending questions between the two countries, signed at Washington on the 8th instant by the commissioners of the United States and Great Britain, respectively. Copies of the powers and instructions to the commissioners on the part of the United States and the protocols of the conferences are also transmitted. U.S. GRANT. Washington, May the 15th, 1871. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit to the Senate, in answer to their resolution of the 10th instant, a report from the Secretary of State and the papers which accompanied it. U.S. GRANT. Footnote 46, relating to claims of the subjects of foreign nations growing out of the War of the Rebellion. Washington, May the 17th, 1871. To the Senate of the United States: in answer to a resolution of the Senate of the 15th instant, I transmit herewith a report from the Secretary of State. U.S. GRANT. Footnote 47, relating to claims under the treaty of Washington of May the 8th, 1871. Proclamations by the President of the United States of America. A proclamation. Whereas it is provided in the Constitution of the United States that the United States shall protect every State in this Union, on application of the legislature or of the executive (open parenthesis), when the legislature cannot be convened (close parenthesis), against domestic violence. And whereas it is provided in the laws of the United States that in all cases of insurrection in any State, or of obstruction to the laws thereof, it shall be lawful for the President of the United States, on application of the legislature of such State, or of the executive (open parenthesis), when the legislature cannot be convened (close parenthesis), to call forth the militia of any other State or States, or to employ such parts of the land and naval forces as shall be judged necessary for the purpose of suppressing such insurrection or of causing the laws to be duly executed. And whereas I have received information that combinations of armed men, unauthorized by law, are now disturbing the peace and safety of the citizens of the State of South Carolina, and committing acts of violence in said State of a character and to an extent which render the power of the State and its officers unequal to the task of protecting life and property and securing public order therein. And whereas the legislature of said State is not now in session and can not be convened in time to meet the present emergency, and the executive of said State has therefore made application to me for such part of the military force of the United States as may be necessary and adequate to protect said State and the citizens thereof against the domestic violence hereinbefore mentioned, and to enforce the due execution of the laws. And whereas the laws of the United States require that whenever it may be necessary in the judgment of the President to use the military force for the purpose aforesaid, he shall forthwith by proclamation command such insurgents to disperse and retire peaceably to their respective abodes within a limited time. Now, therefore, I, Ulysses S. Grant, President of the United States, do hereby command the persons composing the unlawful combinations aforesaid to disperse and retire peaceably to their respective abodes within 20 days from this date, in witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the United States to be affixed. Done at the city of Washington, this 24th day of March, A.D. 1871, and of the Independence of the United States the 95th. U.S. GRANT. By the President: Hamilton Fish, Secretary of State. By the President of the United States of America. A proclamation. Whereas objects of interest to the United States require that the Senate should be convened at 12 o'clock on Wednesday, the 10th day of May next, to receive and act upon such communications as may be made to it on the part of the Executive. Now, therefore, I, Ulysses S. Grant, President of the United States, have considered it to be my duty to issue this my proclamation, declaring that an extraordinary occasion requires the Senate of the United States to convene for the transaction of business at the Capitol in the city of Washington on Wednesday, the 10th day of May next, at 12 o'clock on that day, of which all who shall at that time be entitled to act as members of that body are hereby required to take notice. Given under my hand and the seal of the United States at Washington, the 20th day of April, A.D. 1871, and of the Independence of the United States of America, the 95th. U.S. Grant. By the President: Hamilton Fish, Secretary of State. By the President of the United States of America, a proclamation. The act of Congress entitled, "An act to enforce the provisions of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, and for other purposes," approved April the 20th, A.D. 1871, being a law of extraordinary public importance, I consider it my duty to issue this my proclamation, calling the attention of the people of the United States thereto, enjoining upon all good citizens, and especially upon all public officers, to be zealous in the enforcement thereof, and warning all persons to abstain from committing any of the acts thereby prohibited. This law of Congress applies to all parts of the United States, and will be enforced everywhere to the extent of the powers vested in the Executive; but inasmuch as the necessity therefor is well known to have been caused chiefly by persistent violations of the rights of citizens of the United States, by combinations of lawless and disaffected persons in certain localities lately the theater of insurrection and military conflict, I do particularly exhort the people of those parts of the country to suppress all such combinations by their own voluntary efforts through the agency of local laws, and to maintain the rights of all citizens of the United States, and to secure to all such citizens the equal protection of the laws. Fully sensible of the responsibility imposed upon the Executive by the act of Congress to which public attention is now called, and reluctant to call into exercise any of the extraordinary powers thereby conferred upon me, except in cases of imperative necessity, I do, nevertheless, deem it my duty to make known that I will not hesitate to exhaust the powers thus vested in the Executive whenever and wherever it shall become necessary to do so for the purpose of securing to all citizens of the United States the peaceful enjoyment of the rights guaranteed to them by the Constitution and laws. It is my earnest wish that peace and cheerful obedience to law may prevail throughout the land, and that all traces of our late unhappy civil strife may be speedily removed. These ends can be easily reached by acquiescence in the results of the conflict, now written in our Constitution, and by the due and proper enforcement of equal, just, and impartial laws in every part of our country. The failure of local communities to furnish such means for the attainment of results so earnestly desired imposes upon the national government the duty of putting forth all its energies for the protection of its citizens of every race and color, and for the restoration of peace and order throughout the entire country. in testimony whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the United States to be affixed. Done at the city of Washington, this 3d day of May, A.D. 1871, and of the Independence of the United States the 95th. U.S. GRANT. By the President: HAMILTON FISH, Secretary of State. By the President of the United States of America. A proclamation. Whereas unlawful combinations and conspiracies have long existed, and do still exist, in the State of South Carolina, for the purpose of depriving certain portions and classes of the people of that State of the rights, privileges, immunities, and protection named in the Constitution of the United States, and secured by the act of Congress approved April the 20th, 1871, entitled, "An act to enforce the provisions of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States," and whereas in certain parts of said State, to wit, in the counties of Spartanburg, York, Marion, Chester, Lawrence, Newberry, Fairfield, Lancaster, and Chesterfield, such combinations and conspiracies do so obstruct and hinder the execution of the laws of said State and of the United States as to deprive the people aforesaid of the rights, privileges, immunities, and protection aforesaid, and do oppose and obstruct the laws of the United States and their due execution, and impede and obstruct the due course of justice under the same. And whereas the constituted authorities of said State are unable to protect the people aforesaid in such rights within the said counties, and whereas the combinations and conspiracies aforesaid within the counties aforesaid are organized and armed, and are so numerous and powerful as to be able to defy the constituted authorities of said State and of the United States within the said State, and by reason of said causes the conviction of such offenders and the preservation of the public peace and safety have become impracticable in said counties. Now, therefore, I, Ulysses S. Grant, President of the United States of America, do hereby command all persons composing the unlawful combinations and conspiracies aforesaid to disperse and to retire peaceably to their homes within 5 days of the date hereof, and to deliver either to the Marshal of the United States for the District of South Carolina, or to any of his deputies, or to any military officer of the United States within said counties, all arms, ammunition, uniforms, disguises, and other means and implements used, kept, possessed, or controlled by them for carrying out the unlawful purposes for which the combinations and conspiracies are organized. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the United States to be affixed. Done at the city of Washington, this 12th day of October, 1871, and of the Independence of the United States of America the 96th. U.S. GRANT. By the President: HAMILTON FISH, Secretary of State. By the President of the United States of America. A proclamation. Whereas, by an act of Congress entitled, "An act to enforce the provisions of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States and for other purposes," approved the 20th day of April, A.D. 1871, power is given to the President of the United States, when in his judgment the public safety shall require it, to suspend the privileges of the writ of habeas corpus in any State or part of a State whenever combinations and conspiracies exist in such State, or part of a State, for the purpose of depriving any portion or class of the people of such State of the rights, privileges, immunities, and protection named in the Constitution of the United States and secured by the act of Congress aforesaid, and whenever such combinations and conspiracies do so obstruct and hinder the execution of the laws of any such State and of the United States, as to deprive the people aforesaid of the rights, privileges, immunities, and protection aforesaid, and do oppose and obstruct the laws of the United States and their due execution, and impede and obstruct the due course of justice under the same, and whenever such combinations shall be organized and armed, and so numerous and powerful as to be able by violence either to overthrow or to set at defiance the constituted authorities of said State and of the United States within such State, and whenever by reason of said causes the conviction of such offenders and the preservation of the public peace shall become in such State or part of a State impracticable, and whereas such unlawful combinations and conspiracies for the purposes aforesaid are declared by the act of Congress aforesaid to be rebellion against the Government of the United States, and whereas by said act of Congress it is provided that before the President shall suspend the privileges of the writ of habeas corpus, he shall first have made proclamation commanding such insurgents to disperse, and whereas on the 12th day of the present month of October the President of the United States did issue his proclamation, reciting therein, among other things, that such combinations and conspiracies did then exist in the counties of Spartanburg, York, Marion, Chester, Laurens, Newberry, Fairfield, Lancaster, and Chesterfield, in the State of South Carolina, and commanding thereby all persons composing such unlawful combinations and conspiracies to disperse and retire peaceably to their homes within 5 days from the date thereof, and to deliver either to the Marshal of the United States for the District of South Carolina, or to any of his deputies, or to any military officer of the United States within said counties, all arms, ammunition, uniforms, disguises, and other means and implements used, kept, possessed, or controlled by them for carrying out the unlawful purposes for which the said combinations and conspiracies are organized, and whereas the insurgents engaged in such unlawful combinations and conspiracies within the counties aforesaid have not dispersed and retired peaceably to their respective homes, and have not delivered to the Marshal of the United States, or to any of his deputies, or to any military officer of the United States within said counties, all arms, ammunition, uniforms, disguises, and other means and implements used, kept, possessed, or controlled by them for carrying out the unlawful purposes for which the combinations and conspiracies are organized, as commanded by said proclamation, but do still persist in the unlawful combinations and conspiracies aforesaid. Now, therefore, I, Ulysses S. Grant, President of the United States of America, by virtue of the authority vested in me by the Constitution of the United States and the act of Congress aforesaid, do hereby declare that in my judgment the public safety especially requires that the privileges of the writ of habeas corpus be suspended to the end that such rebellion may be overthrown, and do hereby suspend the privileges of the writ of habeas corpus within the counties of Spartanburg, York, Marion, Chester, Laurens, Newberry, Fairfield, Lancaster, and Chesterfield, in said State of South Carolina, in respect to all persons arrested by the Marshal of the United States for the said District of South Carolina, or by any of his deputies, or by any military officer of the United States, or by any soldier or citizen acting under the orders of said marshal, deputy, or such military officer within any one of said counties, charged with any violation of the act of Congress aforesaid during the continuance of such rebellion. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the United States to be affixed. Done at the city of Washington this 17th day of October, A.D. 1871, and of the independence of the United States of America the 96th. U.S. GRANT. By the President: J.C. Bancroft Davis, Acting Secretary of State. By the President of the United States of America. A proclamation. The process of the seasons has again enabled the husbandman to garner the fruits of successful toil. Industry has been generally well rewarded. We are at peace with all nations, and tranquillity, with few exceptions, prevails at home. Within the past year we have, in the main, been free from ills which elsewhere have afflicted our kind. If some of us have had calamities, these should be an occasion for sympathy with the sufferers, of resignation on their part to the will of the Most High, and of rejoicing to the many who have been more favored. I therefore recommend that on Thursday, the 30th day of November next, the people meet in their respective places of worship, and there make the usual annual acknowledgments to Almighty God for the blessings He has conferred upon them, for their merciful exemption from evils, and invoke His protection and kindness for their less fortunate brethren, whom in His wisdom He has deemed it best to chastise. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the United States to be affixed. Done at the city of Washington this 28th day of October, A.D. 1871, and of the independence of the United States the 96th. U.S. GRANT. By the President: Hamilton Fish, Secretary of State. By the President of the United States of America. A proclamation. Whereas in my proclamation of the 12th day of October in the year 1871, it was recited that certain unlawful combinations and conspiracies existed in certain counties in the State of South Carolina for the purpose of depriving certain portions and classes of the people of that State of the rights, privileges, and immunities and protection named in the Constitution of the United States and secured by the act of Congress approved April 20th, 1871, entitled, "An act to enforce the provisions of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States," and the persons composing such combinations and conspiracies were commanded to disperse and to retire peaceably to their homes within 5 days from the said date. And whereas by my proclamation of the 17th day of October in the year 1871 the privileges of the writ of habeas corpus were suspended in the counties named in said proclamation, and whereas the county of MaryAnn was named in said proclamations, as one of the counties in which said unlawful combinations and conspiracies for the purpose aforesaid existed, and in which the privileges of the writ of habeas corpus were suspended, and whereas it has been ascertained that in said county of MaryAnn said combinations and conspiracies do not exist to the extent recited in said proclamations, and whereas it has been ascertained that unlawful combinations and conspiracies of the character and to the extent and for the purposes described in said proclamations do exist in the county of Union in said State. Now, therefore, I, Ulysses S. Grant, President of the United States of America, do hereby revoke, as to the said county of MaryAnn, the suspension of the privileges of the writ of habeas corpus directed in my said proclamation of the 17th day of October, 1871. And I do hereby command all persons in the said county of Union composing the unlawful combinations and conspiracies aforesaid to disperse and to retire peaceably to their homes within 5 days of the date hereof, and to deliver either to the Marshal of the United States for the District of South Carolina, or to any of his deputies, or to any military officer of the United States within said county, all arms, ammunition, uniforms, disguises, and other means and implements used, kept, possessed, or controlled by them for carrying out the unlawful purposes for which the combinations and conspiracies are organized. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the United States to be affixed. Done at the city of Washington, this 3d day of November, A.D. 1871, and of the Independence of the United States of America, the 96th. U.S. GRANT. By the President: HAMILTON FISH, Secretary of State. By the President of the United States of America. A proclamation. Whereas, by an act of Congress entitled, "An act to enforce the provisions of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, and for other purposes," approved the 20th day of April, A.D. 1871, power is given to the President of the United States, when in his judgment the public safety shall require it, to suspend the privileges of the writ of habeas corpus in any State or part of a State whenever combinations and conspiracies exist in such State or part of a State, for the purpose of depriving any portion or class of the people of such State of the rights, privileges, immunities, and protection named in the Constitution of the United States and secured by the act of Congress aforesaid, and whenever such combinations and conspiracies do so obstruct and hinder the execution of the laws of any such State and of the United States as to deprive the people aforesaid of the rights, privileges, immunities, and protection aforesaid, and do oppose and obstruct the laws of the United States and their due execution, and impede and obstruct the due course of justice under the same, and whenever such combinations shall be organized and armed, and so numerous and powerful as to be able by violence either to overthrow or to set at defiance the constituted authorities of said State and of the United States within such State, and whenever by reason of said causes the conviction of such offenders and the preservation of the public peace shall become in such State or part of a State impracticable, and whereas such unlawful combinations and conspiracies for the purposes aforesaid are declared by the act of Congress aforesaid to be rebellion against the Government of the United States, and whereas by said act of Congress it is provided that before the President shall suspend the privileges of the writ of habeas corpus, he shall first have made proclamation commanding such insurgents to disperse, and whereas on the 3d day of the present month of November the President of the United States did issue his proclamation, reciting therein, among other things, that such combinations and conspiracies did then exist in the county of Union in the State of South Carolina, and commanding thereby all persons composing such unlawful combinations and conspiracies to disperse and retire peaceably to their homes within 5 days from the date thereof, and to deliver either to the Marshal of the United States for the District of South Carolina, or to any of his deputies, or to any military officer of the United States within said county, all arms, ammunition, uniforms, disguises, and other means and implements used, kept, possessed, or controlled by them for carrying out the unlawful purposes for which the said combinations and conspiracies are organized, and whereas the insurgents engaged in such unlawful combinations and conspiracies within the county aforesaid have not dispersed and retired peaceably to their respective homes, and have not delivered to the Marshal of the United States, or to any of his deputies, or to any military officer of the United States within said counties, all arms, ammunition, uniforms, disguises, and other means and implements used, kept, possessed, or controlled by them for carrying out the unlawful purposes for which the combinations and conspiracies are organized, as commanded by said proclamation, but do still persist in the unlawful combinations and conspiracies aforesaid. Now, therefore, I, Ulysses S. Grant, President of the United States of America, by virtue of the authority vested in me by the Constitution of the United States and the act of Congress aforesaid, do hereby declare that in my judgment the public safety especially requires that the privileges of the writ of habeas corpus be suspended to the end that such rebellion may be overthrown, and do hereby suspend the privileges of the writ of habeas corpus within the county of Union in said State of South Carolina, in respect to all persons arrested by the Marshal of the United States for the said District of South Carolina, or by any of his deputies, or by any military officer of the United States, or by any soldier or citizen acting under the orders of said marshal, deputy, or such military officer within said county, charged with any violation of the act of Congress aforesaid during the continuance of such rebellion, in witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the United States to be affixed. Done at the city of Washington, this 10th day of November, A.D. 1871, and of the Independence of the United States of America the 96th. U.S. GRANT. By the President: Hamilton Fish, Secretary of State. EXECUTIVE ORDER. By the President of the United States. EXECUTIVE ORDER. WASHINGTON, March the 31st, 1871. The act of June the 15th, 1852, section 1, open parenthesis, 10 U.S. Statutes at Large, page 10, close parenthesis, provides that whenever any officer of either of the Territories of the United States shall be absent therefrom and from the duties of his office, no salary shall be paid him during the year in which such absence shall occur, Unless good cause, therefore, shall be shown to the President of the United States, who shall officially certify his opinion of such cause to the proper accounting officer of the Treasury to be filed in his office, it has been the practice under the law for the Territorial officers who have desired to be absent from their respective Territories to apply for leaves to the head of the proper department at Washington, and when such leave has been given, the required certificate of the President has been granted as a matter of course. The unusual number of applications for leave of absence which have been lately made by Territorial officers has induced the President to announce that he expects the gentlemen who hold these offices to stay in their respective Territories and to attend strictly to their official duties. They have been appointed for service in the Territory and for the benefit and convenience of the Territorial population. He expects them, by their personal presence, to identify themselves with the people and acquire local information, without which their duties can not be well performed. Frequent or long absences makes them in some degree strangers, and therefore less acceptable to the people. Their absence, no matter with what substitution, must often put the people to inconvenience. Executive officers may be required for emergencies which could not be foreseen. Judges should be at hand not only when the courts are in session, but for matters of bail, habeas corpus, orders in equity, examination of persons charged with crime, and other similar business which often arises in vacation. These and similar considerations no doubt induced Congress to pass the law above quoted. It is therefore directed that in future the heads of departments shall grant leaves of absence to Territorial officers only for reasons of the most urgent character, and then only for the shortest possible time. By order of the President: HAMILTON FISH, Secretary of State. End of Section 15. Recording by Jim Clevenger, Little Rock, Arkansas. Section 16 of A Compilation of the Messages and Papers of the Presidents. Ulysses S. Grant, by James D. Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Third Annual Message, Executive Mansion, December the 4th, 1871, to the Senate and House of Representatives. In addressing my third annual message to the lawmaking branch of the government, it is gratifying to be able to state that, during the past year, success has generally attended the effort to execute all laws found upon the statute books. The policy has been not to inquire into the wisdom of laws already enacted, but to learn their spirit and intent, and to enforce them accordingly. The past year has, under a wise providence, been one of general prosperity to the nation. It has, however, been attended with more than usual chastisements in the loss of life and property by storm and fire. These disasters have served to call forth the best elements of human nature in our country, and to develop a friendship for us on the part of foreign nations which goes far toward alleviating the distresses occasioned by these calamities. The benevolent who have so generously shared their means with the victims of these misfortunes will reap their reward in the consciousness of having performed a noble act, and in receiving the grateful thanks of men, women, and children whose sufferings they have relieved. The relations of the United States with foreign powers continue to be friendly. The year has been an eventful one in witnessing two great nations, speaking one language and having one lineage, settling by peaceful arbitration disputes of long standing and liable at any time to bring those nations into bloody and costly conflict. An example has thus been set which, if successful in its final issue, may be followed by other civilized nations, and finally be the means of returning to productive industry millions of men now maintained to settle the disputes of nations by the bayonet and the broadside. I transmit herewith a copy of the treaty alluded to, which has been concluded since the adjournment of Congress with Her Britannic Majesty, and a copy of the protocols of the conferences of the commissioners by whom it was negotiated. This treaty provides methods for adjusting the questions pending between the two nations. Various questions are to be adjusted by arbitration. I recommend Congress at an early day to make the necessary provision for the tribunal at Geneva and for the several commissioners on the part of the United States called for by the treaty. His Majesty the King of Italy, the President of the Swiss Confederation, and His Majesty the Emperor of Brazil have each consented, on the joint request of the two powers, to name an arbiter for the tribunal at Geneva. I have caused my thanks to be suitably expressed for the readiness with which the joint request has been complied with by the appointment of gentlemen of eminence and learning to these important positions. His Majesty the Emperor of Germany has been pleased to comply with the joint request of the two governments, and has consented to act as the arbiter of the disputed water boundary between the United States and Great Britain. The contracting parties in the treaty have undertaken to regard as between themselves certain principles of public law, for which the United States have contended from the commencement of their history. They have also agreed to bring those principles to the knowledge of the other maritime powers, and to invite them to accede to them. Negotiations are going on as to the form of the note by which the invitation is to be extended to the other powers. I recommend the legislation necessary on the part of the United States to bring into operation the articles of the treaty relating to the fisheries and to the other matters touching the relations of the United States toward the British North American possessions, to become operative so soon as the proper legislation shall be had on the part of Great Britain and its possessions. It is much to be desired that this legislation may become operative before the fishermen of the United States begin to make their arrangements for the coming season. I have addressed a communication, of which a copy is transmitted herewith, to the governors of New York, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, Michigan, Illinois, and Wisconsin, urging upon the governments of those States, respectively, the necessary action on their part to carry into effect the object of the article of the treaty which contemplates the use of the canals on either side, connected with the navigation of the lakes and rivers forming the boundary, on terms of equality, by the inhabitants of both countries. It is hoped that the importance of the object and the benefits to flow therefrom will secure the speedy approval and legislative sanction of the States concerned. I renew the recommendation for an appropriation for determining the true position of the 49th parallel of latitude, where it forms the boundary between the United States and the British North American possessions, between the Lake of the Woods and the summit of the Rocky Mountains. The early action of Congress on this recommendation would put it in the power of the War Department to place a force in the field during the next summer. The resumption of diplomatic relations between France and Germany has enabled me to give directions for the withdrawal of the protection extended to Germans in France by the diplomatic and consular representatives of the United States in that country. It is just to add that the delicate duty of this protection has been performed by the minister and the consul general at Paris, and the various consuls in France under the supervision of the latter, with great kindness as well as with prudence and tact. Their course has received the commendation of the German government and has wounded no susceptibility of the French. The government of the Emperor of Germany continues to manifest a friendly feeling toward the United States and a desire to harmonize with the moderate and just policy which this government maintains in its relations with Asiatic powers, as well as with the South American republics. I have given assurances that the friendly feelings of that government are fully shared by the United States. The ratifications of the consular and naturalization conventions with the Austro-Hungarian Empire have been exchanged. I have been officially informed of the annexation of the States of the Church to the Kingdom of Italy and the removal of the capital of that kingdom to Rome, in conformity with the established policy of the United States. I have recognized this change. The ratifications of the new treaty of commerce between the United States and Italy have been exchanged. The two powers have agreed in this treaty that private property at sea shall be exempt from capture in case of war between the two powers. The United States have spared no opportunity of incorporating this rule into the obligation of nations. The 41st Congress, at its third session, made an appropriation for the organization of a mixed commission for adjudicating upon the claims of the citizens of the United States against Spain growing out of the insurrection in Cuba. That commission has since been organized. I transmit herewith the correspondence relating to its formation and its jurisdiction. It is to be hoped that this commission will afford the claimants a complete remedy for their injuries. It has been made the agreeable duty of the United States to preside over a conference at Washington between the plenipotentiaries of Spain and the allied South American republics, which has resulted in an armistice, with the reasonable assurance of a permanent peace. The intimate, friendly relations which have so long existed between the United States and Russia continue undisturbed. The visit of the third son of the Emperor is a proof that there is no desire on the part of his government to diminish the cordiality of those relations. The hospitable reception which has been given to the Grand Duke is a proof that, on our side, we share the wishes of that government. The inexcusable course of the Russian minister at Washington rendered it necessary to ask his recall and to decline to longer receive that functionary as a diplomatic representative. It was impossible, with self-respect, or with a just regard to the dignity of the country, to permit Mr. Kathryn to continue to hold intercourse with this Government after his personal abuse of Government officials and during his persistent interferences, through various means, with the relations between the United States and other powers. In accordance with my wishes, this Government has been relieved of further intercourse with Mr. Kathryn, and the management of the affairs of the Imperial Legation has passed into the hands of a gentleman entirely unobjectionable. With Japan we continue to maintain intimate relations. The Cabinet of the Mikado has, since the close of the last session of Congress, selected citizens of the United States to serve in offices of importance in several departments of government. I have reason to think that this selection is due to an appreciation of the disinterestedness of the policy which the United States have pursued toward Japan. It is our desire to continue to maintain this disinterested and just policy with China as well as Japan. The correspondence transmitted herewith shows that there is no disposition on the part of this Government to swerve from its established course. Prompted by a desire to put an end to the barbarous treatment of our shipwrecked sailors on the Korean coast, I instructed our minister at Peking to endeavor to conclude a convention with Korea for securing the safety and humane treatment of such mariners. Admiral Rogers was instructed to accompany him with a sufficient force to protect him in case of need. A small surveying party sent out on reaching the coast was treacherously attacked at a disadvantage. Ample opportunity was given for explanation and apology for the insult. Neither came. A force was then landed. After an arduous march over a rugged and difficult country, the forts from which the outrages had been committed were reduced by a gallant assault and were destroyed. Having thus punished the criminals, and having vindicated the honor of the flag, the expedition returned, finding it impracticable under the circumstances to conclude the desired convention. I respectfully refer to the correspondence relating thereto, herewith submitted, and leave the subject for such action as Congress may see fit to take. The Republic of Mexico has not yet repealed the very objectionable laws establishing what is known as the "free zone" on the frontier of the United States. It is hoped that this may yet be done, and also that more stringent measures may be taken by that republic for restraining lawless persons on its frontiers. I hope that Mexico, by its own action, will soon relieve this Government of the difficulties experienced from these causes. Our relations with the various republics of Central and South America continue, with one exception, to be cordial and friendly. I recommend some action by Congress regarding the overdue installments under the award of the Venezuelan Claims Commission of 1866. The internal dissensions of this Government present no justification for the absence of effort to meet their solemn treaty obligations. The ratification of an extradition treaty with Nicaragua has been exchanged. It is a subject of congratulations that the great empire of Brazil has taken the initiatory step toward the abolition of slavery. Our relations with that empire, always cordial, will naturally be made more so by this act. It is not too much to hope that the Government of Brazil may hereafter find it for its interest, as well as intrinsically right, to advance toward entire emancipation more rapidly than the present act contemplates. The true prosperity and greatness of a nation is to be found in the elevation and education of its laborers. It is a subject for regret that the reforms in this direction, which were voluntarily promised by the statesmen of Spain, have not been carried out in its West India colonies. The laws and regulations for the apparent abolition of slavery in Cuba and Puerto Rico leave most of the laborers in bondage, with no hope of release until their lives become a burden to their employers. I desire to direct your attention to the fact that citizens of the United States, or persons claiming to be citizens of the United States, are large holders in foreign lands of this species of property, forbidden by the fundamental law of their alleged country. I recommend to Congress to provide, by stringent legislation, a suitable remedy against the holding, owning, or dealing in slaves, or being interested in slave property in foreign lands, either as owners, hirers, or mortgagers, by citizens of the United States. It is to be regretted that the disturbed condition of the island of Cuba continues to be a source of annoyance and of anxiety. The existence of a protracted struggle in such close proximity to our own territory, without apparent prospect of an early termination, cannot be other than an object of concern to a people who, while abstaining from interference in the affairs of other powers, naturally desire to see every country in the undisturbed enjoyment of peace, liberty, and the blessings of free institutions. Our naval commanders in Cuban waters have been instructed, in case it should become necessary, to spare no effort to protect the lives and property of bona fide American citizens and to maintain the dignity of the flag. It is hoped that all pending questions with Spain growing out of the affairs in Cuba may be adjusted in the spirit of peace and conciliation which has hitherto guided the two powers in their treatment of such questions. To give importance to and to add to the efficiency of our diplomatic relations with Japan and China, and to further aid in retaining the good opinion of those peoples, and to secure to the United States its share of the commerce destined to flow between those nations and the balance of the commercial world, I earnestly recommend that an appropriation be made to support at least 4 American youths in each of those countries to serve as a part of the official family of our ministers there. Our representatives would not even then be placed upon an equality with the representatives of Great Britain and of some other powers. As now situated, our representatives in Japan and China have to depend for interpreters and translators upon natives of those countries who know our language imperfectly, or procure for the occasion the services of employees in foreign business houses, or the interpreters to other foreign ministers. I would also recommend liberal measures for the purpose of supporting the American lines of steamers now plying between San Francisco and Japan and China, and the Australian line, almost our only remaining lines of ocean steamers, and of increasing their services. The national debt has been reduced to the extent of $86,057,126.80 during the year, and by the negotiation of national bonds at a lower rate of interest, the interest on the public debt has been so far diminished that now the sum to be raised for the interest account is nearly $17 million less than on the 1st of March, 1869. It was highly desirable that this rapid diminution should take place, both to strengthen the credit of the country and to convince its citizens of their entire ability to meet every dollar of liability without bankrupting them. But in view of the accomplishment of these desirable ends, of the rapid development of the resources of the country, its increasing ability to meet large demands, and the amount already paid, it is not desirable that the present resources of the country should continue to be taxed in order to continue this rapid payment. I therefore recommend a modification of both the tariff and internal tax law. I recommend that all taxes from internal sources be abolished, except those collected from spirituous, vinous, and malt liquors, tobacco in its various forms, and from stamps. In readjusting the tariff, I suggest that a careful estimate be made of the amount of surplus revenue collected under the present laws, after providing for the current expenses of the government, the interest account, and a sinking fund, and that this surplus be reduced in such a manner as to afford the greatest relief to the greatest number. There are many articles not produced at home, but which enter largely into general consumption through articles which are manufactured at home, such as medicines compounded, etc., etc., from which very little revenue is derived, but which enter into general use. All such articles I recommend to be placed on the "free list." Should a further reduction prove advisable, I would then recommend that it be made upon those articles which can best bear it without disturbing home production or reducing the wages of American labor. I have not entered into figures, because to do so would be to repeat what will be laid before you in the report of the Secretary of the Treasury. The present laws for collecting revenue pay collectors of customs small salaries, but provide for moieties (shares in all seizures), which at principal ports of entry particularly raise the compensation of those officials to a large sum. It has always seemed to me as if this system must at times work perniciously. It holds out an inducement to dishonest men, should such get possession of those offices, to be lax in their scrutiny of goods entered, to enable them finally to make large seizures. Your attention is respectfully invited to this subject. Continued fluctuations in the value of gold, as compared with the national currency, has a most damaging effect upon the increase and development of the country in keeping up prices of all articles necessary in everyday life. It fosters a spirit of gambling, prejudicial alike to national morals and the national finances. If the question can be met as to how to get a fixed value to our currency, that value constantly and uniformly approaching par with specie, a very desirable object will be gained. For the operations of the Army in the past year, the expense of maintaining it, the estimate for the ensuing year, and for continuing seacoast and other improvements conducted under the supervision of the War Department, I refer you to the accompanying report of the Secretary of War. I call your attention to the provisions of the act of Congress approved March 3, 1869, which discontinues promotions in the staff corps of the Army until provided for by law. I recommend that the number of officers in each grade in the staff corps be fixed, and that whenever the number in any one grade falls below the number so fixed, that the vacancy may be filled by promotion from the grade below. I also recommend that when the office of Chief of a Corps becomes vacant, the place may be filled by selection from the corps in which the vacancy exists. The report of the Secretary of the Navy shows an improvement in the number and efficiency of the naval force without material increase in the expense of supporting it. This is due to the policy which has been adopted and is being extended as fast as our material will admit, of using smaller vessels as cruisers on the several stations. By this means we have been enabled to occupy at once a larger extent of cruising grounds, to visit more frequently the ports where the presence of our flag is desirable, and generally to discharge more efficiently the appropriate duties of the Navy in time of peace without exceeding the number of men or the expenditure authorized by law. During the past year the Navy has, in addition to its regular service, supplied the men and officers for the vessels of the Coast Survey, and has completed the surveys authorized by Congress of the isthmuses of Darien and Tehuantepec, and, under like authority, has sent out an expedition completely furnished and equipped to explore the unknown ocean of the North. The suggestions of the report as to the necessity for increasing and improving the materiel of the Navy, and the plan recommended for reducing the personnel of the service to a peace standard by the gradual abolition of certain grades of officers, the reduction of others, and the employment of some in the service of the commercial marine, are well considered and deserve the thoughtful attention of Congress. I also recommend that all promotions in the Navy above the rank of captain be by selection instead of by seniority. This course will secure in the higher grades greater efficiency and hold out an incentive to young officers to improve themselves in the knowledge of their profession. The present cost of maintaining the Navy, its cost compared with that of the preceding year, and the estimates for the ensuing year are contained in the accompanying report of the Secretary of the Navy. The enlarged receipts of the Post Office Department, as shown by the accompanying report of the Postmaster General, exhibit a gratifying increase in that branch of the public service. It is the index of the growth of education and of the prosperity of the people, two elements highly conducive to the vigor and stability of republics. With a vast territory like ours, much of it sparsely populated, but all requiring the services of the mail, it is not at present to be expected that this department can be made self-sustaining. But a gradual approach to this end from year to year is confidently relied on, and the day is not far distant when the Post Office Department of the Government will prove a much greater blessing to the whole people than it is now. The suggestions of the Postmaster General for improvements in the department presided over by him are earnestly recommended to your special attention. Especially do I recommend favorable consideration of the plan for uniting the telegraphic system of the United States with the postal system, It is believed that by such a course the cost of telegraphing could be much reduced, and the service as well, if not better, rendered. It would secure the further advantage of extending the telegraph through portions of the country where private enterprise will not construct it. Commerce, trade, and above all, the efforts to bring a people widely separated into a community of interest are always benefited by a rapid intercommunication. Education, the groundwork of republican institutions, is encouraged by increasing the facilities to gather speedy news from all parts of the country. The desire to reap the benefit of such improvements will stimulate education. I refer you to the report of the Postmaster General for full details of the operations of last year and for comparative statements of results with former years. There has been imposed upon the executive branch of the Government the execution of the act of Congress approved April 20, 1871, and commonly known as the Ku Klux Law, in a portion of the State of South Carolina. The necessity of the course pursued will be demonstrated by the report of the Committee to investigate Southern outrages. Under the provisions of the above act, I issued a proclamation calling the attention of the people of the United States to the same and declaring my reluctance to exercise any of the extraordinary powers thereby conferred upon me, except in case of imperative necessity, but making known my purpose to exercise such powers whenever it should become necessary to do so for the purpose of securing to all citizens of the United States the peaceful enjoyment of the rights guaranteed to them by the Constitution and the laws. After the passage of this law, information was received from time to time that combinations of the character referred to in this law existed, and were powerful in many parts of the Southern States, particularly in certain counties in the State of South Carolina. Careful investigation was made, and it was ascertained that in 9 counties of that State such combinations were active and powerful, embracing a sufficient portion of the citizens to control the local authority, and having among other things the object of depriving the emancipated class of the substantial benefits of freedom and of preventing the free political action of those citizens who did not sympathize with their own views. Among their operations were frequent scourgings and occasional assassinations, generally perpetrated at night by disguised persons, the victims in almost all cases being citizens of different political sentiments from their own, or freed persons who had shown a disposition to claim equal rights with other citizens. Thousands of inoffensive and well-disposed citizens were the sufferers by this lawless violence. Thereupon, on the 12th of October, 1871, a proclamation was issued, in terms of the law, calling upon the members of those combinations to disperse within 5 days and to deliver to the marshal or military officers of the United States all arms, ammunition, uniforms, disguises, and other means and implements used by them for carrying out their unlawful purposes. This warning not having been heeded, on the 17th of October another proclamation was issued, suspending the privileges of the writ of habeas corpus in 9 counties in that State. Direction was given that within the counties so designated persons supposed, upon credible information, to be members of such unlawful combinations should be arrested by the military forces of the United States and delivered to the marshal to be dealt with according to law. In 2 of said counties, York and Spartanburg, many arrests have been made. At the last account, The number of persons thus arrested was 168. Several hundred, whose criminality was ascertained to be of an inferior degree, were released for the present. These have generally made confessions of their guilt. Great caution has been exercised in making these arrests, and, notwithstanding the large number, it is believed that no innocent person is now in custody. The prisoners will be held for regular trial in the judicial tribunals of the United States. As soon as it appeared that the authorities of the United States were about to take vigorous measures to enforce the law, many persons absconded, and there is good ground for supposing that all of such persons have violated the law. A full report of what has been done under this law will be submitted to Congress by the Attorney General. In Utah, there still remains a remnant of barbarism, repugnant to civilization, to decency, and to the laws of the United States. Territorial officers, however, have been found who are willing to perform their duty in a spirit of equity and with a due sense of the necessity of sustaining the majesty of the law. Neither polygamy nor any other violation of existing statutes will be permitted within the territory of the United States. It is not with the religion of the self-styled saints that we are now dealing, but with their practices. They will be protected in the worship of God according to the dictates of their consciences, but they will not be permitted to violate the laws under the cloak of religion. It may be advisable for Congress to consider what, in the execution of the laws against polygamy, is to be the status of plural wives and their offspring. The propriety of Congress passing an enabling act authorizing the territorial legislature of Utah to legitimize all children born prior to a time fixed in the act might be justified by its humanity to these innocent children. This is a suggestion only, and not a recommendation. The policy pursued toward the Indians has resulted favorably, so far as can be judged from the limited time during which it has been in operation. Through the exertions of the various societies of Christians to whom has been entrusted the execution of the policy, and the Board of Commissioners authorized by the law of April 10, 1869, many tribes of Indians have been induced to settle upon reservations, to cultivate the soil, to perform productive labor of various kinds, and to partially accept civilization. They are being cared for in such a way, it is hoped, as to induce those still pursuing their old habits of life to embrace the only opportunity which is left them to avoid extermination. I recommend liberal appropriations to carry out the Indian peace policy, not only because it is humane, Christian-like, and economical, but because it is right. I recommend to your favorable consideration also the policy of granting a territorial government to the Indians in the Indian Territory west of Arkansas and Missouri and south of Kansas. In doing so, every right guaranteed to the Indian by treaty should be secured. Such a course might in time be the means of collecting most of the Indians now between the Missouri and the Pacific and south of the British possessions into one territory or one state. The Secretary of the Interior has treated upon this subject at length, and I commend to you his suggestions. I renew my recommendation that the public lands be regarded as a heritage to our children, to be disposed of only as required for occupation and to actual settlers. Those already granted have been in great part disposed of in such a way as to secure access to the balance by the hardy settler who may wish to avail himself of them, but caution should be exercised even in attaining so desirable an object. Educational interest may well be served by the grant of the proceeds of the sale of public lands to settlers. I do not wish to be understood as recommending in the least degree a curtailment of what is being done by the General Government for the encouragement of education. The report of the Secretary of the Interior submitted with this will give you all the information collected and prepared for publication in regard to the census taken during the year 1870. The operations of the Bureau of Education for the year, the Patent Office, the Pension Office, the Land Office, and the Indian Bureau. The report of the Commissioner of Agriculture gives the operations of his department for the year. As agriculture is the groundwork of our prosperity, too much importance cannot be attached to the labors of this department. It is in the hands of an able head, with able assistants, all zealously devoted to introducing into the agricultural production of the nation all useful products adapted to any of the various climates and soils of our vast territory, and to giving all useful information as to the method of cultivation, the plants, cereals, and other products adapted to particular localities. Quietly but surely, the Agricultural Bureau is working a great national good, and if liberally supported, the more widely its influence will be extended, and the less dependent we shall be upon the products of foreign countries. The subject of compensation to the heads of bureaus and officials holding positions of responsibility and requiring ability and character to fill properly is one to which your attention is invited. But few of the officials receive a compensation equal to the respectable support of a family, while their duties are such as to involve millions of interest. In private life, services demand compensation equal to the services rendered. A wise economy would dictate the same rule in the government service. I have not given the estimates for the support of government for the ensuing year, nor the comparative statement between the expenditures for the year just past and the one just preceding, because all these figures are contained in the accompanying reports or in those presented directly to Congress. These estimates have my approval. More than 6 years have elapsed since the last hostile gun was fired between the armies then arrayed against each other, one for the perpetuation, the other for the destruction of the Union. It may well be considered whether it is not now time that the disabilities imposed by the 14th Amendment should be removed. That amendment does not exclude the ballot, but only imposes the disability to hold offices upon certain classes. When the purity of the ballot is secure, majorities are sure to elect officers reflecting the views of the majority. I do not see the advantage or propriety of excluding men from office merely because they were before the rebellion of standing and character sufficient to be elected to positions requiring them to take oaths to support the Constitution, and admitting to eligibility those entertaining precisely the same views, but of less standing in their communities. It may be said that the former violated an oath, while the latter did not. The latter did not have it in their power to do so. If they had taken this oath, it cannot be doubted that they would have broken it, as did the former class. If there are any great criminals distinguished above all others for the part they took in opposition to the government, they might, in the judgment of Congress, be excluded from such an amnesty. The subject is submitted for your careful consideration. The condition of the Southern States is, unhappily, not such as all true patriotic citizens would like to see. Social ostracism, for opinion's sake, personal violence or threats towards persons entertaining political views opposed to those entertained by the majority of the old citizens, prevents immigration and the flow of much-needed capital into the States lately in rebellion. It will be a happy condition of the country when the old citizens of these States will take an interest in public affairs, promulgate ideas honestly entertained, vote for men representing their views, and tolerate the same freedom of expression and ballot in those entertaining different political convictions. Under the provisions of the act of Congress approved February the 21st, 1871, a territorial government was organized in the District of Columbia. Its results have thus far fully realized the expectations of its advocates. Under the direction of the territorial officers, a system of improvements has been inaugurated by means of which Washington is rapidly becoming a city worthy of the nation's capital. The citizens of the district, having voluntarily taxed themselves to a large amount for the purpose of contributing to the adornment of the seat of government, I recommend liberal appropriations on the part of Congress in order that the government may bear its just share of the expense of carrying out a judicious system of improvements. By the great fire in Chicago, the most important of the government buildings in that city were consumed. Those burned had already become inadequate to the wants of the government in that growing city, and looking to the near future were totally inadequate. I recommend, therefore, that an appropriation be made immediately to purchase the remainder of the square on which the burned building stood, provided it can be purchased at a fair valuation, or provided that the legislature of Illinois will pass a law authorizing its condemnation for government purposes, and also an appropriation of as much money as can properly be expended toward the erection of new buildings during this fiscal year. The number of immigrants, ignorant of our laws, habits, etc., coming into our country annually has become so great, and the impositions practiced upon them so numerous and flagrant, that I suggest congressional action for their protection. It seems to me a fair subject of legislation by Congress. I can not now state as fully as I desire the nature of the complaints made by immigrants of the treatment they receive, but will endeavor to do so during the session of Congress, particularly if the subject should receive your attention. It has been the aim of the administration to enforce honesty and efficiency in all public offices. Every public servant who has violated the trust placed in him has been proceeded against with all the rigor of the law. If bad men have secured places, it has been the fault of the system established by law and custom for making appointments, or the fault of those who recommend for government positions persons not sufficiently well known to them personally, or who give letters endorsing the characters of office seekers without a proper sense of the grave responsibility which such a course devolves upon them. A civil service reform which can correct this abuse is much desired. In mercantile pursuits, the businessman who gives a letter of recommendation to a friend to enable him to obtain credit from a stranger is regarded as morally responsible for the integrity of his friend and his ability to meet his obligations. A reformatory law which would enforce this principle against all endorsers of persons for public place would ensure great caution in making recommendations. A salutary lesson has been taught the careless and the dishonest public servant in the great number of prosecutions and convictions of the last 2 years. It is gratifying to notice the favorable change which is taking place throughout the country in bringing to punishment those who have proven recreant to the trust confided to them, and in elevating to public office none but those who possess the confidence of the honest and the virtuous, who, it will always be found, comprise the majority of the community in which they live. In my message to Congress 1 year ago, I urgently recommended a reform in the civil service of the country. In conformity with that recommendation, Congress, in the 9th section of "an act making appropriations for sundry civil expenses of the Government and for other purposes," approved March 3, 1871, gave the necessary authority to the Executive to inaugurate a civil service reform, and placed upon him the responsibility of doing so. Under the authority of said act, I convened a board of gentlemen eminently qualified for the work to devise rules and regulations to effect the needed reform. Their labors are not yet complete, but it is believed that they will succeed in devising a plan that can be adopted to the great relief of the Executive, the heads of departments, and members of Congress, and which will redound to the true interest of the public service. At all events, the experiment shall have a fair trial. I have thus summed up the operations of the Government during the last year, and made such suggestions as occur to me to be proper for your consideration. I submit them with a confidence that your combined action will be wise, statesmanlike, and in the best interest of the whole country. U.S. Grant. End of section 16. Recorded by Jim Clevenger, Little Rock, Arkansas. Section 17 of A Compilation of the Messages and Papers of the Presidents, Ulysses S. Grant, by James D. Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Special Messages. Executive Mansion, December the 4th, 1871. To the House of Representatives, in compliance with Section 2 of the Act, making appropriations for the consular and diplomatic expenses of the Government for the year ending June the 30th, 1871, approved July the 11th, 1870, I herewith transmit the names and reports of and the amounts paid to consular agents of the United States. U.S. Grant. Washington, December the 4th, 1871. To the Senate and House of Representatives, I transmit herewith to Congress a report dated November the 8th, 1871, received from the Secretary of State in compliance with the requirement of the act of March the 3rd, 1871, making appropriations, among other things, for the increase of expenses and compensation of certain diplomatic and consular officers of the United States on account of the late war between France and Prussia. The expenditures therein mentioned have been made on my approval. Washington, December the 4th, 1871. To the Senate and House of Representatives, I herewith transmit to Congress a report dated the 4th instant, with the accompanying papers received from the Secretary of State in compliance with the requirements of the 18th section of the act entitled, "An act to regulate the diplomatic and consular systems of the United States," approved August the 18th, 1856, U.S. Grant. Footnote 51. Report of fees collected, etc., by consular officers of the United States for 1870, and tariff of consular fees prescribed by the President, October the 1st, 1870. Washington, December the 5th, 1871. To the Senate and House of Representatives: in pursuance of the provisions of the second section of the act approved June the 20th, 1864, entitled, "An act making appropriations for the consular and diplomatic expenses of the Government for the year ending the 30th of June, 1865, and for other purposes," I inform Congress that William Hine, a consular clerk, was on the 30th of August last removed from office for the following cause, viz., insubordination, disobedience of orders, and disrespectful conduct toward his superiors. U.S. GRANT. Washington, December the 6th, 1871. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit to the Senate, in answer to their resolution of the 5th instant, a report from the Secretary of State, with accompanying papers. U.S. GRANT. Footnote 52. Correspondence relative to the retirement of Constantine de Catacazy, minister from Russia to the United States. EXECUTIVE MANSION, December the 19th, 1871. To the Senate and House of Representatives: in accordance with the act of Congress approved March the 3rd, 1871, I convened a commission of eminent gentlemen to devise rules and regulations for the purpose of reforming the civil service. Their labors are now completed, and I transmit herewith their report, together with the rules which they recommend for my action. These rules have been adopted and will go into effect on the first day of January, 1872. Under the law referred to, as I interpret it, the authority is already invested in the Executive to enforce these regulations, with full power to abridge, alter, or amend them at his option when changes may be deemed advisable. These views, together with the report of the Commissioners, are submitted for your careful consideration as to whether further legislation may be necessary in order to carry out an effective and beneficial civil service reform. If left to me without further congressional action, the rules prescribed by the Commission, under the reservation already mentioned, will be faithfully executed, but they are not binding, without further legislation, upon my successors. Being desirous of bringing this subject to the attention of Congress before the approaching recess, I have not time to sufficiently examine the accompanying report to enable me to suggest definite legislative action to insure the support which may be necessary in order to give a thorough trial to a policy long needed. I ask for all the strength which Congress can give me to enable me to carry out the reforms in the civil service recommended by the Commission and adopted to take effect, as before stated, on January the 1st, 1872. The law which provides for the convening of a commission to devise rules and regulations for reforming the civil service authorizes, I think, the permanent organization of a primary board under whose general direction all examinations of applicants for public office shall be conducted. There is no appropriation to continue such a board beyond the termination of its present labors. I therefore recommend that a proper appropriation be made to continue the services of the present board for another year, and in view of the fact that 3 members of the board held positions in the public service which precludes them from receiving extra compensation under existing laws, that they be authorized to receive a fair compensation for extra services rendered by them in the performance of this duty. U.S. Grant. Footnote 53 omitted. Rules for the Civil Service. Number 1. No person shall be admitted to any position in the civil service within the appointment of the President or the heads of departments who is not a citizen of the United States, who shall not have furnished satisfactory evidence in regard to character, health, and age, and who shall not have passed a satisfactory examination in speaking, reading, and writing the English language. Number 2. An advisory board of suitable persons, to be employed by the President under the 9th section of the Act of March 3, 1871, entitled, "An Act making appropriations for sundry civil expenses of the government for the fiscal year ending June 30, 1872, and for other purposes," shall, so far as practicable, group the positions in each branch of the civil service according to the character of the duties to be performed, and shall grade each group from lowest to highest, for the purpose of promotion within the group. Admission to the civil service shall always be to the lowest grade of any group, and to such positions as cannot be grouped or graded, admission shall be determined as provided for the lowest grade. Number 3. A vacancy occurring in the lowest grade of any group of offices shall be filled after due public notice from all applicants who shall present themselves and who shall have furnished the evidence and satisfied the preliminary examination already mentioned, and who shall have passed a public competitive examination to test knowledge, ability, and special qualifications for the performance of the duties of the office. The board conducting such competitive examination shall prepare, under the supervision of the advisory board, a list of the names of the applicants in the order of their excellence as proved by such examination, beginning with the highest, and shall then certify to the nominating or appointing power, as the case may be, the names standing at the head of such list, not exceeding 3, and from the names thus certified the appointment shall be made. Number 4. A vacancy occurring in any grade of a group of offices above the lowest shall be filled by a competitive examination of applicants from the other grades of that group, and the list of names from which the appointment is to be made shall be prepared and certified as provided in the preceding rule. But if no such applicants are found competent, the appointment shall be made upon an examination of all applicants conducted in accordance with the provisions for admission to the lowest grade. Number 5. Applicants certified as otherwise qualified for appointment as cashiers of collectors of customs, cashiers of assistant treasurers, cashiers of postmasters, superintendents of money order divisions in post offices, and such other custodians of large sums of money as may hereafter be designated by the advisory board, and for whose pecuniary fidelity another officer is responsible, shall nevertheless not be appointed except with the approval of such other officer. Number 6. Postmasters whose annual salary is less than $200 may be appointed upon the written request of applicants, with such evidence of character and fitness as shall be satisfactory to the head of the department. Number 7. The appointment of all persons entering the civil service in accordance with these regulations, excepting persons appointed by the President by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, postmasters, and persons appointed to any position in a foreign country, shall be made for a probationary term of 6 months, during which the conduct and capacity of such persons shall be tested, and if at the end of said probationary term satisfactory proofs of their fitness shall have been furnished by the Board of Examiners to the head of the department in which they shall have been employed during said term, they shall be reappointed. 8. The President will designate 3 persons in each department of the public service to serve as a Board of Examiners, which, under the supervision of the Advisory Board and under regulations to be prescribed by it, and at such times and places as it may determine, shall conduct personally or by persons approved by the Advisory Board all investigations and examinations for admission into said departments or for promotion therein. 9. Any person who, after long and faithful service in a department, shall be incapacitated by mental or bodily infirmity for the efficient discharge of the duties of his position, may be appointed by the head of the department, at his discretion, to a position of less responsibility in the same department. 10. Nothing in these rules shall prevent the appointment of aliens to positions in the consular service, which by reason of small compensation or of other sufficient cause are, in the judgment of the appointing power, necessarily so filled, nor the appointment of such persons within the United States as are indispensable to a proper discharge of the duties of certain positions, but who may not be familiar with the English language or legally capable of naturalization. 11. No head of a department nor any subordinate officer of the government shall, as such officer, authorize or permit or assist in levying any assessment of money for political purposes under the form of voluntary contributions or otherwise upon any person employed under his control, nor shall any such person pay any money so assessed. 12. The Advisory Board shall at any time recommend to the President such changes in these rules as it may consider necessary to secure the greater efficiency of the civil service. 13. From these rules are excepted the heads of departments, assistant secretaries of departments, assistant attorneys general and first assistant postmaster general, solicitor general, solicitor of the Treasury, naval solicitor, solicitor of internal revenue, examiner of claims in the State Department, treasurer of the United States, register of the Treasury, first and second comptrollers of the Treasury, judges of the United States courts, district attorneys, private secretary of the President, ambassadors and other public ministers, superintendent of the Coast Survey, director of the Mint, governors of territories, special commissioners, special counsel, visiting and examining boards, persons appointed to positions without compensation for service, dispatch agents, and bearers of dispatches. Executive Mansion, December the 20th, 1871. To the House of Representatives. In answer to the resolution of the House of Representatives of the 6th instant, requesting information in regard to certain measures with reference to the Spanish West Indies, I transmit reports from the Secretary of State and of the Navy with the documents by which they were accompanied. U.S. Grant. Washington, January the 8th, 1872. To the House of Representatives. In answer to a resolution of the House of Representatives of the 6th of December, requesting to be informed if any further action is necessary by Congress to secure the immediate temporary preservation of the archives or public records now in the State Department, I transmit a report and accompanying papers from the Secretary of State. U.S. Grant. Washington, January the 9th, 1872. To the Senate. In answer to the resolution of the Senate of the 19th of December last, calling for certain correspondence relating to the subject of international coinage not heretofore furnished. I transmit herewith a report from the Secretary of State with the papers which accompanied it. U.S. Grant. Washington, January the 15th, 1872. To the Senate of the United States. I transmit for the consideration of the Senate, with a view to ratification, a convention between the United States and His Majesty the Emperor of Austria-Hungary relative to the protection of trademarks. U.S. Grant. Washington, January the 15th, 1872. To the Senate of the United States. I transmit, for the consideration of the Senate with a view to ratification, a convention between the United States and His Majesty the Emperor of Germany relative to the rights, privileges, and duties of consuls and to the protection of trademarks, signed at Berlin on the 11th ultimo. A copy of the dispatch of the 11th ultimo from Mr. Bancroft, which accompanied the convention, is also transmitted for the information of the Senate. U.S. Grant. Washington, January the 16th, 1872. To the Senate of the United States. In answer to the resolution of the Senate of the 16th of May last, calling for papers, correspondence, and information relating to the case of the ship Hudson and schooner Washington, I transmit reports from the Secretaries of State and of the Navy and the papers by which they were accompanied. U.S. Grant. Footnote 54. Seized by British authorities at the Falkland Islands in 1854. Washington, January the 30th, 1872. To the House of Representatives. In answer to a resolution of the House of Representatives of the 15th instant, calling for certain correspondence relating to the release of the Fenian prisoner William G. Halpine, I transmit herewith a report of the Secretary of State. U.S. Grant. Washington, February the 2nd, 1872. To the Senate of the United States. I transmit to the Senate, in answer to their resolution of the 16th ultimo, a report from the Secretary of State with accompanying papers. U.S. Grant. Footnote 55. Correspondence relative to the seizure and detention of the American steamers Hero, Dudley Buck, Nutrius, and San Fernando, property of the Venezuela Steam Transportation Company, and the virtual imprisonment of the officers of those vessels. Washington, February the 13th, 1872. To the Senate of the United States. In answer to the resolution adopted by the Senate on the 19th of December last, relative to questions with Spain growing out of affairs in Cuba, and to instructions to our naval commanders in Cuban waters, I transmit reports from the Secretaries of State and of the Navy. U.S. Grant. Washington, February the 13th, 1872. To the Senate of the United States. In answer to the resolution of the Senate of the 8th instant, I transmit a report from the Secretary of State and the copy of the case of the United States presented to the Tribunal of Arbitration at Geneva, which accompanied it. U.S. Grant. Washington, February the 23rd, 1872. To the Senate of the United States. I transmit herewith, for the consideration of the Senate, a preliminary report of Dr. E.C. Wines, appointed under a joint resolution of Congress of the 7th of March, 1871, as Commissioner of the United States to the International Congress on the Prevention and Repression of Crime, including penal and reformatory treatment. U.S. Grant. Washington, March the 11th, 1872. To the House of Representatives. I transmit herewith a report dated the 5th instant, received from the Secretary of State in compliance with the resolution of the House of Representatives of the 28th of February ultimo. U.S. Grant. Footnote 56, relative to the number of consular and commercial agents of the United States abroad who speak or write the language of the country in which their districts are situated. EXECUTIVE MANSION, March the 15th, 1872. To the Senate and House of Representatives: I have the honor herewith to transmit to Congress a recommendation from Hon. M.D. Leggett, Commissioner of Patents, for the reorganization of his office, and also the letter of the Secretary of the Interior accompanying it. I concur with the Secretary of the Interior in the views expressed in his letter, and recommend the careful consideration of Congress to the subject of this communication, and action which will secure a more efficient performance of the duties of the Patent Office than is practicable under present legislation. U.S. Grant. Washington, March the 16th, 1872. To the House of Representatives: I transmit herewith a report dated the 16th instant, received from the Secretary of State in compliance with the resolution of the House of Representatives of the 7th instant. U.S. Grant. Footnote 57, stating that there are no papers in the Department of State to show that the inhabitants of the Navigators Islands in the Pacific Ocean have made application to have the protection of the United States extended over said islands. Washington, March the 19th, 1872. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit to the Senate, for consideration with a view to its ratification, a "General Convention of Friendship, Commerce, and Extradition" between the United States and the Orange Free State, signed at Bloemfontein on the 22d of December last by W. Edgecombe, consular of the United States at Cape Town, acting on behalf of this Government, and by Mr. F.K. Hone, on behalf of the Orange Free State. U.S. Grant. Washington, March the 20th, 1872. To the House of Representatives: I transmit herewith a report dated the 20th instant, received from the Secretary of State, to whom was referred the resolution of the House of Representatives of the 28th ultimo. U.S. Grant. Footnote 58, transmitting a translation of the Spanish royal decree of July the 6th, 1860, prescribing regulations for the introduction of Chinese laborers into Cuba, and translation of a decree of Count Valmaseda, Captain General of Cuba, of December the 13th, 1871, relative to the decree of July the 6th, 1860. Washington, March the 23rd, 1872. To the House of Representatives of the United States: in answer to a resolution of the House of Representatives of the 20th instant, I transmit a report from the Secretary of State, with a list of the newspapers which accompanied it. U.S. Grant. Footnote 59, selected to publish the laws of the United States for the second session of the 42nd Congress. Washington, March the 28th, 1872. To the House of Representatives: I transmit to the House of Representatives, in answer to their resolution of the 19th instant, a report of the Secretary of State and the papers which accompany the same. U.S. Grant. Footnote 60, correspondence relative to the imprisonment by Spanish authorities of Dr. J.R. Huard, a citizen of the United States, charged with complicity in the insurrection in Cuba. Washington, April the 2nd, 1872. To the Senate of the United States: in answer to the resolution of the Senate of the 18th of January last, relating to British lighthouse dues, I transmit herewith a report from the Secretary of State and the documents which accompanied it. U.S. GRANT. WASHINGTON, April the 4th, 1872. To the House of Representatives: in answer to the resolution of the House of Representatives of the 14th of January last, I transmit herewith a report of the Secretary of State. U.S. GRANT. Footnote 61, stating that the report of Richard D. Cutts on the marketable products of the sea was transmitted with the message of President Johnson of February the 17th, 1869. EXECUTIVE MANSION, April the 19th, 1872. To the House of Representatives: in answer to the resolution of the House of Representatives of the 25th of January last, I have the honor to submit the following, accompanied by the report of the Attorney General to whom the resolution was referred. Representations having been made to me that in certain portions of South Carolina a condition of lawlessness and terror existed, I requested the then Attorney General, Ackerman, to visit that State, and, after personal examination, to report to me the facts in relation to the subject. On the 16th of October last he addressed me a communication from South Carolina, in which he stated that in the counties of Spartanburg, York, Chester, Union, Laurens, Newberry, Fairfield, Lancaster, and Chesterfield there were combinations for the purpose of preventing the free political action of citizens who were friendly to the Constitution and the Government of the United States, and of depriving emancipated classes of the equal protection of the laws. These combinations embrace at least two-thirds of the active white men of those counties, and have the sympathy and countenance of a majority of the one-third. They are connected with similar combinations in other counties and States, and no doubt are part of a grand system of criminal associations pervading most of the Southern States. The members are bound to obedience and secrecy by oaths which they are taught to regard as of higher obligation than the lawful oaths taken before civil magistrates. They are organized and armed. They effect their objects by personal violence, often extending to murder. They terrify witnesses. They control juries in the State courts and sometimes in the courts of the United States. Systematic perjury is one of the means by which prosecutions of the members are defeated. From information given by officers of the State and of the United States and by credible private citizens, I am justified in affirming that the instances of criminal violence perpetrated by these combinations within the last 12 months in the above-named counties could be reckoned by thousands." I received information of a similar import from various other sources, among which were the Joint Select Committee of Congress upon Southern Outrages, the officers of the State, the military officers of the United States on duty in South Carolina, the United States Attorney and Marshal, and other civil officers of the Government, repentant and abjuring members of those unlawful organizations, persons specially employed by the Department of Justice to detect crimes against the United States, and from other credible persons. Most, if not all, of this information, except what I derived from the Attorney General, came to me orally, and was to the effect that said counties were under the sway of powerful combinations, properly known as Ku Klux Klans, the objects of which were, by force and terror, to prevent all political action not in accord with the views of the members, to deprive colored citizens of the right to bear arms and of the right to a free ballot, to suppress schools in which colored children were taught, and to reduce the colored people to a condition closely akin to that of slavery; that these combinations were organized and armed, and had rendered the local laws ineffectual to protect the classes whom they desired to oppress; that they had perpetrated many murders and hundreds of crimes of minor degree, all of which were unpunished, and that witnesses could not safely testify against them unless the more active members were placed under restraint. U.S. GRANT. WASHINGTON, April 20th, 1872. To the House of Representatives: I transmit, for the information of the House of Representatives, a report from the Secretary of State and the copy of the counter case of the United States in the matter of the claims against Great Britain, as presented to the Board of Arbitration at Geneva, which accompanies it. U.S. GRANT. The same message was sent to the Senate. WASHINGTON, April 24th, 1872. To the House of Representatives of the United States: in answer to a resolution of the 22d instant, I transmit to the House of Representatives a report from the Secretary of State, with the British case and papers which accompanied it. U.S. GRANT. Footnote 62, presented to the Board of Arbitration at Geneva. To the House of Representatives: in answer to a resolution of the House of Representatives of yesterday, I transmit a report of the Secretary of State and copies of the British counter case and the volumes of appendixes to the British case which accompanied it. U.S. GRANT. April 29th, 1872. Footnote 63, presented to the Board of Arbitration at Geneva. EXECUTIVE MANSION, April 30th, 1872. To the Senate and House of Representatives: I have the honor to transmit herewith the annual report of the Board of Public Works of the District of Columbia, submitted to me for that purpose by the Governor of the Territory, in accordance with Section 37 of "an act to provide a government for the District of Columbia," approved February 21st, 1871. U.S. GRANT. WASHINGTON, D.C., May 7th, 1872. To the House of Representatives: in answer to a resolution of the House of Representatives of the 15th of March last, I transmit herewith a report of the Secretary of State and the papers which accompanied it. U.S. GRANT. Footnote 64. Correspondence relative to the claim of the owners of the steamer Aroostook for compensation for the use of that vessel in searching for bodies and property lost in the United States steamer Oneida, wrecked in the Bay of Yedo in 1870. WASHINGTON, May 7, 1872. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit, for the consideration of the Senate with a view to its ratification, a convention between the United States and the Republic of Ecuador for the purpose of regulating the citizenship of persons who emigrate from one country to the other, which instrument was signed in this city on the 6th instant. U.S. GRANT. WASHINGTON, May 7, 1872. To the Senate of the United States: I herewith communicate to the Senate a report from the Acting Secretary of the Interior of this State, in answer to the resolution of that body, adopted on the 23d ultimo, calling for information relative to the recent affray at the courthouse in Going Snake District, Indian Territory, in view of the feeling of hostility which exists between the Cherokees and the United States authorities of the Western District of Arkansas. It seems to be necessary that Congress should adopt such measures as will tend to allay that feeling and at the same time secure the enforcement of the laws in that Territory. I therefore concur with the Acting Secretary of the Interior in suggesting the adoption of a pending bill for the erection of a judicial district within the Indian Territory as a measure which will afford the most immediate remedy for the existing troubles. U.S. Grant. A similar message dated May the 10th was sent to the House of Representatives in answer to a resolution of that body of April the 29th. End of section 17. Recording by Jim Clevenger, Little Rock, Arkansas. Section 18 of A Compilation of the Messages and Papers of the Presidents, Ulysses S. Grant, by James D. Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Washington, May the 13th, 1872. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit herewith the correspondence which has recently taken place respecting the differences of opinion which have arisen between this Government and that of Great Britain with regard to the powers of the tribunal of arbitration created under the treaty signed at Washington, May the 8th, 1871. I respectfully invite the attention of the Senate to the proposed article submitted by the British Government with the object of removing the differences which seem to threaten the prosecution of the arbitration, and request an expression by the Senate of their disposition in regard to advising and consenting to the formal adoption of an article such as is proposed by the British Government. The Senate is aware that the consultation with that body in advance of entering into agreements with foreign states has many precedents. In the early days of the Republic, General Washington repeatedly asked their advice upon pending questions with such powers. The most important recent precedent is that of the Oregon Boundary Treaty in 1846. The importance of the results hanging upon the present state of the treaty with Great Britain leads me to follow these former precedents and to desire the counsel of the Senate in advance of agreeing to the proposal of Great Britain. U.S. Grant. EXECUTIVE MANSION, May the 14th, 1872. To the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States. In my message to Congress at the beginning of its present session, allusion was made to the hardships and privations inflicted upon poor immigrants on shipboard and upon arrival on our shores, and suggestion was made favoring national legislation for the purpose of effecting a radical cure of the evil. Promise was made that a special message on this subject would be presented during the present session should information be received which would warrant it. I now transmit to the two Houses of Congress all that has been officially received since that time bearing upon the subject, and recommend that such legislation be had as will secure, first, such room and accommodation on shipboard as is necessary for health and comfort, and such privacy and protection as not to compel immigrants to be the unwilling witnesses to so much vice and misery; and second, legislation to protect them upon their arrival at our seaports from the knaves who are ever ready to despoil them of the little all which they are able to bring with them. Such legislation will be in the interests of humanity and seems to be fully justified. The immigrant is not a citizen of any state or territory upon his arrival, but comes here to become a citizen of a great republic, free to change his residence at will, to enjoy the blessings of a protecting government where all are equal before the law, and to add to the national wealth by his industry. On his arrival he does not know states or corporations, but confides implicitly in the protecting arm of the great free country of which he has heard so much before leaving his native land. It is a source of serious disappointment and discouragement to those who start with means sufficient to support them comfortably until they can choose a residence and begin employment for a comfortable support, to find themselves subject to ill treatment and every discomfort on their passage here, and at the end of their journey seized upon by professed friends, claiming legal right to take charge of them for their protection, who do not leave them until all their resources are exhausted, when they are abandoned in a strange land, surrounded by strangers, without employment, and ignorant of the means of securing it. Under the present system, this is the fate of thousands annually. The exposure on shipboard and the treatment on landing, driving thousands to lives of vice and shame, who, with proper humane treatment, might become useful and respectable members of society. I do not advise national legislation in affairs that should be regulated by the States, but I see no subject more national in its character than provision for the safety and welfare of the thousands who leave foreign lands to become citizens of this Republic. When their residence is chosen, they may then look to the laws of their locality for protection and guidance. The mass of immigrants arriving upon our shores, coming as they do on vessels under foreign flags, makes treaties with the nations furnishing these immigrants necessary for their complete protection. For more than 2 years efforts have been made on our part to secure such treaties, and there is now reasonable ground to hope for success. U.S. GRANT. Washington, May 14, 1872. To the Senate of the United States: in answer to a resolution of the Senate of the 28th of March last, I transmit herewith copies of the correspondence between the Department of State and the Consul of the United States at Bucharest relative to the persecution and oppression of the Israelites in the Principality of Romania. U.S. GRANT. Washington, May 15, 1872. To the House of Representatives: I transmit herewith, for the information of the House of Representatives, the correspondence which has recently taken place respecting the differences of opinion which have arisen between this Government and that of Great Britain with regard to the powers of the tribunal of arbitration created under the treaty signed at Washington May 8, 1871, and which has led to certain negotiations still pending between the two governments. U.S. GRANT. Washington, May 17, 1872. To the Senate of the United States: I herewith transmit to the Senate a communication of this date from the acting Secretary of the Interior, and the papers therein described, containing information called for in the Senate resolution of the 23d ultimo, which was answered in part on the 8th instant. U.S. GRANT. Footnote 65, relating to acts of the United States marshals and deputy marshals in that portion of the Western District of Arkansas comprising the Indian country. Washington, May 21, 1872. To the House of Representatives: in answer to the resolution of the House of Representatives of the 14th instant, requesting information in regard to the commerce between the United States and certain British colonial possessions, I transmit a report from the Secretary of State and the documents by which it was accompanied. U.S. GRANT. Washington, May 22, 1872. To the House of Representatives: in answer to a resolution of the House of Representatives of the 20th instant, requesting me to join the Italian Government in a protest against the intolerant and cruel treatment of the Jews in Romania, I transmit a report from the Secretary of State relative to the subject. U.S. GRANT. Washington, May the 22d, 1872. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit to the Senate, for its consideration, an agreement between the Great Chief of the island of Tutuila, one of the Samoan groups, in the South Pacific, and Commander R.W. Meade, commanding the United States steamer Narragansett, bearing date the 17th of February last. This instrument proposes to confer upon this Government the exclusive privilege of establishing a naval station in the dominions of that chief for the equivalent of protecting those dominions. A copy of a letter of the 15th instant, and of its accompaniment, addressed by the Secretary of the Navy to the Secretary of State, descriptive of Tutuila and of other islands of the group, and of a letter in the nature of a protest from a person claiming to be consul of the North German Confederation in that quarter, are also herewith transmitted. No report has yet been received from Commander Meade on the subject. Although he was without special instructions or authority to enter into such agreement, the advantages of the concession which it proposes to make are so great in view of the advantageous position of Tutuila, especially as a coaling station for steamers between San Francisco and Australia, that I should not hesitate to recommend its approval, but for the protection on the part of the United States which it seems to imply. With some modification of the obligation of protection which the agreement imports, it is recommended to the favorable consideration of the Senate. U.S. GRANT. EXECUTIVE MANSION, May the 23d, 1872. To the Senate of the United States: I have the honor to transmit herewith, in answer to the resolution of the Senate of March the 12th, requesting to be informed of "the amount of money expended by the Government of the United States during the last 3 years for telegraphing by ocean cables." Reports from the different departments of the Government to which the resolution was referred. U.S. GRANT. EXECUTIVE MANSION, May the 24th, 1872. To the Senate and House of Representatives: in compliance with Section 2 of the act approved July the 11th, 1870, entitled, "An act making appropriations for the consular and diplomatic expenses of the Government for the year ending June the 30th, 1871, and for other purposes," I have the honor to transmit herewith the report of D.B.R. Keim, agent to examine consular affairs. U.S. GRANT. EXECUTIVE MANSION, May the 28th, 1872. To the House of Representatives: in further answer to the resolution of the 14th instant of the House of Representatives, wherein information in regard to commerce between the United States and certain British colonial possessions is requested, I transmit a report from the Postmaster General and the document by which it was accompanied. U.S. GRANT. Washington, May the 28th, 1872. To the House of Representatives: in answer to the resolution of the House of Representatives of the 7th instant, requesting copies of correspondence in regard to an extradition treaty with Belgium, I transmit a report from the Secretary of State and the documents by which it was accompanied. U.S. GRANT. EXECUTIVE MANSION, May the 31st, 1872. To the Senate and House of Representatives: I have the honor to respectfully call the attention of Congress to an act approved July the 14th, 1870, directing the Secretary of War to place at the disposal of the President certain bronze ordnance to aid in the erection of an equestrian statue of the late General John A. Rawlins, and to the facts that no appropriation of money to pay for the statue is made by the resolution, and no artist is named or party designated to whom the ordinance is to be delivered. In view of the ambiguity of the statute, I would recommend that Congress signify what action is desired as to the selection of the artist, and that the necessary sum required for the erection of the monument be appropriated. A board of officers should also be named to designate the location of the monument. U.S. Grant. Veto messages. Executive Mansion, March the 28th, 1872. To the House of Representatives: I herewith return, for the further consideration of Congress without my approval, House Bill number 1550, an act for the relief of the estate of Dr. John F. Hanks, for the reason that the records of the Treasury Department show that the current moneys taken by Colonel S.B. Holabird from the Louisiana State Bank of New Orleans in the month of August, 1862, were accounted for by that officer to the Treasury Department, and the names of the depositors given, and that the name of Dr. John F. Hanks does not appear among them. It also appears from the records of the Treasury Department that among the effects taken from the Louisiana State Bank of New Orleans was the sum of $1,729 of Confederate money, and that the said sum stood upon the books of said bank to the credit of J.F. Hanks. It is but justice, however, to the executors of the estate of Dr. Hanks to state that there is every reason to believe that the money deposited by Dr. Hanks in the Louisiana State Bank was in current funds, and that when application was made to Congress for the recovery of the same, they believed, and had evidence to satisfy them, that such funds had found their way into the Treasury of the United States. There has unquestionably been a mistake made either by the officers of the Louisiana State Bank or the persons engaged in removing the funds of that bank, by which the estate of Dr. Hanks is loser to the amount of relief afforded by House Bill number 1550. Accompanying this, I send the statement furnished by the Secretary of the Treasury of the funds covered into his department and accounted for through it, arising from the seizure of funds of the Louisiana State Bank of New Orleans in the month of August, 1862. U.S. Grant. Executive Mansion, April the 1st, 1872. To the House of Representatives: I return herewith, for the further consideration of Congress, House Bill number 1867, an act for the relief of James T. Johnston, without my approval, for the reason that the records of the Treasury Department show that the lot sold in the name of J.T. Johnston, situated on Prince Street, Alexandria, Virginia, for taxes due the United States, is numbered 162 instead of 163, as represented in this bill. With the exception of this discrepancy in the number of the lot, there is no reason why the bill should not receive my approval. U.S. Grant. Washington, April the 10th, 1872. To the House of Representatives: I have received and taken into consideration the bill entitled, "An Act for the Relief of the Children of John M. Baker, deceased," and pursuant to the duty required of me by the Constitution, I return the same with my objections to the House of Representatives in which it originated. The bill proposes to pay a sum of money to the children of John M. Baker, deceased, late United States consul at Rio Janeiro, for services of that person as acting charge d'affaires of the United States in the year 1834. So far as it can be ascertained, it is apprehended that the bill may have received the sanction of Congress through some inadvertence, for upon inquiry at the proper department it appears that Mr. Baker never did act as charge d'affaires of the United States at Rio Janeiro, and that he was not authorized so to act, but on the contrary was expressly forbidden to enter into diplomatic correspondence with the Government of Brazil. The letter of the 8th of February, 1854, a copy of which is annexed, addressed by William L. Marcy, then Secretary of State, to James M. Mason, Chairman of the Committee on Foreign Relations of the Senate, specifies objections to the claim, which it is believed have not since diminished, and in which I fully concur. U.S. GRANT. EXECUTIVE MANSION, April the 15th, 1872. To the Senate of the United States: I return without my approval an act entitled, "An act granting a pension to Abigail Ryan, widow of Thomas A. Ryan." The name of Mrs. Ryan is now borne upon the pension rolls, pursuant to an act of Congress entitled, "An act for the relief of Mrs. Abigail Ryan," approved June the 15th, 1866. (14 U.S. Statutes at Large, page 590). U.S. GRANT. EXECUTIVE MANSION, April the 22d, 1872. To the House of Representatives: I return herewith House Resolution number 622, entitled, "An act granting a pension to Richard B. Crawford," without my approval, for the reason that said Crawford is now drawing a pension as a private soldier, the wound on account of which he was pensioned having been received before his promotion to a lieutenancy. U.S. GRANT. EXECUTIVE MANSION, May the 14th, 1872. To the Senate of the United States: I have the honor to return herewith the bill S-955, entitled, "An act granting a pension to MaryAnn Montgomery, widow of William W. Montgomery, late Captain in Texas Volunteers," without my approval, inasmuch as the concluding phrase, "and in respect to her minor children under 16 years of age," has obviously no meaning whatsoever. If it were the intention of the framer of the bill that the pension thereby granted should revert to said minor children upon the remarriage or death of the widow, the phrase referred to should read as follows: "and in the event of her remarriage or death to her minor children under 16 years of age." I therefore return the bill for proper action. U.S. GRANT. WASHINGTON, June the 1st, 1872. To the Senate of the United States: I have examined the bill entitled, "An act for the relief of J. Milton Best," and, being unable to give it my approval, return the same to the Senate, the House in which it originated, without my signature. The bill appropriates the sum of $25,000 to compensate Dr. J. Milton Best for the destruction of his dwelling house and its contents by order of the commanding officer of the United States military forces at Paducah, Kentucky, on the 26th day of March, 1864. It appears that this house was one of a considerable number destroyed for the purpose of giving open range to the guns of a United States fort. On the day preceding the destruction, the houses had been used as a cover for rebel troops attacking the fort, and, apprehending a renewal of the attack, the commanding officer caused the destruction of the houses. This, then, is a claim for compensation on account of the ravages of war. It can not be denied that the payment of this claim would invite the presentation of demands for very large sums of money, and such is the supposed magnitude of the claims that may be made against the Government for necessary and unavoidable destruction of property by the Army that I deem it proper to return this bill for reconsideration. It is a general principle of both international and municipal law that all property is held subject not only to be taken by the Government for public uses, in which case, under the Constitution of the United States, the owner is entitled to just compensation, but also subject to be temporarily occupied or even actually destroyed in times of great public danger and when the public safety demands it. And in this latter case, governments do not admit a legal obligation on their part to compensate the owner. The temporary occupation of, injuries to, and destruction of property caused by actual and necessary military operations are generally considered to fall within the last mentioned principle. If a government makes compensation under such circumstances, it is a matter of bounty rather than of strict legal right. If it be deemed proper to make compensation for such losses, I suggest for the consideration of Congress whether it would not be better, by general legislation, to provide some means for the ascertainment of the damage in all similar cases, and thus save to claimants the expense, inconvenience, and delay of attendance upon Congress, and at the same time save the Government from the danger of having imposed upon it fictitious or exaggerated claims supported wholly by ex parte proof. If the claimant in this case ought to be paid, so ought all others similarly situated, and that there are many such cannot be doubted. Besides, there are strong reasons for believing that the amount of damage in this case has been greatly overestimated. If this be true, it furnishes an illustration of the danger of trusting entirely to ex parte testimony in such matters. U.S. Grant. EXECUTIVE MANSION, June 7, 1872. To the Senate of the United States: I have the honor to return herewith Senate bill number 569, an act entitled, "An act for the relief of Thomas B. Wallace, of Lexington, in the State of Missouri," without my approval. This claim, for which $11,250 are appropriated by this bill, is of the same nature and character as the claim of Dr. J. Milton Best, which was returned to the Senate on the 1st instant without my signature. The same reasons which prompted the return of that bill for reconsideration apply in this case, which also is a claim for compensation on account of the ravages of war, and comes under the same general principle of both international and municipal law, that all property is held subject not only to be taken by the Government for public uses, in which case, under the Constitution of the United States, the owner is entitled to just compensation, but also subject to be temporarily occupied or even actually destroyed in times of great public danger and when the public safety demands it. And in the latter case, governments do not admit a legal obligation on their part to compensate the owner. The temporary occupation of, injuries to, and destruction of property caused by actual and necessary military operations are generally considered to fall within the last mentioned principle, and if a government makes compensation under such circumstances, it is a matter of bounty rather than of strict legal right. If it be deemed proper to make compensation for such losses, I renew my recommendation that provision be made by general legislation for all similar cases. U.S. Grant. Proclamations. By the President of the United States of America, a proclamation. Whereas satisfactory information has been received by me through Don Mauricio Lopez Roberts, envoy extraordinary and minister plenipotentiary of His Majesty the King of Spain, that the Government of that country has abolished discriminating duties heretofore imposed on merchandise imported from all other countries, excepting the islands of Cuba and Porto Rico, into Spain and the adjacent islands in vessels of the United States, said abolition to take effect from and after the first day of January next. Now, therefore, I, Ulysses S. Grant, President of the United States of America, by virtue of the authority vested in me by an act of Congress of the 7th day of January, 1824, and by an act in addition thereto of the 24th day of May, 1828, do hereby declare and proclaim that on and after the said first day of January next, so long as merchandise imported from any other country, excepting the islands of Cuba and Porto Rico, into the ports of Spain and the islands adjacent thereto in vessels belonging to citizens of the United States, shall be exempt from discriminating duties, any such duties on merchandise imported into the United States in Spanish vessels, excepting from the islands of Cuba and Porto Rico, shall be discontinued and abolished. In testimony whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the United States to be affixed. Done at the city of Washington this 19th day of December, A.D. 1871, and of the Independence of the United States the 96th. U.S. Grant. By the President: Hamilton Fish, Secretary of State. End of Section 18. Recording by Jim Clevenger, Little Rock, Arkansas. Section 19 of A Compilation of the Messages and Papers of the Presidents, Ulysses S. Grant, by James D. Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. By the President of the United States of America, a proclamation. Whereas, pursuant to the first section of the act of Congress approved the 11th day of June, 1864, entitled, "An Act to Provide for the Execution of Treaties between the United States and foreign nations respecting consular jurisdiction over the crews of vessels of such foreign nations in the waters and ports of the United States," it is provided that before that act shall take effect, as to the ships and vessels of any particular nation having such treaty with the United States, the President of the United States shall have been satisfied that similar provisions have been made for the execution of such treaty by the other contracting party, and shall have issued his proclamation to that effect, declaring that act to be in force, as to such nation, and whereas due inquiry having been made and a satisfactory answer having been received that similar provisions are in force in the United Kingdoms of Sweden and Norway, now therefore be it known that I, Ulysses S. Grant, President of the United States of America, do hereby proclaim the same accordingly. Done at the city of Washington, this 11th day of May, A.D. 1872, and of the Independence of the United States of America, the 96th. U.S. Grant. By the President: Hamilton Fish, Secretary of State. By the President of the United States of America, a proclamation. Whereas the act of Congress approved June 25, 1868, constituted on and after that date 8 hours a day's work for all laborers, workmen, and mechanics employed by or on behalf of the Government of the United States, and whereas on the 19th day of May, A.D. 1869, by Executive Proclamation, it was directed that from and after that date no reduction should be made in the wages paid by the Government by the day to such laborers, workmen, and mechanics on account of such reduction of the hours of labor, and whereas it is now represented to me that the act of Congress and the proclamation aforesaid have not been strictly observed by all officers of the Government having charge of such laborers, workmen, and mechanics. Now, therefore, I, Ulysses S. Grant, President of the United States, do hereby again call attention to the act of Congress aforesaid, and direct all officers of the Executive Department of the Government having charge of the employment and payment of laborers, workmen, or mechanics employed by or on behalf of the Government of the United States to make no reduction in the wages paid by the Government by the day to such laborers, workmen, and mechanics on account of the reduction of the hours of labor. In testimony whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the United States to be affixed. Done at the city of Washington, this 11th day of May, A.D. 1872, and of the Independence of the United States, the 96th. U.S. Grant. By the President: Hamilton Fish, Secretary of State. By the President of the United States of America, a proclamation. Whereas the act of Congress approved May the 22nd, 1872, removes all political disabilities imposed by the third section of the 14th article of amendments to the Constitution of the United States from all persons whomsoever, except senators and representatives of the 36th and 37th Congresses, and officers in the judicial, military, and naval service of the United States, heads of departments, and foreign ministers of the United States, and whereas it is represented to me that there are now pending in the several circuit and district courts of the United States proceedings by quo warranto under the 14th section of the act of Congress approved May the 31st, 1870, to remove from office certain persons who are alleged to hold said offices in violation of the provisions of said article of amendment to the Constitution of the United States, and also penal prosecutions against such persons under the 15th section of the act of Congress aforesaid. Now, therefore, I, Ulysses S. Grant, President of the United States, do hereby direct all district attorneys having charge of such proceedings and prosecutions to dismiss and discontinue the same, except as to persons who may be embraced in the exceptions named in the act of Congress first cited above. In testimony whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the United States to be affixed. done at the city of Washington this first day of June, A.D. 1872, and of the independence of the United States of America the 96th. U.S. Grant. By the President: Hamilton Fish, Secretary of State. By the President of the United States of America, a proclamation. Whereas satisfactory information has been received by me from His Majesty the Emperor of Japan through an official communication of Mr. Honore Mori, His Majesty's Charge d'Affaires, under date of the 2nd instant, that no other or higher duties of tonnage or impost are imposed or levied in the ports of the Empire of Japan upon vessels wholly belonging to citizens of the United States, or upon the produce, manufactures, or merchandise imported in the same from the United States or from any foreign country that are levied on Japanese ships and their cargoes in the same ports under like circumstances. Now, therefore, I, Ulysses S. Grant, President of the United States of America, by virtue of the authority vested in me by an act of Congress of the 24th day of May, 1828, do hereby declare and proclaim that from and after the said 2nd instant, so long as vessels of the United States and their cargoes shall be exempt from discriminating duties as aforesaid, any such duties on Japanese vessels entering the ports of the United States, or on the produce, manufactures, or merchandise imported in such vessels, shall be discontinued and abolished. In testimony whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the United States to be affixed, done at the city of Washington the 4th day of September, A.D. 1872, and of the independence of the United States the 97th. U.S. Grant. By the President: Charles Hale, Acting Secretary of State. By the President of the United States of America, a proclamation. Whereas the revolution of another year has again brought the time when it is usual to look back upon the past and publicly to thank the Almighty for His mercies and His blessings, and whereas if any one people has more occasion than another for such thankfulness, it is the citizens of the United States, whose government is their creature, subject to their behests, who have reserved to themselves ample civil and religious freedom and equality before the law, who, during the last 12 months, have enjoyed exemption from any grievous or general calamity, and to whom prosperity in agriculture, manufactures, and commerce has been vouchsafed. Now, therefore, by these considerations I recommend that on Thursday, the 28th day of November next, the people meet in their respective places of worship, and there make their acknowledgments to God for His kindness and bounty, in witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the United States to be affixed, done at the city of Washington this 11th day of October, A.D. 1872, and of the independence of the United States the 97th. U.S. Grant. By the President: Hamilton Fish, Secretary of State. By the President of the United States of America, a proclamation. Whereas, upon information received by me from His Majesty the Emperor of the French, that discriminating duties before the date of said information levied in French ports upon merchandise imported from the countries of its origin in vessels of the United States were discontinued and abolished, and in pursuance of the provisions of an act of Congress of the 7th of January, 1824, and of an act in addition thereto of the 24th of May, 1828, I did, on the 12th day of June, 1869, issue my proclamation declaring that the discriminating duties before that date levied upon merchandise imported from the countries of its origin into ports of the United States in French vessels were thereby discontinued and abolished, and whereas, upon information subsequently received by me that the levying of such duties on all merchandise imported into France in vessels of the United States, whether from the country of its origin or from other countries, had been discontinued, I did, on the 20th of November, 1869, in pursuance of the provisions of the said acts of Congress, and by the authority in me vested thereby, issue my proclamation declaring that the discriminating duties before that date levied upon merchandise imported into the United States in French vessels, either from the countries of its origin or from any other country, were thereby discontinued and abolished, and whereas by the provisions of the said acts of Congress of January the 7th, 1824, and of the 24th of May, 1828, as well as by the terms of the said proclamations of the 12th of June, 1869, and of the 20th of November, 1869, the said suspension of discriminating duties upon merchandise imported into the United States in French vessels was granted by the United States on condition that, and to continue so long as, merchandise imported into France in vessels of the United States should be admitted into the ports of France on the same terms of exemption from the payment of such discriminating duties, and whereas information has been received by me that by a law of the French Republic passed on the 30th of January, 1872, and published on the 3rd of February, 1872, merchandise imported into France in vessels of the United States from countries other than the United States is, open parenthesis, with the exception of certain articles enumerated in said law, close parenthesis, subjected to discriminating duties, and whereas by the operation of said law of the French Republic of the 30th of January, 1872, the exemption of French vessels and their cargoes granted by the terms of the said proclamations of the 12th of June, 1869, and of the 20th of November, 1869, in accordance with the provisions of the acts of Congress aforesaid, has ceased to be reciprocal on the part of France toward vessels owned by citizens of the United States and their cargoes. Now, therefore, I, Ulysses S. Grant, President of the United States of America, by virtue of the authority vested in me by an act of Congress of the 7th day of January, 1824, and by an act in addition thereto of the 24th day of May, 1828, do hereby declare and proclaim that on and after this date the said suspension of the collection of discriminating duties upon merchandise imported into the United States in French vessels from countries other than France, provided for by my said proclamations of the 12th day of June, 1869, and of the 20th day of November, 1869, shall cease and determine, and all the provisions of the acts imposing discriminating foreign tonnage and import duties in the United States are hereby revived, and shall henceforth be and remain in full force as relates to goods and merchandise imported into the United States in French vessels from countries other than France, so long as any discriminating duty shall continue to be imposed by France upon goods and merchandise imported into France in vessels of the United States from countries other than the United States, in testimony whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the United States to be affixed. Done at the city of Washington, this 30th day of October, A.D. 1872, and of the independence of the United States the 97th. U.S. Grant. By the President: Hamilton Fish, Secretary of State. EXECUTIVE ORDERS, Washington, April the 16th, 1872. The Advisory Board of the Civil Service, having completed the grouping contemplated by the rules already adopted, have recommended certain provisions for carrying the rules into effect. The recommendations as herewith published are approved, and the provisions will be enforced as rapidly as the proper arrangements can be made, and the 13th of the rules, adopted on the 19th day of December last, is amended to read as published herewith. The utmost fidelity and diligence will be expected of all officers in every branch of the public service. Political assessments, as they are called, have been forbidden within the various departments, and while the right of all persons in official position to take part in politics is acknowledged, and the elective franchise is recognized as a high trust to be discharged by all entitled to its exercise, whether in the employment of the government or in private life, honesty and efficiency, not political activity, will determine the tenure of office. U.S. Grant. By the President: Hamilton Fish, Secretary of State. Open bracket. Rule 13 as amended. Close bracket. 13. From these rules are excepted the heads of departments, assistant secretaries of departments, assistant attorneys general, assistant postmasters general, solicitor general, solicitor of the Treasury, naval solicitor, solicitor of internal revenue, examiner of claims in the State Department, treasurer of the United States, register of the Treasury, first and second comptrollers of the Treasury, other heads of bureaus in the several departments, judges of the United States courts, district attorneys, private secretary of the President, ambassadors and other public ministers, superintendent of the Coast Survey, director of the Mint, governors of territories, special commissioners, special counsel, visiting and examining boards, persons appointed to positions without compensation for service, dispatch agents and bearers of dispatches. Regulations and classifications. Number 1. No person will be appointed to any position in the civil service who shall not have furnished satisfactory evidence of his fidelity to the Union and the Constitution of the United States. Number 2. The evidence in regard to character, health, age, and knowledge of the English language required by the first rule shall be furnished in writing, and if such evidence shall be satisfactory to the head of the department in which the appointment is to be made, the applicant shall be notified when and where to appear for examination. But when the applicants are so numerous that the examination of all whose preliminary papers are satisfactory is plainly impracticable, the head of the department shall select for examination a practicable number of those who are apparently best qualified. Number 3. Examinations to fill vacancies in any of the executive departments in Washington shall be held not only at the city of Washington, but also, when directed by the head of the department in which the vacancy may exist, in the several States, either at the capital or other convenient place. Number 4. The appointment of persons to be employed exclusively in the Secret Service of the government Also of persons to be employed as translators, stenographers, or private secretaries, or to be designated for Secret Service to fill vacancies in clerkships in either of the executive departments at Washington, may be excepted from the operation of the rules. Number 5. When a vacancy occurs in a consular office of which the lawful annual compensation is $3,000 or more, it will be filled at the discretion of the President, either by the transfer of some person already in the service or by a new appointment which may be excepted from the operation of the rules. But if the vacancy occur in an office of which the lawful annual compensation by salary or by fees ascertained by the last official returns is more than $1,000 and less than $3,000, and it is not filled by transfer, applications will be addressed to the Secretary of State, enclosing proper certificates of character, responsibility, and capacity, and the Secretary will notify the applicant who upon investigation appears to be most suitable and competent to attend for examination. And if he shall be found qualified, he will be nominated for confirmation. But if not found qualified, or if his nomination be not confirmed by the Senate, the Secretary will proceed in like manner with the other applicants who appear to him to be qualified. If, however, no applicants under this regulation shall be found suitable and qualified, the vacancy will be filled at discretion. The appointment of commercial agents and of consuls whose annual compensation is $1,000 or less, (if derived from fees, the amount to be ascertained by the last official returns), of vice consuls, deputy consuls, and of consular agents and other officers who are appointed upon the nomination of the principal officer and for whom he is responsible upon his official bond, may be, until otherwise ordered, excepted from the operation of the rules. Number 6. When a vacancy occurs in the office of Collector of the Customs, Naval Officer, Appraiser, or Surveyor of the Customs in the customs districts of New York, Boston and Charleston, Baltimore, San Francisco, New Orleans, Philadelphia, Vermont, (Burlington), Oswego, Nicaragua, Buffalo Creek, Champlain, Portland and Falmouth, Corpus Christi, Oswegatchie, Mobile, Brazos de Santiago, (Brownsville), Texas, Galveston, etc., Savannah, Charleston, Chicago, or Detroit, the Secretary of the Treasury shall ascertain if any of the subordinates in the customs districts in which such vacancy occurs are suitable persons, qualified to discharge efficiently the duties of the office to be filled, and if such persons can be found, he shall certify to the President the name or names of those subordinates, not exceeding 3, who, in his judgment, are best qualified for the position from which the President will make the nomination to fill the vacancy. But if no such subordinate be found qualified, or if the nomination be not confirmed, the nomination will be made at the discretion of the President. Vacancies occurring in such positions in the customs service in the said districts as are included in the subjoined classification will be filled in accordance with the rules. Appointments to all other positions in the customs service in said districts may be, until otherwise ordered, excepted from the operation of the rules. Number 7. When a vacancy occurs in the office of Collector, Appraiser, Surveyor, or other chief officer in any customs district not specified in the preceding regulation, applications in writing from any subordinate or subordinates in the customs service of the district, or from other person or persons residing within the said district, may be addressed to the Secretary of the Treasury, enclosing proper certificates of character, responsibility, and capacity, and if any of the subordinates so applying shall be found suitable and qualified, the name or names, not exceeding 3, of the best qualified shall be certified by the Board of Examiners to the Secretary, and from this list the nomination or appointment will be made. But if no such subordinate be found qualified, the said board shall certify to the Secretary the name or names, not exceeding 3, of the best qualified among the other applicants, and from this list the nomination or appointment will be made. If, however, no applicants under this regulation shall be found suitable and qualified, the vacancy will be filled at discretion. Appointments to all other positions in the customs service in said districts may be, until otherwise ordered, excepted from the operation of the rules. Number 8. When a vacancy occurs in the office of postmaster in cities having, according to the census of 1870, a population of 20,000 or more, the Postmaster General shall ascertain if any of the subordinates in such office are suitable persons qualified to discharge efficiently the duties of postmaster, and if such are found, he shall certify to the President the name or names of those subordinates, not exceeding 3 in number, who, in his judgment, are best qualified for the position, from which list the President will make the nomination to fill the vacancy. But if no such subordinate be found so qualified, or if the nomination be not confirmed by the Senate, the nomination will be made at the discretion of the President. Vacancies occurring in such positions in the said post office as are included in the subjoined classification will be filled in accordance with the rules. Appointments to all other positions in the said post offices may be, until otherwise ordered, excepted from the operation of the rules. Number 9. When a vacancy occurs in the office of postmaster of a class not otherwise provided for, applications for the position from any subordinate or subordinates in the office, or from other persons residing within the delivery of the office, may be addressed to the Postmaster General, enclosing proper certificates of character, responsibility, and capacity, and if any of the subordinates so applying shall be found suitable and qualified, the name or names of the best qualified, not exceeding 3, shall be certified by the Board of Examiners to the Postmaster General, and from them the nomination or appointment shall be made. But if no subordinate be found qualified, the said board shall certify to the Postmaster General the name or names, not exceeding 3, of the best qualified among the other applicants, and from them the nomination or appointment shall be made. If, however, no applicants under this regulation shall be found suitable and qualified, the vacancy will be filled at discretion. Appointments to all other positions in the said post offices may be, until otherwise ordered, excepted from the operation of the rules. Number 10. Special agents of the Post Office Department shall be appointed by the Postmaster General at discretion from persons already in the postal service and who shall have served therein for a period of not less than 1 year immediately preceding the appointment. But if no person within the service shall, in the judgment of the Postmaster General, be suitable and qualified, the appointment shall be made from all applicants under the rules. Number 11. Mail route messengers shall be appointed in the manner provided for the appointment of postmasters whose annual salary is less than $200. Number 12. When a vacancy occurs in the office of Register or Receiver of the Land Office, or of pension agent, applications in writing from residents in the district in which the vacancy occurs may be addressed to the Secretary of the Interior, enclosing proper certificates of character, responsibility, and capacity, and if any of the applicants shall be found suitable and qualified, the name or names, not exceeding 3, of the best qualified shall be certified by the Board of Examiners to the Secretary, and from this list the nomination will be made. If, however, no applicants under this regulation shall be found suitable and qualified, the nomination will be made at discretion. Number 13. When a vacancy occurs in the office of the United States Marshal, applications in writing from residents in the district in which the vacancy occurs may be addressed to the Attorney General of the United States, enclosing proper certificates of character, responsibility, and capacity, and if any of the applicants shall be found suitable and qualified, the name or names, not exceeding 3, of the best qualified shall be certified by the Board of Examiners to the Attorney General, and from this list the nomination will be made. If, however, no applicants under this regulation shall be found suitable and qualified, the nomination will be made at discretion. Number 14. Appointments to fill vacancies occurring in offices in the several territories, excepting those of judges of the United States courts, Indian agents, and superintendents, will be made from suitable and qualified persons domiciled in the territory in which the vacancy occurs, if any such are found. Number 15. It shall be the duty of the examining board in each of the departments to report to the advisory board such modifications in the rules and regulations as in the judgment of such examining board are required for appointments to certain positions to which, by reason of distance or of difficult access, or of other sufficient cause, the rules and regulations cannot be applied with advantage, and if the reason for such modifications shall be satisfactory to the advisory board, said board will recommend them for approval. Number 16. Nothing in these rules and regulations shall prevent the reappointment at discretion of the incumbents of any office, the term of which is fixed by law, and when such reappointment is made, no vacancy within the meaning of the rules shall be deemed to have occurred. Number 17. Appointments to all positions in the civil service not included in the subjoined classification, nor otherwise specially provided for by the rules and regulations, may, until otherwise ordered, be excepted from the operation of the rules. Executive Mansion, Washington, D.C., May the 27th, 1872. Sir, the President directs me to say that the several departments of the government will be closed on the 30th instant, in order to enable the employees of the government to participate, in connection with the Grand Army of the Republic, in the decoration of the graves of the soldiers who fell during the rebellion. I am, sir, your obedient servant, Horace Porter, Secretary. Department of State, Washington, October the 11th, 1872. The undersigned is charged by the President with the painful duty of announcing to the people of the United States the death of an illustrious citizen, William Henry Seward, distinguished for faithful and eminent service in varied public trust during a long series of years, died at Auburn, in the State of New York, yesterday, October the 10th, charged with the administration of the Department of State at a most critical period in the history of the nation. Mr. Seward brought to the duties of that office exalted patriotism, unwearied industry, and consummate ability. A grateful nation will cherish his name, his fame, and his memory. The several executive departments will cause appropriate honors to be rendered to the memory of the deceased statesman at home and abroad. Hamilton Fish, Secretary of State. End of section 19. Recording by Jim Clevenger, Little Rock, Arkansas. Section 20 of A Compilation of the Messages and Papers of the Presidents, Ulysses S. Grant, by James D. Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Fourth Annual Message, Executive Mansion, December the 2nd, 1872. To the Senate and House of Representatives: in transmitting to you this my fourth annual message, it is with thankfulness to the Giver of all good that, as a nation, we have been blessed for the past year with peace at home, peace abroad, and a general prosperity vouchsafed to but few peoples. With the exception of the recent devastating fire, which swept from the earth with a breath, as it were, millions of accumulated wealth in the city of Boston, there has been no overshadowing calamity within the year to record. It is gratifying to note how, like their fellow citizens of the city of Chicago under similar circumstances a year earlier, the citizens of Boston are rallying under their misfortunes, and the prospect that their energy and perseverance will overcome all obstacles and show the same prosperity soon, that they would had no disaster befallen them. Otherwise we have been free from pestilence, war, and calamities which often overtake nations, and as far as human judgment can penetrate the future, no cause seems to exist to threaten our present peace. When Congress adjourned in June last, a question had been raised by Great Britain, and was then pending, which for a time seriously imperiled the settlement by friendly arbitration of the grave differences between this Government and that of Her Britannic Majesty, which by the treaty of Washington had been referred to the tribunal of arbitration which had met at Geneva in Switzerland. The arbiters, however, disposed of the question which had jeoparded the whole of the treaty and threatened to involve the two nations in most unhappy relations toward each other, in a manner entirely satisfactory to this Government and in accordance with the views and the policy which it had maintained. The tribunal, which had convened at Geneva in December, concluded its laborious session on the 14th day of September last, on which day, having availed itself of the discretionary power given to it by the treaty to award a sum in gross, it made its decision, whereby it awarded the sum of $15,500,000 in gold as the indemnity to be paid by Great Britain to the United States for the satisfaction of all claims referred to its consideration. This decision happily disposes of a long-standing difference between the two Governments, and in connection with another award made by the German Emperor under a reference to him by the same treaty, leaves these two Governments without a shadow upon the friendly relations which it is my sincere hope may forever remain equally unclouded. The report of the agent of the United States appointed to attend the Geneva tribunal, accompanied by the protocols of the proceedings of the arbiters, the arguments of the councils of both Governments, the award of the tribunal, and the opinions given by the several arbiters, is transmitted herewith. I have caused to be communicated to the heads of the three friendly powers who complied with the joint request made to them under the treaty the thanks of this Government for the appointment of arbiters made by them respectively, and also my thanks to the eminent personages named by them, and my appreciation of the dignity, patience, impartiality, and great ability with which they discharged their arduous and high functions. Her Majesty's Government has communicated to me the appreciation by Her Majesty of the ability and indefatigable industry displayed by Mr. Adams, the arbiter named on the part of this Government during the protracted inquiries and discussions of the tribunal. I cordially unite with Her Majesty in this appreciation. It is due to the agent of the United States before the tribunal to record my high appreciation of the marked ability, unwearied patience, and the prudence and discretion with which he has conducted the very responsible and delicate duties committed to him, as it is also due to the learned and eminent counsel who attended the tribunal on the part of this Government to express my sense of the talents and wisdom which they brought to bear in the attainment of the result so happily reached. It will be the province of Congress to provide for the distribution among those who may be entitled to it of their respective shares of the money to be paid. Although the sum awarded is not payable until a year from the date of the award, it is deemed advisable that no time be lost in making a proper examination of the several cases in which indemnification may be due. I consequently recommend the creation of a board of commissioners for the purpose. By the 34th article of the Treaty of Washington, the respective claims of the United States and of Great Britain in their construction of the treaty of the 15th of June, 1846, defining the boundary line between their respective territories, were submitted to the arbitration and award of His Majesty the Emperor of Germany to decide which of those claims is most in accordance with the true interpretation of the treaty of 1846. His Majesty the Emperor of Germany, having been pleased to undertake the arbitration, has the earnest thanks of this Government and of the people of the United States for the labor, pains, and care which he has devoted to the consideration of this long pending difference. I have caused an expression of my thanks to be communicated to His Majesty. Mr. Bancroft, the representative of this Government at Berlin, conducted the case and prepared the statement on the part of the United States with the ability that his past services justified the public in expecting at his hands. As a member of the Cabinet at the date of the treaty which has given rise to the discussion between the two Governments, as the minister to Great Britain when the construction, now pronounced unfounded, was first advanced, and as the agent and representative of the Government to present the case and to receive the award, he has been associated with the question in all of its phases, and in every stage has manifested a patriotic zeal and earnestness in maintenance of the claim of the United States. He is entitled to much credit for the success which has attained the submission. After a patient investigation of the case and of the statements of each party, His Majesty the Emperor, on the 21st day of October last, signed his award in writing, decreeing that the claim of the Government of the United States, that the boundary line between the territories of Her Britannic Majesty and the United States should be drawn through the Haro Channel, is most in accordance with the true interpretation of the treaty concluded on the 15th of June, 1846, between the Governments of Her Britannic Majesty and the United States. Copies of the "case" presented on behalf of each Government and of the "statement in reply" of each, and a translation of the award are transmitted herewith. This award confirms the United States in their claim to the important archipelago of islands lying between the continent and Vancouver's Island, which for more than 26 years (open parenthesis) ever since the ratification of the treaty (close parenthesis) Great Britain has contested, and leaves us, for the first time in the history of the United States as a nation, without a question of disputed boundary between our territory and the possessions of Great Britain on this continent. It is my grateful duty to acknowledge the prompt, spontaneous action of Her Majesty's Government in giving effect to the award. In anticipation of any request from this Government, and before the reception in the United States of the award signed by the Emperor, Her Majesty had given instructions for the removal of her troops which had been stationed there, and for the cessation of all exercise or claim of jurisdiction, so as to leave the United States in the exclusive possession of the lately disputed territory. I am gratified to be able to announce that the orders for the removal of the troops have been executed, and that the military joint occupation of San Juan has ceased. The islands are now in the exclusive possession of the United States. It now becomes necessary to complete the survey and determination of that portion of the boundary line (open parenthesis) through the Haro Channel (close parenthesis) upon which the commission which determined the remaining part of the line were unable to agree. I recommend the appointment of a commission to act jointly with one which may be named by Her Majesty for that purpose. Experience of the difficulties attending the determination of our admitted line of boundary, after the occupation of the territory and its settlement by those owing allegiance to the respective Governments, points to the importance of establishing, by natural objects or other monuments, the actual line between the territory acquired by purchase from Russia and the adjoining possessions of Her Britannic Majesty. The region is now so sparsely occupied that no conflicting interests of individuals or of jurisdiction are likely to interfere to the delay or embarrassment of the actual location of the line. If deferred until population shall enter and occupy the territory, some trivial contest of neighbors may again array the two Governments in antagonism. I therefore recommend the appointment of a commission to act jointly with one that may be appointed on the part of Great Britain to determine the line between our territory of Alaska and the conterminous possessions of Great Britain. In my last annual message I recommended the legislation necessary on the part of the United States to bring into operation the articles of the Treaty of Washington of May 8, 1871, relating to the fisheries and to other matters touching the relations of the United States toward the British North American possessions, to become operative so soon as the proper legislation should be had on the part of Great Britain and its possessions. That legislation on the part of Great Britain and its possessions had not then been had, and during the session of Congress a question was raised which, for the time, raised a doubt whether any action by Congress in the direction indicated would become important. This question has since been disposed of, and I have received notice that the Imperial Parliament and the legislatures of the provincial governments have passed laws to carry the provisions of the treaty on the matters referred to into operation. I therefore recommend your early adoption of the legislation in the same direction necessary on the part of this Government. The Joint Commission for determining the boundary line between the United States and the British possessions between the Lake of the Woods and the Rocky Mountains has organized and entered upon its work. It is desirable that the force be increased in order that the completion of the survey and determination of the line may be the sooner attained. To this end I recommend that a sufficient appropriation be made. with France, our earliest ally, Russia, the constant and steady friend of the United States, Germany, with whose government and people we have so many causes of friendship and so many common sympathies, and the other powers of Europe, our relations are maintained on the most friendly terms. Since my last annual message, the exchange has been made of the ratifications of a treaty with the Austro-Hungarian Empire relating to naturalization, also of a treaty with the German Empire respecting consuls and trademarks, also of a treaty with Sweden and Norway relating to naturalization, all of which treaties have been duly proclaimed. Congress, at its last session, having made an appropriation to defray the expense of commissioners on the part of the United States to the International Statistical Congress at St. Petersburg, the persons appointed in that character proceeded to their destination and attended the sessions of the Congress. Their report shall, in due season, be laid before you. This Congress meets at intervals of about 3 years, and has held its sessions in several of the countries of Europe. I submit to your consideration the propriety of extending an invitation to the Congress to hold its next meeting in the United States. The centennial celebration to be held in 1876 would afford an appropriate occasion for such meeting. Preparations are making for the international exposition to be held during the next year in Vienna on a scale of very great magnitude. The tendency of these expeditions is in the direction of advanced civilization and of the elevation of industry and of labor, and of the increase of human happiness, as well as of greater intercourse and goodwill between nations. As this exposition is to be the first which will have been held in Eastern Europe, it is believed that American inventors and manufacturers will be ready to avail themselves of the opportunity for the presentation of their productions if encouraged by proper aid and protection. At the last session of Congress, authority was given for the appointment of one or more agents to represent this Government at the exposition. The authority thus given has been exercised, but in the absence of any appropriation there is danger that the important benefits which the occasion offers will in a large degree be lost to citizens of the United States. I commend the subject strongly to your consideration, and recommend that an adequate appropriation be made for the purpose. To further aid American exhibitors at the Vienna Exposition, I would recommend, in addition to an appropriation of money, that the Secretary of the Navy be authorized to fit up 2 naval vessels to transport between our Atlantic cities and Trieste, or the most convenient port to Vienna, and back, their articles for exhibition. Since your last session, the President of the Mexican Republic, distinguished by his high character and by his services to his country, has died. His temporary successor has now been elected with great unanimity by the people, a proof of confidence on their part in his patriotism and wisdom which it is believed will be confirmed by the results of his administration. It is particularly desirable that nothing should be left undone by the government of either republic to strengthen their relations as neighbors and friends. It is much to be regretted that many lawless acts continue to disturb the quiet of the settlements on the border between our territory and that of Mexico, and that complaints of wrongs to American citizens in various parts of the country are made. The revolutionary condition in which the neighboring republic has so long been involved has in some degree contributed to this disturbance. It is to be hoped that, with a more settled rule of order through the republic, which may be expected from the present government, the acts of which just complaint is made will cease. The proceedings of the commission under the convention with Mexico of the 4th of July, 1868, on the subject of claims have unfortunately been checked by an obstacle for the removal of which measures have been taken by the two governments which it is believed will prove successful. The commissioners appointed pursuant to the joint resolution of Congress of the 7th of May last to inquire into depredations on the Texan frontier have diligently made investigations in that quarter. Their report upon the subject will be communicated to you. Their researches were necessarily incomplete, partly on account of the limited appropriation made by Congress. Mexico, on the part of that government, has appointed a similar commission to investigate these outrages. It is not announced officially, but the press of that country states that the fullest investigation is desired and that the cooperation of all parties concerned is invited to secure that end. I therefore recommend that a special appropriation be made at the earliest day practicable to enable the commissioners on the part of the United States to return to their labors without delay. It is with regret that I have again to announce a continuance of the disturbed condition of the island of Cuba. No advance towards the pacification of the discontented part of the population has been made. While the insurrection has gained no advantages and exhibits no more of the elements of power or of the prospects of ultimate success than were exhibited a year ago, Spain, on the other hand, has not succeeded in its repression, and the parties stand apparently in the same relative attitude which they have occupied for a long time past. This contest had lasted now for more than 4 years. Were it seen at a distance from our neighborhood, we might be indifferent to its results, although humanity could not be unmoved by many of its incidents wherever they might occur. It is, however, at our door. I cannot doubt that the continued maintenance of slavery in Cuba is among the strongest inducements to the continuance of this strife. A terrible wrong is the natural cause of a terrible evil. The abolition of slavery and the introduction of other reforms in the administration of government in Cuba could not fail to advance the restoration of peace and order. It is greatly to be hoped that the present liberal government of Spain will voluntarily adopt this view. The law of emancipation, which was passed more than 2 years since, has remained unexecuted in the absence of regulations for its enforcement. It was but a feeble step toward emancipation, but it was the recognition of right and was hailed as such, and exhibited Spain in harmony with sentiments of humanity and of justice, and in sympathy with the other powers of the Christian and civilized world. Within the past few weeks, the regulations for carrying out the law of emancipation have been announced, giving evidence to the sincerity of intention of the present government to carry into effect the law of 1870. I have not failed to urge the consideration of the wisdom, the policy, and the justice of a more effective system for the abolition of the great evil which oppresses a race and continues a bloody and destructive contest close to our border, as well as the expediency and the justice of conceding reforms of which propriety is not questioned. Deeply impressed with the conviction that the continuance of slavery is one of the most active causes of the continuance of the unhappy condition in Cuba, I regret to believe that citizens of the United States, or those claiming to be such, are large holders in Cuba of what is there claimed as property, but which is forbidden and denounced by the laws of the United States. They are thus, in defiance of the spirit of our own laws, contributing to the continuance of this distressing and sickening contest. In my last annual message I referred to this subject, and I again recommend such legislation as may be proper to denounce and, if not prevent, at least to discourage American citizens from holding or dealing in slaves, it is gratifying to announce that the ratifications of the convention concluded under the auspices of this Government between Spain on the one part and the allied republics of the Pacific on the other, providing for an armistice, have been exchanged. A copy of the instrument is herewith submitted. It is hoped that this may be followed by a permanent peace between the same parties. The differences which at one time threatened the maintenance of peace between Brazil and the Argentine Republic, it is hoped, are in the way of satisfactory adjustment. With these States, as with the republics of Central and South America, we continue to maintain the most friendly relations. It is with regret, however, I announce that the Government of Venezuela has made no further payments on account of their awards under the convention of the 25th of April, 1866. That republic is understood to be now almost, if not quite, tranquilized. It is hoped, therefore, that it will lose no time in providing for the unpaid balance of its debt to the United States, which, having originated in injuries to our citizens by Venezuelan authorities, and having been acknowledged, pursuant to a treaty, in the most solemn form known among nations, would seem to deserve a preference over debts of a different origin and contracted in a different manner. This subject is again recommended to the attention of Congress for such action as may be deemed proper. Our treaty relations with Japan remain unchanged. An imposing embassy from that interesting and progressive nation visited this country during the year that is passing, but, being unprovided with powers for the signing of a convention in this country, no conclusion in that direction was reached. It is hoped, however, that the interchange of opinions which took place during their stay in this country has led to a mutual appreciation of the interests which may be promoted when the revision of the existing treaty shall be undertaken. In this connection I renew my recommendation of 1 year ago that, to give importance to and to add to the efficiency of our diplomatic relations with Japan and China, and to further aid in retaining the good opinion of those peoples, and to secure to the United States its share of the commerce destined to flow between those nations and the balance of the commercial world, an appropriation be made to support at least 4 American youths in each of those countries to serve as a part of the official family of our ministers there. Our representatives would not even then be placed upon an equality with the representatives of Great Britain and of some other powers. As now situated, our representatives in Japan and China have to depend for interpreters and translators upon natives of those countries who know our language imperfectly, or procure for the occasion the services of employees in foreign business houses or the interpreters to other foreign ministers. I renew the recommendation made on a previous occasion of the transfer to the Department of the Interior, to which they seem more appropriately to belong, of all the powers and duties in relation to the territories with which the Department of State is now charged by law or by custom. Congress, from the beginning of the Government, has wisely made provision for the relief of distressed seamen in foreign countries. No similar provision, however, has hitherto been made for the relief of citizens in distress abroad other than seamen. It is understood to be customary with other governments to authorize consuls to extend such relief to their citizens or subjects in certain cases. A similar authority and an appropriation to carry it into effect are recommended in the case of citizens of the United States destitute or sick under such circumstances. It is well known that such citizens resort to foreign countries in great numbers. Though most of them are able to bear the expenses incident to locomotion, there are some who, through accident or otherwise, become penniless and have no friends at home able to succor them. Persons in this situation must either perish, cast themselves upon the charity of foreigners, or be relieved at the private charge of our own officers, who usually, even with the most benevolent dispositions, have nothing to spare for such purposes. Should the authority and appropriation asked for be granted, care will be taken to carry the beneficence of Congress into effect, that it shall not be unnecessarily or unworthily bestowed. Treasury. The moneys received and covered into the Treasury during the fiscal year ended June 30th, 1872, were: from customs, $216,370,286.77. From sales of public lands, $2,575,714.19. From internal revenue, $130,642,177.72. From tax on national bank circulation, etc., $6,523,396.39. From Pacific Railway companies, $749,861.87. From customs, fines, etc., $1,136,442.34. From fees, consular, patent, land, etc., $2,284,095.92. From miscellaneous sources, $4,412,254.71. Total ordinary receipts, $374,694,229.91. From premium on sales of coin, $9,412,637.65. Total net receipts, $374,106,867.56. Balance in Treasury, June 30th, 1871, including $18,228.35 received from "unavailable," $109,935,705.59. Total available cash, $484,042,573.15. The net expenditures by warrants during the same period were: for civil expenses, $16,187,059.20. For foreign intercourse, $1,859,369.14. For Indians, $7,061,728.82. For pensions, $28,533,402.76. For military establishment, including fortifications, river and harbor improvements, and arsenals, $35,372,157.20. For naval establishments, including vessels and machinery and improvements at navy yards, $21,249,809.99. For miscellaneous civil, including public buildings, lighthouses, and collecting the revenue, $42,958,329.08. For interest on the public debt, $117,357,839.72. Total, exclusive of principal and premium on the public debt, $270,559,695.91. For premium on bonds purchased, $6,958,266.76. For redemption of the public debt, $99,960,253.54. $106,918,520.30. Total net disbursements, $377,478,216.21. Balance in Treasury, June the 30th, 1872, $106,564,356.94. Total, $484,042,573.15. From the foregoing statement it appears that the net reduction of the principal of the debt during the fiscal year ending June the 30th, 1872, was $99,960,253.54. The source of this reduction is as follows: net ordinary receipts during the year, $364,694,229.91. Net ordinary expenditures, including interest on the public debt, $270,559,695.91, leaving surplus revenue $94,134,534.00. Add amount received from premium on sales of gold in excess of the premium paid on bonds purchased, $2,454,370.89. Add the amount of the reduction of the cash balance at the close of the year, accompanied with same at commencement of the year, $3,371,348.65. Total, $99,960,253.54. This statement treats solely of the principal of the public debt. By the monthly statement of the public debt, which adds together the principal, interest due, and unpaid, and interest accrued to date not due, and deducts the cash in the Treasury as ascertained on the day of publication, the reduction was $100,544,491.28. The source of this reduction is as follows: reduction in principal amount, $99,960,003.54. Reduction in unpaid interest account, $3,330,952.96. $103,290,956.50. Reduction in cash on hand, $2,746,465.22. $100,544,491.28. On the basis of the last table, the statements show a reduction of the public debt from the 1st of March, 1869, to the present time as follows: from March the 1st, 1869, to March the 1st, 1870, $87,134,782.84. From March the 1st, 1870, to March the 1st, 1871, $117,619,630.25. From March the 1st, 1871, to March the 1st, 1872, $94,895,348.94. From March the 1st, 1872, to November the 1st, 1872, 8 months, $64,047,237.84. Total, $363,696,999.87. With the great reduction of taxation by the acts of Congress at its last session, the expenditure of the Government in collecting the revenue will be much reduced for the next fiscal year. It is very doubtful, however, whether any further reduction of so vexatious a burden upon any people will be practicable for the present. At all events, as a measure of justice to the holders of the nation's certificates of indebtedness, I would recommend that no more legislation be had on this subject, unless it be to correct errors of omission or commission in the present laws, until sufficient time has elapsed to prove that it can be done and still leave sufficient revenue to meet current expenses of Government, pay interest on the public debt, and provide for the sinking fund established by law. The preservation of our national credit is of the highest importance. Next in importance to this comes a solemn duty to provide a national currency of fixed, unvarying value as compared with gold, and as soon as practicable, having due regard for the interests of the debtor class and the vicissitudes of trade and commerce, convertible into gold at par. End of section 20. Recording by Jim Clevenger, Little Rock, Arkansas. Section 21 of A Compilation of the Messages and Papers of the Presidents, Ulysses S. Grant, by James D. Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. War Department. The report of the Secretary of War shows the expenditures of the War Department for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 1871, to be $35,799,991.82, and for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 1872, to be $35,372,157.20, showing a reduction in favor of the last fiscal year of $427,834.62. The estimates for military appropriations for the next fiscal year, ending June 30th, 1874, are $33,801,378.78. The estimates of the Chief of Engineers are submitted separately for fortifications, river and harbor improvements, and for public buildings and grounds, and the Washington Aqueduct. The affairs of the Freedmen's Bureau have all been transferred to the War Department, and regulations have been put into execution for the speedy payment of bounty, pay, etc., due colored soldiers properly coming under that bureau. All war accounts for money and property prior to 1871 have been examined and transmitted to the Treasury for final settlement. During the fiscal year there has been paid for transportation on railroads $1,300,000, of which $800,857 was over the Pacific railroads. For transportation by water, $626,373.52, and by stage, $48,975.84. For the purchase of transportation animals, wagons, hire of teamsters, etc., $924,650.64. About $370,000 have been collected from Southern railroads during the year, leaving about $4 million still due. The quartermaster has examined and transmitted to the accounting officers for settlement $367,172.72 of claims by loyal citizens for quartermaster stores taken during the war. Subsistence supplies to the amount of $89,048.12 have been issued to Indians. The annual average mean strength of the Army was 24,101 white and 2,494 colored soldiers. The total deaths for the year reported were 367 white and 54 colored. The distribution of the medical and surgical history of the war is yet to be ordered by Congress. There exists an absolute necessity for a medical corps of the full number established by act of Congress of July the 28th, 1866, there being now 59 vacancies, and the number of successful candidates rarely exceeds 8 or 10 in any one year. The river and harbor improvements have been carried on with energy and economy. Though many are only partially completed, the results have saved to commerce many times the amount expended. The increase of commerce with greater depth of channels, greater security in navigation, and the saving of time adds millions to the wealth of the country and increases the resources of the government. The bridge across the Mississippi River at Rock Island has been completed, and the proper site has been determined upon for the bridge at La Crosse. The able and exhaustive report made by the commission appointed to investigate the Sutro Tunnel has been transmitted to Congress. The observations and reports of the Signal Office have been continued. Stations have been maintained at each of the principal lake, seaport, and river cities. 10 additional stations have been established in the United States, and arrangements have been made for an exchange of reports with Canada, and a similar exchange of observations is contemplated with the West India Islands. The favorable attention of Congress is invited to the following recommendations of the Secretary of War: a discontinuance of the appointment of extra lieutenants to serve as adjutants and quartermasters; the adoption of a code providing specific penalties for well-defined offenses, so that the inequality of sentences adjudged by court-martial may be adjusted; the consolidation of accounts under which expenditures are made as a measure of economy; a reappropriation of the money for the construction of a depot at San Antonio, the title of the site being now perfected; a special act placing the cemetery at the City of Mexico on the same basis as other national cemeteries; authority to purchase sites for military posts in Texas; the appointment of commissary sergeants from non-commissioned officers as a measure for securing the better care and protection of supplies; an appropriation for the publication of the catalogue and tables of the anatomical section of the Army Medical Museum; a reappropriation of the amount for the manufacture of breech-loading arms, should the selection be so delayed by the Board of Officers as to leave the former appropriation unexpended at the close of the fiscal year; the sale of such arsenals east of the Mississippi as can be spared, and the proceeds applied to the establishment of one large arsenal of construction and repair upon the Atlantic coast, and the purchase of a suitable site for approving an experimental ground for heavy ordnance; the abrogation of laws which deprive inventors in the United States service from deriving any benefit from their inventions; the repeal of the law prohibiting promotions in the Staff Corps; a continuance of the work upon coast defenses; the repeal of the 7th section of the act of July the 13th, 1866, taking from engineer soldiers the per diem granted to other troops; a limitation of time for presentation of old war claims for subsistence supplies under act of July the 4th, 1864, and a modification in the mode of the selection of cadets for the military academy, in order to enhance the usefulness of the academy, which is impaired by reason of the large amount of time necessarily expended in giving new cadets a thorough knowledge of the more elementary branches of learning which they should acquire before entering the academy. Also an appropriation for philosophical apparatus and an increase in the numbers and pay of the military academy band. The attention of Congress will be called during its present session to various enterprises for the more certain and cheaper transportation of the constantly increasing surplus of Western and Southern products to the Atlantic seaboard. The subject is one that will force itself upon the legislative branch of the government sooner or later, and I suggest, therefore, that immediate steps be taken to gain all available information to ensure equitable and just legislation. One route to connect the Mississippi Valley with the Atlantic at Charleston, South Carolina, and Savannah, Georgia, by water, by the way of the Ohio and Tennessee rivers and canals and slackwater navigation to the Savannah and Ocmulgee rivers, has been surveyed and report made by an accomplished engineer officer of the Army. Second and third new routes will be proposed for the consideration of Congress, namely, by an extension of the Kanawha and James River Canal to the Ohio, and by extension of the Chesapeake and Ohio Canal. I am not prepared to recommend government aid to these or other enterprises until it is clearly shown that they are not only of national interest, but that when completed they will be of a value commensurate with their cost. That production increases more rapidly than the means of transportation in our country has been demonstrated by past experience. That the unprecedented growth in population and products of the whole country will require additional facilities, and cheaper ones for the more bulky articles of commerce to reach tidewater, and a market will be demanded in the near future, is equally demonstrable. I would therefore suggest either a committee or a commission to be authorized to consider this whole question and to report to Congress at some future day for its better guidance in legislating on this important subject. The railroads of the country have been rapidly extended during the last few years to meet the growing demands of producers and reflect much credit upon the capitalists and managers engaged in their construction. In addition to these, a project to facilitate commerce by the building of a ship canal around Niagara Falls on the United States side, which has been agitated for many years, will no doubt be called to your attention at this session. Looking to the great future growth of the country and the increasing demands of commerce, it might be well, while on this subject, not only to have examined and reported upon the various practicable routes for connecting the Mississippi with tidewater on the Atlantic, but the feasibility of an almost continuous landlocked navigation from Maine to the Gulf of Mexico. Such a route along our coast would be of great value at all times, and of inestimable value in case of a foreign war. Nature has provided the greater part of this route, and the obstacles to overcome are easily within the skill of the engineer. I have not alluded to this subject with the view of having any further expenditure of public money at this time than may be necessary to procure and place all the necessary information before Congress in an authentic form to enable it hereafter, if deemed practicable and worthy, to legislate on the subject without delay. Navy Department. The report of the Secretary of the Navy, herewith accompanying, explains fully the condition of that branch of the public service, its wants and deficiencies, expenses incurred during the past year, and appropriations for the same. It also gives a complete history of the services of the Navy for the past year in addition to its regular service. It is evident that unless early steps are taken to preserve our Navy, in a very few years the United States will be the weakest nation upon the ocean of all great powers. With an energetic, progressive business people like ours, penetrating and forming business relations with every part of the known world, a navy strong enough to command the respect of our flag abroad is necessary for the full protection of their rights. I recommend careful consideration by Congress of the recommendations made by the Secretary of the Navy. Post Office Department. The accompanying report of the Postmaster General furnishes a full and satisfactory exhibit of the operations of the Post Office Department during the year. The ordinary revenues of the Department for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 1872, amounted to $21,915,426.37, and the expenditures to $26,658,192.31. Compared with the previous fiscal year, the increase of revenue was $1,878,330.95, or 9.37%, and the increase of expenditures $2,268,088.23, or 9.29%. Adding to the ordinary revenues the annual appropriation of $700,000 for free matter and the amounts paid to the subsidized mail steamship lines from special appropriations, the deficiency paid out of the general treasury was $3,317,765.94, an excess of $389,707.28 over the deficiency of the year 1871. Other interesting statistical information relating to our rapidly extending postal service is furnished in this report. The total length of railroad mail routes on the 30th of June, 1872, was 57,911 miles, 8,077 additional miles of such service having been put into operation during the year. 8 new lines of railway post offices have been established, with an aggregate length of 2,909 miles. The number of letters exchanged in the mails with foreign countries was 24,362,500. An increase of 4,066,502, or 20%, over the number in 1871, and the postage thereon amounted to $1,871,257.25. The total weight of the mails exchanged with European countries exceeded 820 tons. The cost of the United States' transatlantic mail steamship service was $220,301.70. The total cost of the United States ocean steamship service, including the amounts paid to the subsidized lines of mail steamers, was $1,027,020.97. The following are the only steamship lines now receiving subsidies for mail service under special acts of Congress. The Pacific Mail Steamship Company received $500,000 per annum for conveying a monthly mail between San Francisco, Japan, and China, which will be increased to $1 million per annum for a semi-monthly mail on and after October 1st, 1873. The United States and Brazil Mail Steamship Company received $150,000 per annum for conveying a monthly mail between New York and Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. And the California, Oregon, and Mexican Steamship Company received $75,000 per annum for conveying a monthly mail between San Francisco and Honolulu, Hawaiian Islands), making the total amount of mail steamship subsidies at present $725,000 per annum. Our postal communications with all parts of the civilized world have been placed upon a most advantageous footing by the improved postal conventions and arrangements recently concluded with the leading commercial countries of Europe and America, and the gratifying statement is made that with the conclusion of a satisfactory convention with France, the details of which have been definitely agreed to by the head of the French postal department, subject to the approval of the Minister of Finance, little remains to be accomplished by treaty for some time to come with respect either to reduction of rates or improved facilities of postal intercourse. Your favorable consideration is respectfully invited to the recommendations made by the Postmaster General for an increase of service from monthly to semi-monthly trips on the mail steamship route to Brazil, for a subsidy in aid of the establishment of an American line of mail steamers between San Francisco, New Zealand, and Australia, for the establishment of post office savings banks, and for the increase of the salaries of the heads of bureaus. I have heretofore recommended the abolition of the franking privilege, and see no reason now for changing my views on that subject. It not having been favorably regarded by Congress, however, I now suggest a modification of that privilege to correct its glaring and costly abuses. I would recommend also the appointment of a committee or commission to take into consideration the best method (equitable) to private corporations who have invested their time and capital in the establishment of telegraph lines, of acquiring the title to all telegraph lines now in operation, and of connecting this service with the postal service of the nation. It is not probable that this subject could receive the proper consideration during the limits of a short session of Congress, but it may be initiated so that future action may be fair to the Government and to private parties concerned. There are but 3 lines of ocean steamers, namely, the Pacific Mail Steamship Company between San Francisco, China, and Japan, with provision made for semi-monthly service after October 1st, 1873; the United States and Brazil line, monthly; and the California, New Zealand, and Australian line, monthly, plying between the United States and foreign ports, and owned and operated under our flag. I earnestly recommend that such liberal contracts for carrying the mails be authorized with these lines as will insure their continuance. If the expediency of extending the aid of Government to lines of steamers which hitherto have not received it should be deemed worthy of the consideration of Congress, political and commercial objects make it advisable to bestow such aid on a line under our flag between Panama and the western South American ports. By this means much trade now diverted to other countries might be brought to us, to the mutual advantage of this country and those lying in that quarter of the continent of America. The report of the Secretary of the Treasury will show an alarming falling off in our carrying trade for the last 10 or 12 years, and even for the past year. I do not believe that public treasure can be better expended in the interest of the whole people than in trying to recover this trade. An expenditure of $5 million per annum for the next 5 years, if it would restore to us our proportion of the carrying trade of the world, would be profitably expended. The price of labor in Europe has so much enhanced within the last few years that the cost of building and operating ocean steamers in the United States is not so much greater than in Europe, and I believe the time has arrived for Congress to take this subject into serious consideration. Department of Justice. Detailed statements of the disbursements through the Department of Justice will be furnished by the report of the Attorney General, and though these have been somewhat increased by the recent acts of Congress, "to enforce the rights of citizens of the United States to vote in the several States of the Union," and "to enforce the provisions of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States," and the amendments thereto, I can not question the necessity and salutary effects of those enactments. Reckless and lawless men, I regret to say, have associated themselves together in some localities to deprive other citizens of those rights guaranteed to them by the Constitution of the United States, and to that end have committed deeds of blood and violence. But the prosecution and punishment of many of these persons have tended greatly to the repression of such disorders. I do not doubt that a great majority of the people in all parts of the country favor the full enjoyment by all classes of persons of those rights to which they are entitled under the Constitution and laws, and I invoke the aid and influence of all good citizens to prevent organizations whose objects are, by unlawful means, to interfere with those rights. I look with confidence to the time not far distant when the obvious advantages of good order and peace will induce an abandonment of all combinations prohibited by the acts referred to, and when it will be unnecessary to carry on prosecutions or inflict punishment to protect citizens from the lawless doings of such combinations. Applications have been made to me to pardon persons convicted of a violation of said acts, upon the ground that clemency in such cases would tend to tranquilize the public mind and to test the virtue of that policy. I am disposed, as far as my sense of justice will permit, to give to these applications a favorable consideration, but any action thereon is not to be construed as indicating any change in my determination to enforce with vigor such acts so long as the conspiracies and combinations therein named disturb the peace of the country. It is much to be regretted, and is regretted by no one more than myself, that a necessity has ever existed to execute the "enforcement act." No one can desire more than I that the necessity of applying it may never again be demanded. Interior Department. The Secretary of the Interior reports satisfactory improvement and progress in each of the several bureaus under the control of the Interior Department. They are all in excellent condition. The work, which in some of them for some years has been in arrears, has been brought down to a recent date, and in all the current business is being promptly dispatched. Indians. The policy which was adopted at the beginning of this administration with regard to the management of the Indians has been as successful as its most ardent friends anticipated within so short a time. It has reduced the expense of their management, decreased their forays into the white settlements, tended to give the largest opportunity for the extension of the great railways through the public domain and the pushing of settlements into more remote districts of the country, and at the same time improved the condition of the Indians. The policy will be maintained without any change excepting such as further experience may show to be necessary to render it more efficient. The subject of converting the so-called Indian Territory south of Kansas into a home for the Indian and erecting therein a territorial form of government is one of great importance as a complement of the existing Indian policy. The question of removal to that territory has within the past year been presented to many of the tribes resident upon other and less desirable portions of the public domain, and has generally been received by them with favor. As a preliminary step to the organization of such a territory, it will be necessary to confine the Indians now resident therein to farms of proper size, which should be secured to them in fee, the residue to be used for the settlement of other friendly Indians. Efforts will be made in the immediate future to induce the removal of as many peaceably disposed Indians to the Indian Territory as can be settled properly without disturbing the harmony of those already there. There is no other location now available where a people who are endeavoring to acquire a knowledge of pastoral and agricultural pursuits can be as well accommodated as upon the unoccupied lands in the Indian Territory. A territorial government should, however, protect the Indians from the inroads of whites for a term of years, until they become sufficiently advanced in the arts and civilization to guard their own rights, and from the disposal of the lands held by them for the same period. Lands. During the last fiscal year there were disposed of out of the public lands 11,864,975 acres, a quantity greater by 1,099,270 acres than was disposed of the previous year. Of this amount, 1,370,320 acres were sold for cash, 389,460 acres located with military warrants, 4,671,332 acres taken for homesteads, 693,613 acres located with college scrip, 3,554,887 acres granted to railroads, 465,347 acres granted to wagon roads, 714,255 acres given to states as swampland, 5,760 acres located by Indian scrip. The cash receipts from all sources in the land office amounted to $3,218,100. During the same period, 22,016,608 acres of the public lands were surveyed, which added to the quantity before surveyed amounts to 583,364,780 acres, leaving 1,257,633,628 acres of the public land still unsurveyed. The reports from the subordinates of the land office contain interesting information in regard to their respective districts. They uniformly mention the fruitfulness of the soil during the past season and the increased yields of all kinds of produce. Even in those states and territories where mining is the principal business, agricultural products have exceeded the local demand, and liberal shipments have been made to distant points. Patents. During the year ending September 30th, 1872, there were issued from the Patent Office 13,626 patents, 233 extensions, and 556 certificates and registries of trademarks. During the same time, 19,587 applications for patents, including reissues and designs, have been received, and 3,100 caveats filed. The fees received during the same period amounted to $700,954.86, and the total expenditures to $623,553.90, making the net receipts over the expenditures $77,400.96. Since 1836, 200,000 applications for patents have been filed and about 133,000 patents issued. The office is being conducted under the same laws and general organization as were adopted at its original inauguration, when only from 100 to 500 applications were made per annum. The commissioner shows that the office has outgrown the original plan and that a new organization has become necessary. This subject was presented to Congress in a special communication in February last with my approval and the approval of the Secretary of the Interior, and the suggestions contained in said communication were embraced in the bill that was reported to the House by the Committee on Patents at the last session. The subject of the reorganization of the Patent Office, as contemplated by the bill referred to, is one of such importance to the industrial interest of the country that I commend it to the attention of Congress. The commissioner also treats the subject of the separation of the Patent Office from the Department of the Interior. This subject is also embraced in the bill heretofore referred to. The commissioner complains of the want of room for the model gallery and for the working force and necessary files of the office. It is impossible to transact the business of the office properly without more room in which to arrange files and drawings that must be consulted hourly in the transaction of business. The whole of the Patent Office building will soon be needed, if it is not already, for the accommodation of the business of the Patent Office. Pensions. The amount paid for pensions in the last fiscal year was $30,169,340, an amount larger by $3,708,434 than was paid during the preceding year. Of this amount, $2,313,409 were paid under the act of Congress of February 17, 1871, to survivors of the War of 1812. The annual increase of pensions by the legislation of Congress has more than kept pace with the natural yearly losses from the rolls. The act of Congress of June 8, 1872, has added an estimated amount of $750,000 per annum to the rolls, without increasing the number of pensioners. We can not, therefore, look for any substantial decrease in the expenditures of this Department for some time to come, or so long as Congress continues to so change the rate of pension. The whole number of soldiers enlisted in the War of the Rebellion was 2,688,523. The total number of claims for invalid pensions is 176,000, being but 6% of the whole number of enlisted men. The total number of claims on hand at the beginning of the year was 91,689. The number received during the year was 26,574. The number disposed of was 39,178, making a net gain of 12,604. The number of claims now on file is 79,085. On the 30th of June, 1872, there were on the rolls the names of 95,405 invalid military pensioners, 113,518 widows, orphans, and dependent relatives, making an aggregate of 208,923 Army pensioners. At the same time, there were on the rolls the names of 1,449 Navy pensioners and 1,730 widows, orphans, and dependent relatives, making the whole number of naval pensioners 3,179. There have been received, since the passage of the act to provide pensions for the survivors of the War of 1812, 36,551 applications prior to June 30th, 1872. Of these, there were allowed during the last fiscal year 20,126 claims. 4,845 were rejected during the year, leaving 11,580 claims pending at that date. The number of pensions of all classes granted during the last fiscal year was 33,838. During that period, there were dropped from the rolls for various causes 9,104 names, leaving a grand total of 232,229 pensioners on the rolls on the 30th of June, 1872. It is thought that the claims for pensions on account of the War of 1812 will all be disposed of by the 1st of May, 1873. It is estimated that $30,480,000 will be required for the pension service during the next fiscal year. The census. The 9th census is about completed. Its early completion is a subject of congratulation, inasmuch as the use to be made of the statistics therein contained depends very greatly on the promptitude of publication. The Secretary of the Interior recommends that a census be taken in 1875, which recommendation should receive the early attention of Congress. The interval at present established between the Federal census is so long that the information obtained at the decennial period as to the material condition, wants, and resources of the nation is of little practical value after the expiration of the first half of that period. It would probably obviate the constitutional provisions regarding the decennial census if a census taken in 1875 should be divested of all political character and no reapportionment of congressional representation be made under it. Such a census, coming as it would in the last year of the first century of our national existence, would furnish a noble monument of the progress of the United States during that century. Education. The rapidly increasing interest in education is a most encouraging feature in the current history of the country, and it is no doubt true that this is due in a great measure to the efforts of the Bureau of Education. That office is continually receiving evidences which abundantly prove its efficiency from the various institutions of learning and educators of all kinds throughout the country. The report of the Commissioner contains a vast amount of educational details of great interest. The bill now pending before Congress, providing for the appropriation of the net proceeds of the sales of public lands for educational purposes, to aid the States in the general education of their rising generation, is a measure of such great importance to our real progress, and is so unanimously approved by the leading friends of education, that I commend it to the favorable attention of Congress. Territories. Affairs in the Territories are generally satisfactory. The energy and business capacity of the pioneers, who are setting up the vast domains not yet incorporated into States, are keeping pace in internal improvements and civil government with the older communities. In but one of them (Utah) is the condition of affairs unsatisfactory, except so far as the quiet of the citizen may be disturbed by real or imaginary danger of Indian hostilities, it has seemed to be the policy of the legislature of Utah to evade all responsibility to the Government of the United States, and even to hold a position in hostility to it. I recommend a careful revision of the present laws of the Territory by Congress, and the enactment of such a law (open parenthesis, the one proposed in Congress at its last session, for instance, or something similar to it) close parenthesis, as will secure peace, the equality of all citizens before the law, and the ultimate extinguishment of polygamy. Since the establishment of a territorial government for the District of Columbia, the improvement of the condition of the city of Washington and surroundings and the increased prosperity of the citizens are observable to the most casual visitor. The nation, being a large owner of property in the city, should bear, with the citizens of the District, its just share of the expenses of these improvements. I recommend, therefore, an appropriation to reimburse the citizens for the work done by them along and in front of public grounds during the past year, and liberal appropriations in order that the improvements and embellishments of the public buildings and grounds may keep pace with the improvements made by the territorial authorities. Agriculture. The report of the Commissioner of Agriculture gives a very full and interesting account of the several divisions of that department. The horticultural, agricultural, statistical, entomological, and chemical, and the benefits conferred by each upon the agricultural interests of the country. The whole report is a complete history, in detail, of the workings of that department in all its branches, showing the manner in which the farmer, merchant, and miner is informed, and the extent to which he is aided in his pursuits. The Commissioner makes one recommendation: that measures be taken by Congress to protect and induce the planting of forests, and suggests that no part of the public land should be disposed of without the condition that 1/10 of it should be reserved in timber where it exists, and where it does not exist inducement should be offered for planting it. Centennial Celebration. In accordance with the terms of the act of Congress approved March 3, 1871, providing for the celebration of the 100th anniversary of American independence, a commission has been organized consisting of 2 members from each of the States and Territories. This commission has held 2 sessions and has made satisfactory progress in the organization and in the initiatory steps necessary for carrying out the provisions of the act, and for executing also the provisions of the act of June 1, 1872, creating a Centennial Board of Finance. A preliminary report of progress has been received from the President of the Commission and is herewith transmitted. It will be the duty of the Commission at your coming session to transmit a full report of the progress made, and to lay before you the details relating to the exhibition of American and foreign arts, products, and manufactures, which, by the terms of the act, is to be held under the auspices of the Government of the United States in the city of Philadelphia in the year 1876. This celebration will be looked forward to by American citizens with great interest, as marking a century of greater progress and prosperity than is recorded in the history of any other nation, and as serving a further good purpose in bringing together on our soil peoples of all the commercial nations of the earth in a manner calculated to insure international good feeling. Civil service. An earnest desire has been felt to correct abuses which have grown up in the civil service of the country through the defective method of making appointments to office. Heretofore, Federal offices have been regarded too much as the reward of political services. Under authority of Congress, rules have been established to regulate the tenure of office and the mode of appointments. It cannot be expected that any system of rules can be entirely effective and prove a perfect remedy for the existing evils until they have been thoroughly tested by actual practice and amended according to the requirements of the service. During my term of office it shall be my earnest endeavor to so apply the rules as to secure the greatest possible reform in the civil service of the Government, but it will require the direct action of Congress to render the enforcement of the system binding upon my successors, and I hope that the experience of the past year, together with appropriate legislation by Congress, may reach a satisfactory solution of this question and secure to the public service for all time a practical method of obtaining faithful and efficient officers and employees. U.S. Grant. End of section 21. Recording by Jim Clevenger, Little Rock, Arkansas. Section 22 of A Compilation of the Messages and Papers of the Presidents, Ulysses S. Grant, by James D. Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Special Messages. Washington, December the 2nd, 1872. To the Senate and House of Representatives, I transmit herewith a report dated the 2nd instant, received from the Secretary of State, supplementary to the report submitted by him under date of the 8th of November, 1871, with reference to the expenditures authorized by the 4th and 5th paragraphs of the act of March the 3rd, 1871, and by the act of May the 18th, 1872, making appropriations for the increased expenses and compensation for extraordinary services of certain diplomatic and consular officers of the United States by reason of the late war between France and Prussia. These expenditures have been made on my approval. Washington, December the 3rd, 1872. To the Senate and House of Representatives, I transmit herewith to Congress a report dated the 2nd instant, with the accompanying papers received from the Secretary of State in compliance with the requirements of the 18th section of the act entitled, "An Act to Regulate the Diplomatic and Consular Systems of the United States," approved August the 18th, 1856. U.S. Grant. Footnote 69. Report of fees collected, etc., by consular officers of the United States for 1871, and tariff of consular fees. Washington, December the 3rd, 1872. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit to the Senate for its consideration with a view to ratification a convention between the United States of America and the United States of Mexico, signed in this city on the 27th ultimo, further extending the time fixed by the convention between the same parties of the 4th of July, 1868, for the duration of the joint commission on the subject of claims. U.S. Grant. Washington, December the 3rd, 1872. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit to the Senate for its consideration with a view to ratification a treaty between the United States of America and the Republic of Ecuador, providing for the mutual surrender of fugitive criminals, signed at Quito on the 28th of June last. U.S. Grant. Washington, December the 3rd, 1872. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit for the consideration of the Senate, with a view to ratification, a convention between the United States and His Majesty the King of Denmark relating to naturalization. U.S. GRANT. Washington, December the 9th, 1872. To the Senate of the United States: in answer to the resolution of the Senate of the 5th instant, I transmit herewith a report from the Secretary of State. U.S. GRANT. Footnote 70, stating that the correspondence relative to the existence of slavery on the coast of Africa and to the action taken by Great Britain and other countries for its suppression was transmitted with the annual message of the President on the 2d instant. EXECUTIVE MANSION, December the 12th, 1872. To the House of Representatives: in compliance with Section 2 of the act making appropriations for the consular and diplomatic expenses of the Government for the year ended June the 30th, 1871, and for other purposes, I herewith transmit a report received from the Secretary of the Treasury, giving the name of, the report made by, and the amount paid to the single consular agent of the United States. U.S. GRANT. Footnote 71, D.B. Randolph-Keim. Washington, December the 16th, 1872. To the Senate and House of Representatives: I transmit to Congress a report from the Secretary of State, accompanied by that of the commissioners for inquiring into depredations upon the frontier of the State of Texas, appointed pursuant to the joint resolution of the 7th of May last. U.S. GRANT. Washington, January the 5th, 1873. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit, for the consideration of the Senate with a view to ratification, a convention for the surrender of criminals between the United States of America and the Republic of Honduras, which was signed at Comayagua on the 4th day of June, 1873. U.S. GRANT. Washington, January the 13th, 1873. To the House of Representatives: in answer to resolution of the House of Representatives of the 16th of December last, calling for information relative to the condition of affairs in Louisiana, and what, if any, action has been taken in regard thereto, I herewith transmit the report of the Attorney General and the papers by which it is accompanied. U.S. GRANT. Washington, January the 22nd, 1873. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit herewith to the Senate, for its consideration with a view to ratification, an additional article to the treaty between the United States and Her Britannic Majesty of the 8th of May, 1871. U.S. GRANT. EXECUTIVE MANSION, January the 31st, 1873. To the Senate and House of Representatives: in compliance with Section 2 of the act approved July the 11th, 1870, entitled, "An act making appropriations for the consular and diplomatic expenses of the Government for the year ending June the 30th, 1871, and for other purposes," I have the honor to submit herewith a letter of the Secretary of the Treasury relative to the consular agent appointed under authority of said act, together with the amounts paid such agent, and to transmit the report of the said agent upon the consular service of the United States. U.S. GRANT. Footnote 72, D.B. Randolph-Keim. Washington, February the 8th, 1873. To the House of Representatives: in answer to the resolution of the House of Representatives of the 29th of January, requesting information in relation to the case of Bernard Bernstein, I transmit herewith a report from the Secretary of State upon that subject, with accompanying documents. U.S. GRANT. Footnote 73. Claim against Russia for illegal arrest and imprisonment. Washington, February the 13th, 1873. To the Senate and House of Representatives, I transmit herewith a report from the Secretary of State and accompanying papers. U.S. Grant. Footnote 74. Report of the United States Commissioner to the International Penitentiary Congress of London, and appendix containing summary of proceedings of the National Prison Congress of Baltimore. Executive Mansion, February the 14th, 1873. To the Senate and House of Representatives: I consider it my duty to call the attention of Congress to the condition of affairs in the Territory of Utah, and to the dangers likely to arise if it continues during the coming recess, from a threatened conflict between the Federal and Territorial authorities. No discussion is necessary in regard to the general policy of Congress respecting the territories of the United States, and I only wish now to refer to so much of that policy as concerns their judicial affairs and the enforcement of law within their borders. No material differences are found in respect to these matters in the organic acts of the territories, but an examination of them will show that it has been the invariable policy of Congress to place and keep their civil and criminal jurisdiction, with certain limited exceptions, in the hands of persons nominated by the President and confirmed by the Senate, and that the general administration of justice should be as prescribed by congressional enactment. Sometimes the power given to the territorial legislatures has been somewhat larger, and sometimes somewhat smaller than the powers generally conferred. Never, however, have powers been given to a territorial legislature inconsistent with the idea that the general judicature of the territory was to be under the direct supervision of the national government. Accordingly, the organic law creating the Territory of Utah, passed September the 9th, 1850, provided for the appointment of a Supreme Court, the judges of which are judges of the district courts, a clerk, marshal, and an attorney, and to these federal officers is confided jurisdiction in all important matters, but, as decided recently by the Supreme Court, the act requires jurors to serve in these courts to be selected in such manner as the territorial legislature sees fit to prescribe. It has undoubtedly been the desire of Congress, so far as the same might be compatible with the supervisory control of the territorial government, to leave the minor details connected with the administration of law to regulation by local authority. But such a desire ought not to govern when the effect will be, owing to the peculiar circumstances of the case, to produce a conflict between the Federal and the territorial authorities, or to impede the enforcement of laws, or in any way to endanger the peace and good order of the Territory. Evidently, it was never intended to entrust the territorial legislature with power which would enable it, by creating judicatures of its own, or increasing the jurisdiction of courts appointed by territorial authority, although recognized by Congress, to take the administration of the law out of the hands of the judges appointed by the President, or to interfere with their action. Several years of unhappy experience make it apparent that in both of these respects the Territory of Utah requires special legislation by Congress. Public opinion in that Territory, produced by circumstances too notorious to require further notice, make it necessary, in my opinion, in order to prevent the miscarriage of justice and to maintain the supremacy of the laws of the United States and of the Federal Government, to provide that the selection of grand and petit jurors for the district courts if not put under the control of Federal officers, shall be placed in the hands of persons entirely independent of those who are determined not to enforce any act of Congress obnoxious to them, and also to pass some act which shall deprive the probate courts or any court created by the Territorial Legislature of any power to interfere with or impede the action of the courts held by the United States judges. I am convinced that so long as Congress leaves the selection of jurors to the local authorities, it will be futile to make any effort to enforce laws not acceptable to a majority of the people of the Territory, or which interfere with local prejudices, or provide for the punishment of polygamy or any of its affiliated vices or crimes. I presume that Congress, in passing upon the subject, will provide all reasonable and proper safeguards to secure honest and impartial jurors, whose verdicts will command confidence and be a guarantor of equal protection to all good and law-abiding citizens, and at the same time make it understood that crime cannot be committed with impunity. I have before said that while the laws creating the several Territories have generally contained uniform provisions in respect to the judiciary, yet Congress has occasionally varied these provisions in minor details, as the circumstances of the Territory affected seem to demand, and in creating the Territory of Utah, Congress evidently thought that circumstances there might require judicial remedies not necessary in other Territories, for by section 9 of the act creating that Territory it is provided that a writ of error may be brought from the decision of any judge of the Supreme or District Court of the Territory to the Supreme Court of the United States upon any writ of habeas corpus involving the question of personal freedom, a provision never inserted in any other territorial act except that creating the Territory of New Mexico. This extraordinary provision shows that Congress intended to mold the organic law to the peculiar necessities of the Territory, and the legislation which I now recommend is in full harmony with the precedent thus established. I am advised that United States courts in Utah have been greatly embarrassed by the action of the Territorial Legislature in conferring criminal jurisdiction and the power to issue writs of habeas corpus on the probate courts in the Territory, and by their consequent interference with the administration of justice. Manifestly, the legislature of the Territory can not give to any court whatever the power to discharge by habeas corpus persons held by or under process from the courts created by Congress, but complaint is made that persons so held have been discharged in that way by the probate courts. I can not doubt that Congress will agree with me that such a state of things ought not longer to be tolerated, and that no class of persons anywhere should be allowed to treat the laws of the United States with open defiance and contempt. Apprehensions are entertained that if Congress adjourns without any action upon this subject, turbulence and disorder will follow, rendering military interference necessary, a result I should greatly deprecate. And in view of this and other obvious considerations, I earnestly recommend that Congress, at the present session, pass some act which will enable the district courts of Utah to proceed with independence and efficiency in the administration of law and justice. U.S. Grant. Washington, February the 17th, 1873. To the Senate of the United States. In answer to a resolution of the Senate of the 14th instant, adopted in executive session, requiring of the Secretary of State information touching the business before the late mixed commission on claims under the convention with Mexico, I transmit a report from the Secretary of State and the papers by which it was accompanied. U.S. Grant. Washington, February the 24th, 1873. To the Senate and House of Representatives: in my annual message to Congress at the opening of the second session of the present Congress in December, 1871, I recommended the legislation necessary on the part of the United States to bring into operation the articles of the treaty of Washington of May the 8th, 1871, relative to the fisheries and to other matters touching the relations of the United States toward the British North American possessions, to become operative so soon as the proper legislation should be had on the part of Great Britain and its possessions. That legislation on the part of Great Britain and its possessions had not then been had. Having, prior to the meeting of Congress in December last, received official information of the consideration by Great Britain and its possessions of the legislation necessary on their part to bring those articles into operation, I communicated that fact to Congress in my annual message at the opening of the present session, and renewed the recommendation for your early adoption of the legislation in the same direction necessary on the part of this Government. The near approach of the end of the session induces me again to urgently call your attention to the importance of this legislation on the part of Congress. It will be remembered that the Treaty of Washington resulted from an overture on the part of Great Britain to treat with reference to the fisheries on the coast of Her Majesty's possessions in North America and other questions between them affecting the relations of the United States toward these possessions. To this overture a reply was made on the part of this Government that, while appreciating the importance of a friendly and complete understanding between the two Governments with reference to the subject specially suggested by the British Government, it was thought that the removal of the differences growing out of what were generically known as the Alabama claims was essential to the restoration of cordial and amicable relations between the two Governments, and the assent of this Government to treat on the subject of the fisheries was made dependent on the assent of Great Britain to allow the joint commission which it had prepared on the questions suggested by that Government to treat also and settle the differences growing out of the Alabama claims. Great Britain assented to this, and the Treaty of Washington proposed a settlement of both classes of questions. Those relating to the Alabama claims and to the northwestern water boundary, commonly known as the San Juan question, have been disposed of in pursuance of the terms of the treaty. Those relating to the fisheries were made by the terms of the treaty to depend upon the legislation which the constitutions of the respective Governments made necessary to carry those provisions into effect. Great Britain and her possessions have, on their part, enacted the necessary legislation. This Government is now enjoying the advantages of those provisions of the treaty which were the result of the condition of its assent to treat upon the questions which Great Britain had submitted. The tribunal at Geneva has made an award in favor of the United States on the Alabama claims, and His Majesty the Emperor of Germany has decided in favor of the contention of the United States on the northwestern boundary line. I cannot urge too strongly the importance of your early consideration of the legislation that may be necessary on the part of this Government. In addition to the claim that Great Britain may have upon the good faith of this Government to consider the legislation necessary in connection with the questions which that Government presented as the subject of a negotiation which has resulted so favorably to this Government upon the other questions in which the United States felt so much interest, it is of importance that the rights of the American fishermen, as provided for under the treaty, should be determined before the now approaching fishing season opens, and that the serious difficulties to the fishing interest and the grave questions between the two governments that may arise therefrom be averted. U.S. GRANT. EXECUTIVE MANSION, February the 25th, 1873. To the Senate and House of Representatives: your attention is respectfully invited to the condition of affairs in the State of Louisiana. Grave complications have grown out of the election there on the 6th of November last, chiefly attributable, it is believed, to an organized attempt on the part of those controlling the election officers and returns to defeat in that election the will of a majority of the electors of the State. Different persons are claiming the executive offices. Two bodies are claiming to be the Legislative Assembly of the State, and the confusion and uncertainty produced in this way fall with paralyzing effect upon all its interests. Controversy arose as soon as the election occurred over its proceedings and results, but I declined to interfere until suit involving this controversy, to some extent, was brought in the Circuit Court of the United States under and by virtue of the act of May the 31st, 1870, entitled, "An act to enforce the right of citizens of the United States to vote in the several States of the Union and for other purposes." Finding that resistance was made to judicial process in that suit, without any opportunity and, in my judgment, without any right to review the judgment of the court upon the jurisdictional or other questions arising in the case, I directed the United States Marshal to enforce such process and to use, if necessary, troops for that purpose, in accordance with the 13th section of said act, which provided that "it shall be lawful for the President of the United States to employ such part of the land and naval forces of the United States or of the militia as shall be necessary to aid in the execution of judicial process under this act." Two bodies of persons claimed to be the returning board for the State, and the Circuit Court in that case decided that the one to which Lynch belonged, usually designated by his name, was the lawful returning board, and this decision has been repeatedly affirmed by the District and Supreme Courts of the State. Having no opportunity or power to canvass the votes, and the exigencies of the case demanding an immediate decision, I conceived it to be my duty to recognize those persons as elected who received and held their credentials to office from what then appeared to me to be, and has since been decided by the Supreme Court of the State to be, the legal returning board. Conformably to the decisions of this board, a full set of State officers has been installed and a legislative assembly organized, constituting, if not a de jure, at least a de facto government, which since some time in December last has had possession of the offices and been exercising the usual powers of government. But opposed to this has been another government claiming to control the affairs of the State, and which has to some extent been pro forma organized. Recent investigation into said election has developed so many frauds and forgeries as to make it doubtful what candidates received a majority of the votes actually cast, and in view of these facts a variety of action has been proposed. I have no specific recommendation to make upon the subject, but if there is any practicable way of removing these difficulties by legislation, then I earnestly request that such action may be taken at the present session of Congress. It seems advisable that I should state now what course I shall feel bound to pursue in reference to the matter in the event of no action by Congress at this time. Subject to any satisfactory arrangement that may be made by the parties to the controversy, which of all things is the most desirable, it will be my duty, so far as it may be necessary for me to act, to adhere to that government heretofore recognized by me, to judge of the election and qualifications of its members is the exclusive province of the Senate, as it is also the exclusive province of the House to judge of the election and qualifications of its members. But as to State offices filled and held under State laws, the decisions of the State judicial tribunals, it seems to me, ought to be respected. I am extremely anxious to avoid any appearance of undue interference in State affairs, and if Congress differs from me as to what ought to be done, I respectfully urge its immediate decision to that effect. Otherwise, I shall feel obliged, as far as I can by the exercise of legitimate authority, to put an end to the unhappy controversy which disturbs the peace and prostrates the business of Louisiana, by the recognition and support of that government which is recognized and upheld by the courts of the State. U.S. GRANT. End of section 22. Recording by Jim Clevenger, Little Rock, Arkansas. Section 23 of a compilation of the messages and papers of the Presidents, Ulysses S. Grant, by James D. Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Veto messages. Executive Mansion, January the 6th, 1873. To the House of Representatives: I return herewith, for the further consideration of Congress, House bill number 2291, entitled "An act for the relief of Edmund Jussen," to which I have not appended my approval, for the following reasons. The bill directs the accounting officers to transfer from Mr. Jussen's account to that of his successor all indebtedness arising from the loss or destruction or non-taking of warehouse bonds on certain spirits destroyed by fire. This provision would be wholly ineffective insofar as it proposes to increase the liability of Mr. Jussen's successor, he having been appointed subsequently to the destruction of the spirits. It might operate to relieve Mr. Jussen, but it seems probable that he is already relieved by the act of May the 27th, 1872, passed since the introduction of this bill. That act provides for the rebatement of taxes on distilled spirits destroyed by fire, except in cases where the owners of such spirits may be indemnified against tax by a valid claim of insurance. The relief of the taxpayers, of course, includes the relief of collectors from liability caused by failure to take bonds. It does not appear whether there was any insurance in this case. If not, the applicant is already relieved; but if there was an insurance, the effect of this bill, if it became law, might be to except Mr. Jussen from the operation of the general rule established by the proviso of the act of May the 27th, 1872. If such exception be proper, it should not be confined to an individual case, but extended to all. If there was an insurance, this bill would relieve Mr. Jussen from the liability with which it is very doubtful if his successor could be legally charged, or with which he ought to be charged. U.S. GRANT. EXECUTIVE MANSION, January the 22d, 1873. The Speaker of the House of Representatives. Sir: I herewith return to the House of Representatives, in which it originated, H.R. number 630, entitled "An Act in relation to new trials in the Court of Claims," without my approval. The object of the bill is to reduce from 2 years to 6 months the time in which a new trial, upon motion of the United States, may be granted in the Court of Claims. Great difficulties are now experienced in contesting fraudulent and unjust claims against the Government prosecuted in said court, and the effect of this bill, if it becomes a law, will be to increase those difficulties. Persons sue in this court generally with the advantage of a personal knowledge of the circumstances of the case, and are prompted by personal interest to activity in its preparation for trial, which consists sometimes in the production of false testimony and the suppression of the truth, while the United States are dependent for defense upon such inquiries as the officers of the Government, generally strangers to the transaction, are enabled to make, not infrequently in remote parts of the country, and among those not averse to depredations upon the national treasury. Instances have occurred where the existing opportunities for a new trial have enabled the Government to discover and defeat claims that ought not to have been allowed, after judgments thereon had been rendered by the Court of Claims. By referring to the act which it is proposed to modify, it will be seen that the payment of judgments recovered is not necessarily suspended for 2 years, but where the proofs are doubtful or suspicious, the Government may appeal to the Supreme Court, and in the meantime may avail itself of any discovery or revelation of new evidence touching the facts of the case. I fail to see the necessity or advantages of the proposed change in the law, and whatever may be the purpose of the bill, its effect, if passed, I am apprehensive will be to facilitate the prosecution of fraudulent claims against the United States. Believing that justice can and will be done to honest claimants in the Court of Claims as the law now stands, and believing also that the proposed change in the law will remove a valuable safeguard to the Treasury, I must for these reasons respectfully withhold my assent to the bill. U.S. GRANT. EXECUTIVE MANSION, January the 29th, 1873. To the Senate of the United States: I have the honor to return herewith Senate Bill number 490, entitled "An Act for the Relief of the East Tennessee University," without my approval. This claim, for which $18,500 are appropriated out of the moneys of the United States, arises in part for the destruction of property by troops in time of war, and therefore the same objections attached to it as were expressed in my message of June the 1st, 1872, returning the Senate bill awarding $25,000 to J. Milton Best. If the precedent is once established that the Government is liable for the ravages of war, the end of demands upon the public treasury cannot be forecast. The loyalty of the people of the section in which the university is located, under circumstances of personal danger and trials, thus entitling them to the most favorable construction of the obligation of the Government toward them, is admitted, and nothing but regard for my duty to the whole people in opposing a principle which, if allowed, will entail greater burdens upon the whole than the relief which will be afforded to a part by allowing this bill to become a law, could induce me to return it with objections. Recognizing the claims of these citizens to sympathy and the most favorable consideration of their claims by the Government, I would heartily favor a donation of the amount appropriated by this bill for their relief. U.S. GRANT. WASHINGTON, February the 8th, 1873. To the House of Representatives: I have the honor to return herewith House Bill H.R. 2852, entitled "An Act for the Relief of James A. McCullough, late Collector of the 5th District of Missouri," without my approval, for the following reasons. It is provided in section 34 of the act of June the 30th, 1864, as amended by the act of July the 13th, 1866, that it shall be proved to the satisfaction of the Commissioner of Internal Revenue that due diligence was used by the collector, who shall certify the facts to the first comptroller. This bill, should it become a law, clearly excuses Mr. McCullough, late collector, from showing that he used due diligence for the collection of the tax in question while the lists remained in his hands. U.S. GRANT. EXECUTIVE MANSION, February the 11th, 1873. To the Senate of the United States: I return herewith, without my approval, Senate Bill number 161, entitled "An Act for the Relief of Those Suffering from the Destruction of Salt Works near Manchester, Kentucky, pursuant to the order of Major General Carlos Buell." All the objections made by me to the bill for the relief of J. Milton Best, and also of the East Tennessee University, apply with equal force to this bill. According to the official report of Brigadier General Craft, by whose immediate command the property in question was destroyed, there was a large rebel force in the neighborhood, who were using the salt works and had carried away a considerable quantity of salt, and were preparing to take more as soon as the necessary transportation could be procured, and he further states, "that the leaders of the rebellion calculated upon their supply of salt to come from these works," and that in his opinion their destruction was a military necessity. I understand him to say, in effect, that the salt works were captured from the rebels, that it was impracticable to hold them, and that they were demolished so as to be of no further use to the enemy. I cannot agree that the owners of property destroyed under such circumstances are entitled to compensation therefor from the United States. Whatever other view may be taken of the subject, it is incontrovertible that these salt works were destroyed by the Union Army while engaged in regular military operations, and that the sole object of their destruction was to weaken, cripple, or defeat the armies of the so-called Southern Confederacy. I am greatly apprehensive that the allowance of this claim could and would be construed into the recognition of a principle binding the United States to pay for all property which their military forces destroyed in the late war for the Union. No liability by the Government to pay for property destroyed by the Union forces in conducting a battle or siege has yet been claimed. But the precedent proposed by this bill leads directly and strongly in that direction, for it is difficult, upon any ground of reason or justice, to distinguish between a case of that kind and the one under consideration. Had General Craft and his command destroyed the salt works by shelling out the enemy found in their actual occupancy, the case would not have been different in principle from the one presented in this bill. What possible difference can it make in the rights of owners or the obligations of the Government whether the destruction was in driving the enemy out or in keeping them out of the possession of the salt works? This bill does not present a case where private property is taken for public use in any sense of the Constitution. It was not taken from the owners, but from the enemy, and it was not then used by the government, but destroyed. Its destruction was one of the casualties of war, and though not happening in actual conflict, was perhaps as disastrous to the rebels as would have been a victory in battle. Owners of property destroyed to prevent the spread of a conflagration, as a general rule, are not entitled to compensation therefor, and for reasons equally strong, the necessary destruction of property found in the hands of the public enemy, and constituting a part of their military supplies, does not entitle the owner to indemnity from the government for damages to him in that way. I fully appreciate the hardship of the case, and would be glad if my convictions of duty allowed me to join in the proposed relief, but I can not consent to the doctrine which is found in this bill, as it seems to me, by which the national treasury is exposed to all claims for property injured or destroyed by the armies of the United States in the late protracted and destructive war in this country. U.S. Grant. Proclamation by the President of the United States of America. A proclamation. Whereas objects of interest to the United States require that the Senate should be convened at 12 o'clock on the 4th of March next, to receive and act upon such communications as may be made to it on the part of the Executive. Now, therefore, I, Ulysses S. Grant, President of the United States, have considered it to be my duty to issue this, my proclamation, declaring that an extraordinary occasion requires the Senate of the United States to convene for the transaction of business at the Capitol in the city of Washington on the 4th day of March next, at 12 o'clock at noon on that day, of which all who shall at that time be entitled to act as members of that body are hereby required to take notice. Given under my hand and the seal of the United States at Washington, the 21st day of February, A.D. 1873, and of the independence of the United States of America, the 97th. U.S. Grant. By the President: Hamilton Fish, Secretary of State. EXECUTIVE ORDERS. By the President of the United States. EXECUTIVE ORDER. Washington, January the 17th, 1873. Whereas it has been brought to the notice of the President of the United States that many persons holding civil office by appointment from him or otherwise under the Constitution and laws of the United States, while holding such federal positions, accept offices under the authority of the States and Territories in which they reside, or of municipal corporations under the charters and ordinances of such corporations, thereby assuming the duties of the State, territorial, or municipal office at the same time that they are charged with the duties of the civil office held under federal authority. And whereas it is believed that, with few exceptions, the holding of two such offices by the same person is incompatible with a due and faithful discharge of the duties of either office, that it frequently gives rise to great inconvenience, and often results in detriment to the public service, and moreover is not in harmony with the genius of the government. In view of the premises, therefore, the President has deemed it proper thus, and hereby to give public notice that from and after the 4th day of March, A.D. 1873, open parenthesis, except as herein specified, close parenthesis, persons holding any federal civil office by appointment under the Constitution and laws of the United States will be expected, while holding such office, not to accept or hold any office under any State or territorial government or under the charter or ordinances of any municipal corporation, and further, that the acceptance or continued holding of any such State, territorial, or municipal office, whether elective or by appointment, by any person holding civil office as aforesaid, under the government of the United States, other than judicial offices under the Constitution of the United States, will be deemed a vacation of the Federal office held by such person, and will be taken to be and will be treated as a resignation by such Federal officer of his commission or appointment in the service of the United States. The offices of Justice of the Peace, of Notaries Public, and of Commissioners to take the acknowledgment of deeds, of bail, or to administer oaths shall not be deemed within the purview of this order, and are excepted from its operation, and may be held by Federal officers. The appointment of Deputy Marshal of the United States may be conferred upon sheriffs or deputy sheriffs, and deputy postmasters, the emoluments of whose office do not exceed $600 per annum, are also excepted from the operations of this order, and may accept and hold appointments under State, territorial, or municipal authority, provided they same be found not to interfere with the discharge of their duties as postmaster. Heads of departments and other officers of the government who have the appointment of subordinate officers are required to take notice of this order, and to see to the enforcement of its provisions and terms within the sphere of their respective departments or offices, and as relates to the several persons holding appointments under them respectively. By order of the President: Hamilton Fish, Secretary of State. Department of State, Washington, January the 28th, 1873. Inquiries having been made from various quarters as to the application of the executive order issued on the 17th January, relating to the holding of State or municipal offices by persons holding civil offices under the Federal Government, the President directs the following reply to be made. It has been asked whether the order prohibits a Federal officer from holding also the office of an alderman, or of a common councilman in a city, or of a town councilman of a town or village, or of appointments under city, town, or village governments. By some it has been suggested that there may be distinction made in case the office be with or without salary or compensation. The city or town offices of the description referred to, by whatever names they may be locally known, whether held by election or by appointment, and whether with or without salary or compensation, are of the class which the executive order intends not to be held by persons holding Federal offices. It has been asked whether the order prohibits Federal officers from holding positions on boards of education, school committees, public libraries, religious or eleemosynary institutions, incorporated or established or sustained by State or municipal authority. Positions and service on such boards or committees, and professorships in colleges, are not regarded as "offices" within the contemplation of the executive order, but as employments or service in which all good citizens may be engaged without incompatibility, and in many cases without necessary interference with any position which they may hold under the Federal Government. Officers of the Federal Government may, therefore, engage in such service, provided the attention required by such employment does not interfere with the regular and efficient discharge of the duties of their office under the Federal Government. The head of the department under whom the federal office is held will in all cases be the sole judge whether or not the employment does thus interfere. The question has also been asked with regard to officers of the State militia. Congress, having exercised the power conferred by the Constitution to provide for organizing the militia, which is liable to be called forth to be employed in the service of the United States, and is thus in some sense under the control of the General Government, and is, moreover, of the greatest value to the public, the executive order of the 17th January is not considered as prohibiting federal officers from being officers of the militia in the States and Territories. It has been asked whether the order prohibits persons holding office under the federal government being members of local or municipal fire departments. Also, whether it applies to mechanics employed by the day in the armories, arsenals, and navy yards, etc., of the United States. Unpaid service in local or municipal fire departments is not regarded as an office within the intent of the executive order, and may be performed by federal officers, provided it does not interfere with the regular and efficient discharge of the duties of the federal office, of which the head of the department under which the office is held will, in each case, be the judge. Employment by the day as mechanics and laborers in the armories, arsenals, navy yards, etc., does not constitute an office of any kind, and those thus employed are not within the contemplation of the executive order. Master workmen and others who hold appointments from the government or from any department, whether for a fixed time or at the pleasure of the appointing power, are embraced within the operation of the order. By order of the President: Hamilton Fish, Secretary of State. End of section 23. Recording by Jim Clevenger, Little Rock, Arkansas.
Section 24 of a compilation of the messages and papers of the Presidents. Ulysses S. Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Vina. A compilation of the messages and papers of the Presidents. Ulysses S. Grant by James D. Richardson. Section 24. Second Inaugural Address. Fellow citizens, under Providence, I have been called a second time to act as executive over this great nation. It has been my endeavor in the past to maintain all the laws, and, so far as lay in my power, to act for the best interests of the whole people. My best efforts will be given in the same direction in the future, aided, I trust, by my 4 years' experience in the office. When my first term of the office of Chief Executive began, the country had not recovered from the effects of a great internal revolution, and 3 of the former states of the Union had not been restored to their federal relations. It seemed to me wise that no new questions should be raised so long as that condition of affairs existed. Therefore, the past 4 years, so far as I could control events, have been consumed in the effort to restore harmony, public credit, commerce, and all the arts of peace and progress. It is my firm conviction that the civilized world is tending toward republicanism, or government by the people through their chosen representatives, and that our own great republic is destined to be the guiding star to all others. Under our republic, we support an army less than that of any European power of any standing, and a navy less than that of either of at least 5 of them. There could be no extension of territory on the continent which would call for an increase of this force, but rather might such extension enable us to diminish it. The theory of government changes with general progress. Now that the telegraph is made available for communicating thought, together with rapid transit by steam, all parts of a continent are made contiguous for all purposes of government, and communication between the extreme limits of the country made easier than it was throughout the old 13 states at the beginning of our national existence. The effects of the late civil strife have been to free the slave and make him a citizen. Yet he is not possessed of the civil rights which citizenship should carry with it. This is wrong, and should be corrected. To this correction I stand committed, so far as executive influence can avail. Social equality is not a subject to be legislated upon, nor shall I ask that anything be done to advance the social status of the colored man, except to give him a fair chance to develop what there is good in him. Give him access to the schools, and when he travels let him feel assured that his conduct will regulate the treatment and fare he will receive. The states lately at war with the general government are now happily rehabilitated, and no executive control is exercised in any one of them that would not be exercised in any other state under like circumstances. In the first year of the past administration, the proposition came up for the admission of Santo Domingo as a territory of the Union. It was not a question of my seeking, but was a proposition from the people of Santo Domingo, and which I entertained. I believe now, as I did then, that it was for the best interest of this country, for the people of Santo Domingo, and all concerned, that the proposition should be received favorably. It was, however, rejected constitutionally, and therefore the subject was never brought up again by me. In future, while I hold my present office, the subject of acquisition of territory must have the support of the people before I will recommend any proposition looking to such acquisition. I say here, however, that I do not share in the apprehension held by many as to the danger of governments becoming weakened and destroyed by reason of their extension of territory. Commerce, education, and rapid transit of thought and matter by telegraph and steam have changed all this. Rather do I believe that our great Maker is preparing the world in his own good time to become one nation, speaking one language, and when armies and navies will be no longer required. My efforts in the future will be directed to the restoration of good feeling between the different sections of our common country, to the restoration of our currency to a fixed value as compared with the world's standard of values, gold, and if possible, to a par with it, to the construction of cheap routes of transit throughout the land, to the end that the products of all may find a market and leave a living remuneration to the producer, to the maintenance of friendly relations with all our neighbors and with distant nations, to the reestablishment of our commerce and share in the carrying trade upon the ocean, to the encouragement of such manufacturing industries as can be economically pursued in this country, to the end that the exports of home products and industries may pay for our imports, the only sure method of returning to and permanently maintaining a specie basis, to the elevation of labor, and, by a humane course, to bring the aborigines of the country under the benign influences of education and civilization. It is either this or war of extermination. Wars of extermination, engaged in by people pursuing commerce and all industrial pursuits, are expensive, even against the weakest people, and are demoralizing and wicked. Our superiority of strength and advantages of civilization should make us lenient toward the Indian. The wrong inflicted upon him should be taken into account, and the balance placed to his credit. The moral view of the question should be considered, and the question asked, can not the Indian be made a useful and productive member of society by proper teaching and treatment? If the effort is made in good faith, we will stand better before the civilized nations of the earth and in our own consciences for having made it. All these things are not to be accomplished by one individual, but they will receive my support and such recommendations to Congress as will, in my judgment, best serve to carry them into effect. I beg your support and encouragement. It has been and is my earnest desire to correct abuses that have grown up in the civil service of the country. To secure this reformation, rules regulating methods of appointment and promotions were established and have been tried. My efforts for such reformation shall be continued to the best of my judgment. The spirit of the rules adopted will be maintained. I acknowledge before this assemblage, representing, as it does, every section of our country, the obligation I am under to my countrymen for the great honor they have conferred on me by returning me to the highest office within their gift, and the further obligation resting on me to render to them the best services within my power. This I promise, looking forward with the greatest anxiety to the day when I shall be released from responsibilities that at times are almost overwhelming, and from which I have scarcely had a respite since the eventful firing upon Fort Sumter in April, 1861, to the present day. My services were then tendered and accepted under the first call for troops growing out of that event. I did not ask for place or position, and was entirely without influence or the acquaintance of persons of influence, but was resolved to perform my part in a struggle threatening the very existence of the nation. I performed a conscientious duty, without asking promotion or command, and without a revengeful feeling toward any section or individual. Notwithstanding this, throughout the war, and from my candidacy for my present office in 1868 to the close of the last presidential campaign, I have been the subject of abuse and slander scarcely ever equaled in political history, which today I feel that I can afford to disregard in view of your verdict, which I gratefully accept as my vindication. March 4, 1873. End of section 24.